This is Meteo Mundo.
Friends, we are live for the very first time to cover a storm in this 2025 Atlantic hurricane season. Rusty with you here on the Meteo Mundo YouTube channel. What is now Tropical Storm Imelda has developed in the northern Bahamas, and we're going to have some impacts to talk about through the rest of today in some of those areas where we have tropical storm warnings that are currently in effect. We have a tropical storm watch for portions of the east coast of Florida as well. And we've also had some very significant flooding rains south of there, including portions of the eastern sides of Cuba, Jamaica, and even Turks and Caicos. A lot of those areas are under flood warnings or even flash flood warnings, but we're beginning to get a stronger storm developing here, and it's going to be an issue for us here. Now, hopefully when I hit this button, that didn't work. All right, hang on. Oh, it did work. We just had the transition. How about that? As we get started, Meteo Mundo is sponsored by the Lean Law Firm of Central Florida. They are hometown homeowners insurance attorneys. They cover the entire state of Florida. You get storm damage of any kind, wind, hail, hurricane. They'll walk you through every step of the insurance claim process. Make sure you go to leanonmelaw.com if you guys would like more information. They are one of the sponsors here at Meteo Mundo. Fantastic to see you guys. I hope you're doing well. A lot to get into. If you don't know, at this point in time, we now have, I'm going to get rid of that transition. We now have Tropical Storm Imelda. Now, this is new from the 2 o'clock intermediate advisory from the National Hurricane Center. So even my system hasn't picked up on it yet, but hopefully it will right about here. Hurricane reconnaissance aircraft have been in and out of the storm all day long, and we now have a tropical storm. So let me give you the latest on that. As a matter of fact, the easiest way for me to do this is I can actually bring up this advisory together and we can read it. So if you guys are just tuning in right now, the depression TD number 9 has become Tropical Storm Imelda in the central and northwestern Bahamas. So right now, it's located 95 miles to the west-northwest of the central Bahamas, or about 370 miles southeast of Cape Canaveral, Florida. Maximum sustained winds are up to 40 miles an hour. Pressure right now is down to 998, and that's what I was watching all morning long. This pressure that started off around 1,003 millibars early this morning, and has just slowly crept down. There has not been any rapid intensification, but now we have enough of a low-level center, enough low pressure and nice winds around the center, right around 40 miles an hour, where we have a weak, but we do have a tropical storm. Moving up to the north at 7, that's the other thing. At this point in time, we continue to have a very slow movement. However, I do expect that Imelda will accelerate into the northwest Bahamas through the remainder of the day and should exit the Bahamas later on this evening. And we'll talk more about the potential track on that coming up. No changes to this advisory. So you do have in all of these blue slashed areas, which is the central and the northern Bahamas, tropical storm warnings continuing. That's going to be for places like Long Island and Rum Cay and San Salvador and Cat Island and Eleuthera, Andros, New Providence, Nassau, the Berry Islands, the Abacos, and the Grand Bahama area. And then we have our tropical storm watch, our area in light blue for the Florida East Coast. That's going to go from the Palm Beach area up to the Volusia Flagler County line. That's just north of the Daytona Beach area, if you guys know the East Coast of Florida. Let me jump back into the chat real quick. Great to see you, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to get you covered here across the area. Now, as you guys know, I do have access to live cameras, so that's something during this live stream we're going to be keeping a really close eye on. This is going to be a live look for you guys right now from the Long Island area in the Bahamas, and I think this just really tells the story. It's relatively overcast. We've had some squalls developing from time to time, and we're going to have the opportunity for these winds to freshen up through the central and the northern Bahamas. Now that we have a stronger center of circulation, I think the one thing that's going to be picking up through the rest of the afternoon hours are our maximum sustained winds and some higher gusts. And I am a little bit concerned about the overall wind threat, especially for the northwest Bahamas as we get into the remainder of this Sunday afternoon. Let me show you guys this. Where am I here? All right, now I got to figure out where even put this thing. Here we go. All right, this graphic. This is still the overall impacts. Now, again, I didn't even have time to update all the graphics. I was going to come on around 2 o'clock anyway, and then they pulled the trigger and made this Imelda. Again, it happened a little bit later than what I expected today, but ultimately we knew we were going to get Imelda somewhere in the central and the northern Bahamas out of this system for today. So these are the impacts that we're going to be tracking for the central and northern Bahamas today. Sustained winds over 40 miles an hour. Again, that threat likely increasing through the rest of the afternoon hours. Gusts up to 60 and higher, especially, for Andros and New Providence and Eleuthera up towards the Grand Bahama and the Abacos. A little bit farther north you are in the island chain, we could start to see those winds really freshen up late today. A potential 4 to 8 inches of rain. Now, it's going to be localized to get that amount, but obviously leading to some potential flash flooding in the area and a storm surge of 1 to 3 feet. As a matter of fact, taking a look at the alert from the Bahamas Department of Meteorology, which I closed on my tablet here real quick. Let me get that back up for you guys. I want to just mention exactly where they're talking about the highest potential for storm surge. That's going to be along the coast of Abaco and the north and east coast of Grand Bahama and the nearby Keys as well. So Abacos and then the north and east coastline of Grand Bahama, it's the 1 to 3 foot storm surge. Now, we're going to get some impacts to southeast Florida today, including the Miami, Fort Lauderdale area, and portions of the upper Keys, where we're going to have some gusty winds, but we don't have a tropical storm watch even there. So we're not even really expecting near sustained tropical storm conditions today, but tomorrow up the east coast a little bit. It's going to be close. That's why we have the tropical storm watch. 20 to 30 mile an hour winds, maybe some gusts up to 40, 1 to 3 inches of rain. Probably not as concentrated rain there. That's because the west side of the storm is a little bit drier and beginning to get it kind of sheared off a bit. And again, completely churned up sea conditions, life-threatening surf and rip current conditions will be around for an extended amount of time. All right, so let's get into what's been happening with the storm, and I'm going to get into the chat here for you guys in just a little bit, I promise you, but let me show you what's been going on here lately. Hurricane reconnaissance aircraft have been in and out of the storm all day long, and as you guys know, I also have the ability to follow the reconnaissance aircraft live for you guys. If you tuned into any of the live streams last year, and I can't believe we're talking about last year because this is the first one I've been live on for, which is fantastic. But again, we can monitor in real time what the reconnaissance aircraft from NOAA and the Air Force are going to be doing out there. So they're going to continue to survey the situation ahead of this. Now, this is your infrared satellite imagery. This is what it looks like on visible satellite imagery. The numbers that you see are wind gusts in miles an hour. Earlier today, San Salvador had a 40 mile an hour wind. In the last 6 hours, they've had a 33. So we've had some near tropical storm gusts. This is just a slightly offshore buoy in the Andros town area. Again, nothing outrageous yet at the airport there in New Providence, in the NAS airport. That should pop on right there. 32 mile an hour wind gust. Now again, I've got this opaque, but I promise you, New Providence is underneath all that cloudy skies. So you can see there's still some drier air on the southwest side, but we're beginning more outflow, nice poleward outflow as well. And there's going to be a lot of overrunning precipitation for today. So there's going to be a lot of heavy tropical downpours and some potential flooding well north of where the center of circulation is, and some of that's already trying to feed into some of those areas. Let me show you the radar here. We'll look at the composite radar first out of this area and loop it up over the last couple of hours. So again, we're just on the far southeast extent of the radar, but we are beginning to pick up that circulation, and you can clearly see the counterclockwise rotation to some of the showers on the north side of things as well. So the rain already falling in the overcast skies for the Andros area, right over portions of New Providence. Again, light to moderate, at times heavy, but still spiraling through, still a little bit spotty, but look how far north some of this heavy rain is going. We had a weak front that came through Florida as well. And the combination of the two is going to kind of add up into some wet weather for the northwest Bahamas the remainder of the day. Now, when we look at the track, this is a big deal for anyone who's been following the situation, especially in Georgia and South and North Carolina. I mentioned it in yesterday's video, and we talked about it first in Friday's video, that the evolution of what is now Imelda between Friday afternoon and yesterday afternoon was going to be the biggest factor to whether there was going to be a United States landfall. A farther east developing storm that was quicker was going to be able to outrun major hurricane Umberto's influence, and a trough in the eastern side of the United States would allow the storm to move inland. However, if it was a slower, farther southwest system, then more than likely Umberto's winds in that counterclockwise fashion would really dissipate any of the steering currents along the United States East Coast, and there was an opportunity that the storm could meander and then ultimately pull off towards the east. Well, now that this storm is even slower and Umberto's going to get a little bit closer, the models have all trended farther south and east with a quicker turn overall. So fantastic news for Georgia and the Carolinas. We're still going to get some rain. We're still going to have the opportunity for some flooding conditions along the coast. You can see all that moisture training up ahead of this system. But as far as direct tropical storm or hurricane impacts, because Imelda is still forecast to become a Category 1 hurricane, that appears to be less and less likely. It's not a complete 100% chance that we're going to not have a landfalling storm, but even some of the models yesterday that were meandering the system off the Carolina coastline and then ultimately pushed it in midweek have kind of come more off towards the east. So good news. As a matter of fact, there is a decent likelihood that Imelda's track will actually end up being closer to the east coast of Florida than what we're going to actually have in Georgia and the Carolinas. Let me show you guys that. I'm going to bring up my handy dandy tracking tool here. So if we look at the western cone of uncertainty from the Hurricane Center, if we go off kind of the Brevard County coast to the western side, it's about 120 miles. That would be as far west as we expect the storm to go. And again, you know, this storm is a little bit drier on the western side, a little bit sloppier. Then if we look at, say, from the Savannah, Georgia area here, to the western extent, you're about 225 miles. So ultimately, if it stays on this track, it's actually closer to the Florida East Coast. So the trends have been fantastic for our friends in Georgia and the Carolinas. But obviously what is happening right now is direct impacts into the central and the northern Bahamas. That's a quick snapshot of what's going on at this point in time. Umberto is still a Cat 4 hurricane, lost a little bit of strength, but still 150 mile-an-hour winds. All right, chat time. How we doing? Avery and Axel, how you guys doing? Avery and Axel edits, mind you. Good to see you. So, not going anywhere. Oh, Bermuda, yes. Bermuda, there is an opportunity. If there is one area that has a little bit more concern today to direct impacts from Imelda, it would be Bermuda. Now, the Hurricane Center is still saying that they have, they are not very confident in this forecast. One thing that they've really done is accelerate the storm in the 3 to 5 day time frame. So you can have a system that's trying to become extra tropical and then bringing some gale conditions to Bermuda. It's something I'll monitor. We do have time though, but if there is one area that could have a direct impact down the road from Imelda outside of what's happening in the Bahamas right now, it's going to be our friends in Bermuda. So excellent point there. Louisiana in the house. Nassau, winds are beginning to pick up. Yes, obviously, look, if you guys are being impacted by this storm, please let me know in the comment section below. I appreciate that. As always here too, we have the ability to take some of the shots that you guys send me and put them on this live stream. It's a little bit more difficult to me to do it behind the scenes, but it's not impossible. So if you guys live in the Bahamas, if you guys live in Southeast Florida, if you've been impacted by some of the rain in Turks and Caicos, Cuba, Jamaica, or Hispaniola, send me those pictures or videos. Easiest way to do that, myMediaMundo@gmail.com. I'll do my best to effort and turn those around and show you guys here on the live stream as well. And again, we're going to always be keeping a very close tab on the live cameras. This is a live look to the Long Island area in the Bahamas. This, I believe, is White House. Just to give you guys an idea, this is going to be, this is the Chaperie. Now, I don't know, it's got to be Chaperie, right? Because it's like, kind of a French feel to the name there. That's the Chaperie area of White House, Long Island. We are looking off towards the west. And you can see, again, a little bit of a churned up white cap situation, breezy conditions there, the overcast skies, squalls from time to time moving into that area. We'll also be keeping a close eye on what we hope to have our central Eleuthera camera as well. So hopefully we'll be able to show you guys that. Back over to the chat. What's going on? Pat has a lot of rain and thunder and lightning and Clarendon there and haze. Look, all of these southern parishes of Jamaica right now are under flash flood warnings, and even Hanover Parish is under flash flood warnings. We've had significant rainfall with the southerly winds pulling into Jamaica with Imelda, and you can clearly see that blow up there on the visible satellite imagery. This is what it looks like on the infrared satellite imagery. Also, let me make sure too that we bring on our live lightning data here as well. I want to make sure we got it all covered. So it's not just some downpours, there's some embedded thunderstorms as well. Alan says nothing significant in Freeport as of yet. Yes, absolutely, Alan. Again, if you live in the Grand Bahama area, you should expect your weather to just continue to progressively go downhill. I do expect things to get worse in a shorter time frame for places like Andros and New Providence and Eleuthera and Cat Island. And even on the southeast side of this, we're building in some better thunderstorms for Exuma and Long Island. So this is where our camera is right now, by the way, guys. So we're looking at the Long Island area, White House on Long Island, looking off towards the west. That's where our camera is. We have another camera here in Eleuthera at Governor's Harbor. It's offline right now, but I've been talking with the folks at traveltv.com to get that one back up. Hopefully they will. That one seems to go down very quickly when there's any kind of storm. So it's more of a localized like island. We lose the power situation quickly, but most of these cameras have some kinds of battery backups, and even some of them have Starlink, so you don't have to deal with local internet. Hopefully that's the case there, and we'll have that camera in Governor's Harbor. San Salvador, 33-mile-an-hour wind. So again, your wind gusts so far have been in that 20 to 35-mile-an-hour range, but with a developing system getting tighter right now, I do expect there to be some higher wind gusts, and some of these outer bands are beginning to feed back into southeast sides of Florida. So we have the opportunity for some heavy, potentially flooding rains from West Palm to Boca Raton, Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Homestead, even the Upper Keys, Tavernier, on up towards Key Largo could see some heavier showers beginning to kind of spiral back in. It just depends on whether we want to yank in some more of this. But overall, the one reason why there's a little bit lower chance for significant rain in the state of Florida is all of this dry air. Mentioned it in yesterday's video. There's a significant trough that has come in, and it's really undercut things on the western side. So what's going to be happening is you've got this trough line here, and then you've got this stalled out boundary along the east coast of the United States, and all that moisture is going to be feeding east and then overrunning that into portions of the Carolinas. There's still going to be some significant rain well ahead of this, but as far as really bringing in a lot of heavy rain into the state of Florida, we're going to get passing showers and storms, and some of this is even developing at the hour right now. But just to have, 4 to 8 inches of rain or anything like that, I don't expect it, because the air is a little bit drier overall with this. And so the system, could stay a little bit sloppier over time. Also, the trends, even though it developed a little bit farther south and west, over the last 24 hours, the trends have been actually a little bit farther east, keeping it slightly farther away from the east coast of Florida. And as I mentioned in yesterday's video, miles really do matter when you're talking about a storm. It's going to be a little bit more lopsided in whether we can actually get sustained tropical storm conditions towards the east coast of Florida. All right, what's going on? Grenada is in the house. I love to hear that. Hey, Shane, cloudy in Miami. Larry, good to see you. Sunny in St. Pete. Sylvester, Jamaica in the house. I'll get it right at some point in time. Hey, Julia, sister lives in West Palm, family in Orlando. Absolutely stay safe. Hi, Fiona, one of the moderators. First of all, guys, a couple of things. If you guys are members of the channel, you guys will pop up in a different color. I'm happy to shout you guys out. Kimberly, a moderator. Fiona is a moderator and a member of the channel. The memberships are open. Again, you get access to custom badges and emojis. And if you want to become a Team MM member, you get access to exclusive member shorts as well. You can check those guys out. But again, great to see all of my members in the chat as well. Floyd says, what time will it pick up in Andros? Imminently, I believe, Floyd. Again, it may not be just a, snap your fingers and the weather just goes downhill, but a gradual pickup in the intensity of the rain and the strength of the winds is likely through the remainder of the afternoon hours. It could still be a lull from time to time. This is not just going to be, 4 or 5 hours of just torrential downpours, but there will be spurts of that coming as, again, the system continues to evolve and get a little bit stronger. Miguel there in St. Martin, I bet it is, man. It is really steamy in places. like the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico and the Leeward Islands, all excessive heat warnings in a lot of those areas, up to 110 for a feels like temperature today. Sean asks, is Imelda going to be a hurricane? That is the official forecast. You can see that plot from the Hurricane Center when you get to the 1. Now 75, 80 mile an hour winds is the max is what's forecasting. So we're not talking about a strong hurricane, but to get into a Cat 1, it does look to happen. Hey Miranda, hola Rusty, thank you for this update. Jamaica getting rains, but overcast right now. Okay, gotcha. Thank you very much. Tell me what's going to happening in Jamaica later today. So again, you're still getting a lot of this moisture coming in. If you guys see all this green, this is actually moisture-laden air. It's streaming into the south side of Imelda. Look at Santiago de Cuba there. They had a 50 mile an hour wind gust. So we've actually had more localized significant winds in southeast Cuba today than what we've even had in portions of the central and northern Bahamas. And Turks and Caicos is also under a flood warning as well. So all of these southern parishes of Jamaica are currently under flood warnings, flash flood warnings, and Hanover parishes up towards the Montego Bay area as well. So still some significant rain, certainly area dependent. Check in with local government officials for latest updates. I'll keep you guys updated as well, but more heavy rainfall likely in a lot of Jamaica as well. Appreciate it, Jerry. Black and presently pouring there in Nassau. So there you go. Sister in Luther says it's about the same. Some areas already flooded. Yeah, unfortunately, again, this is a trend that's going to be with us and just kind of going downhill overall. Now, I've got a couple of different products here that I want to show you guys as well. So some neat things. Now that we're into, right, analysis of this, right? Now that we're keeping a really close eye on the happening now trends, there's a few things that I want to show you guys. So let me go here. Let me bring on precip amounts and drop off this here real fast. Let's see here. Well, I guess I have to click this button. There we go. All right. So this is your rainfall totals in the last hour, right? So now we can take a look at how much rain has fallen in these areas. Not only just an hour, but this is the rain over the last 3 hours. And again, we haven't had a ton of rain in a significant fashion in the last 3 hours here. We've actually had heavier rain off the east coast of Florida towards Walker's Key and a couple of really heavy downpours in portions of southeast Florida. But the rain overall is beginning to pick up in just the last hour. So, you know, if we look at some of these showers here on the western side of New Providence and the kind of right in between, again, do some of these heavier showers pull in. Nothing outrageous as of yet, but this is a trend I'll be monitoring. And then we can also look at what's called the precipitation rates. So not only can we look at how much rain has fallen, but within these embedded showers and storms, we'll be able to look at the key local areas that have significant rainfall rates, because that's where you get the flash flooding. So if we start to see these rainfall rates pick up into 3, 4, 5 inches of rain per hour, that's when we start to see some of that really that more prominent flash flooding beginning to occur. So I just wanted to show you guys these products, kind of a preview. At this point in time, we haven't had enough significant rain in a widespread area into this domain. It goes just to the west of Eleuthera. So, you know, we'll be able to show this product over New Providence and Andros and areas up to the north here as well. But again, another tool on my tool belt to be able to show you guys what's happening. I'll also take a live look to the radar out of Miami. Let's bring that up. Let me drop off this data here. So we've got the live radar spinning out of Miami. I've got the composite radars. This is going to show you the reflectivity, DBZ level. Nothing bad though. Let's see here, let's clear that off. So some of this is all spiraling in. So like this area here is likely to rotate into the Grand Bahama area. So High Rock, and there's Freeport, Lucaya. We've got West End there as well. And again, a lot of overcast skies. Let me drop off the SAT data here for you. Actually, I think the easiest way to do this is let me just do this. There we go. Now, by the way, the concentric circles that you guys see on this product is going to be your wind fields. So anywhere that you see the blue rings, we are likely to have sustained tropical storm force winds. You notice that you start to see these purple rings developing, and I hope it's just north of Walker's Key and the Abacos, because those are higher end tropical storm force winds. These are 50 knot winds within this area in purple. That's 57-ish miles an hour. Let's just call it 60 as an average. So if we start to see the storm ramp up here, there is an opportunity close to Grand Bahama and the Abacos and Walker's Key where we get some sustained 60-mile-an-hour winds. Obviously, we don't want that to happen in any way, shape, or form, and then you start to get into your hurricane force winds there in pink. Back over to the chat. Let's see here. So is there some flooding going on in Nassau right now, or are you guys expecting it? Let me know. Sunny and hot in Montego Bay. What's going on, y'all? Pretty mild in Nicholstown there in North Andros. Appreciate that. Again, it's still going to be spotty, right? Not everyone is going to have had it yet, but in a larger sense, this is more than likely to pick up for the rest of the day. Bring back on our wind gusts as well. Again, I have access to buoy data, so we can take a look at all the live buoy data out of this as well. So we got plenty of tools here to show you at Meteo Mundo. Great to see you guys on this Sunday, by the way. Thanks for taking a bit of your time to join me here live. I hope everyone is doing well. For some of us, it's been a year, been more than a year. If you didn't join me for the June 1st live stream that I did where we talked about the season, this is the first opportunity we've had to get together. Now, we never like to have to do this, right? But we're here if it's necessary, and that's the neat thing. Now, also, I've put on our storm track mode here. So you're going to see these polygons, and they're going to show you the direction of the movement of the cells, the showers and storms. Obviously, with a counterclockwise wind, we would expect on the northwest side everything to be moving from northeast to southwest, and that's what we're seeing. But, you know, could there be some rotation with some of this activity? It's a possibility. It's low, but it's not non-zero either as well. Eric asked about a jog east. Overall, the models have been trending slightly east, just like slightly, but instead of potentially running up right through Grand Bahama, it might take more of a direct route near the Abacos instead. But the biggest impact that's going to have actually is what it might bring to the east coast of Florida. Farther east, right? Farther east, a little bit lower opportunity to have direct tropical storm conditions along the east coast of Florida. That's one reason why the Hurricane Center has not upped the watch along the east coast of Florida to a warning. We are within that time frame for that to happen, but because the models have trended a little bit farther east and it's been really slow to develop, no need for them to upgrade that to a warning at this point in time. Hey Wade, Abaco in the house. Hi Linda, Central Luther, how you doing? Getting lots of wind and rain. All right, appreciate that. Again, hopefully we'll be able to bring up that Central Luther camera for you guys as well. I know our friends at Travel TV are working behind the scenes to get that one back up. TC Agent wants to know, when will the weather get serious in Nassau? Well, look, again, serious is going to be, graded today. Hopefully we don't get high-end tropical storm conditions there in Nassau. I'm looking at so many different areas here. Yeah, in Nassau. That being said, I would expect the weather in the Nassau area to just continue to go downhill the remainder of the afternoon hours. Now the center of circulation, and here we go, I think this is the update from the Hurricane Center, yeah. So now I have it on my system. Again, 998 millibars, pressure 998, max winds 40, moving north at 7, so still really slow. So if we take this and we go from the New Providence area to the center of circulation, we're still about 83 miles. Now that would say it takes 10 hours or so to get to Nassau. However, I do expect there to be an increase in forward speed, right? But it gives you an idea that the center, which could have some 40-mile-an-hour winds over it right now, might be moving over the New Providence area here late this afternoon and early this evening and potentially carrying some of those sustained winds above 40 miles an hour directly over the island. Again, we do have a sensor there on New Providence. It's not reporting a significant wind gust. That's just its temperature. I just bring that up to make sure that it's still reporting, and then we can move on from there. Hey, Kento, how you doing? James, my pleasure. Virgin Gorda in the house. British Virgin Islands, love it. Hey, Wilbur, how are you, man? I've been to the Bahamas before. I have, as a kid, born and raised in Florida. Would love to go back, no doubt about it. Samantha has no wind so far in Nassau. That's what I like to hear. Now, Ruby, heart drip, says skies are black or yellow here in Daytona. The dogs are howling. We've had some, passing showers and storms along the east coast of Florida. There's no doubt about it. You can see some of that spiraling in. That is a bit of an indirect impact right now. We've had the weak front coming in, but we do have a lot of moisture overrunning this storm, and it is getting a little bit more filled in here along the east coast of Florida, and some of this activity is likely to spiral and build back in over portions of the I-4 corridor as well. We are under subscriber mode only, by the way, and I believe our moderators have it where it is, you just have to be a subscriber for 1 minute and then you can start to chat. So if you would like to send me a chat, all you got to do is become a subscriber to the channel. I'd appreciate if you guys did that anyway as well. All right, so let me pass on a couple of other things here. Let's go back over to our camera in Long Island. Again, great shot. We continue to see the water churned up, a little bit of white caps, good breeze, nothing outrageous. That's probably a good 20-mile-an-hour sustained wind right now. There'll be some gusts, but you see the squalls kind of just beginning to move into this camera. And again, this camera is south and east of the center of circulation, but certainly going to be a good view here for the remainder of the day. And we'll keep an eye on things for you there as well. All right. Let me talk about some significant shifts in the models. Now, if you're tuning in from Georgia or the Carolinas, this is very important to you, right? Friday, it was about 50-50 whether we'd have a U.S. landfall or move off the East Coast. Yesterday, it was about 67 to 75% of the ensembles would want to pull this storm, install it off the Georgia, South Carolina coastline, and move it away. Now, every single ensemble member of the GFS has this not making landfall in the United States, all right? So it's a much better situation today. If you live along the Georgia, Carolina coastline, we could still get some impacts with some very heavy rainfall. Obviously, the wave action across the western Atlantic basin is going to be churned up for days and days to come, but to have direct tropical storm or hurricane impacts are very unlikely now for that area, right? Just get back over here. So again, here's your GFS tracks, and that's what I would expect. All of them now are off of the United States East Coast. Obviously, one problematic part of this is that Bermuda down the road later this week could have more direct impacts from Hurricane Imelda or a hurricane that's trying to become post-tropical even as it gets closer to Bermuda. We'll see how that plays out in a little bit. For the European model tracks, the latest ones that could get you on the ensembles, again, the vast majority are well offshore now. The other thing is that that stall and turn east occurs even quicker and farther away from the Georgia-South Carolina borders. Still a couple of the ensembles, as of the last ensemble check I had for you guys, stall it and meander it back towards South Carolina. But that is becoming less and less of a likely scenario here over the next couple of days. So if you live in those areas, things are improving as far as the opportunity to avoid direct impacts from this. And you can clearly see that we have a big swing east as we get into Tuesday and Wednesday, now well away. Let me show you guys a couple of things here with this. I'm going to switch over to the big view here real quick. We're going to look at the broad model, and then I'm going to show you guys some high resolution models as well. But I want to show you, get this radar off here as well. So just kind of want to show you what the GFS is painting on here, right? Now, because Imelda is slower, farther east, now Umberto and Imelda are closer together. That does two things. First of all, we start to see Umberto break down the steering currents along the U.S. East Coast, and instead of there being a trough and basically an area for Imelda to move into the U.S. East Coast, those winds are slack. That's why it stalls out. Then Umberto exerts its influence and actually tries to tug on Imelda and bring it back closer to its direction, right? There's also going to be a little bit stronger westerlies in the southeast United States by Tuesday, Wednesday, which should also help push Imelda back off towards the east. If I bring on the wind profile vectors, which are just going to be the arrows of the wind. All right, and I bring this up here, and let's loop these up. It might just take a second. As it's looping up, I'll get back to the chat as well. Hi, Wilhelmina, how are you? Freeport, Bahamas in the house with some moderate rain. Maria, great to see you as well. Sunny and hot in North Miami. Check the power outage situation as well. Newcastle fan. Hey, Lewis, how are you? Good evening from the UK. I love watching this stuff. I know it's a bit weird, just interested in weather. Hey, appreciate that. Caught the NFL game earlier in Ireland as well as I was getting ready for this. Hey, Gail, gusty, fast-moving, low-level gray clouds here in Palm Beach Gardens, north of West Palm Beach. I know Palm Beach Gardens very well. Appreciate that, Gail. So I think TC Agency, I have answered your question, but I appreciate you asking many times. Hi, Miguel. Good afternoon to you. Hey, Aaron. Cat Island, very windy and raining. Appreciate that. Thanks for the update, guys. Yeah, just keep them coming in here, guys. You got it, Dave. My pleasure. Ivan's tuning in from Freeport. Rain on and off, no wind so far. South Abaco, Bahamas, plenty of rain. So again, you're getting an idea of how variable the rain and the wind has been so far in the central and the northern of the Bahamas. So if we look at this, right, these are your surface-based winds, which have part of the story, but you notice that the winds now with the cyclonic flow of Umberto, which wind field is very expansive, starts to come from the northeast to the southwest and is basically due north near the Georgia and Carolina coastlines. That puts the brakes on Imelda being able to go much farther to the north. There is significant, impacts to the system being slower. If Imelda was faster, it could have outrun all of the influence from Umberto and gone right into Georgia or the Carolinas. But because it was a slower system, thankfully, Umberto is going to basically wipe out those steering currents along the east coast of the United States. And the other two factors, Umberto itself and more westerlies at the mid-levels, should throw Imelda back. Now, again, down the road, right? If I switch this over to our model timeline so you guys can see, this is going to be Thursday. Down the road, you still have a hurricane pointed towards Bermuda. So our friends in Bermuda will keep an eye on that. As far as Umberto goes, Umberto hopefully stays far enough away where we don't have direct impacts. That's what I'm expecting. Potentially, we could get a little bit of tropical storm impacts on the eastern side. It's not out of the question that we get a tropical storm watch or warning for Bermuda from Umberto, but we should likely keep the hurricane force winds well offshore. Thanks, Kimberly. Thanks for letting everyone know. Don't forget to like and subscribe, please. I appreciate that. J Moss, nonstop rain, light winds. Let me know where you are, J Moss. Again, guys, I appreciate that. You guys giving me the updates. Just do me a favor and make sure you let me know where you're viewing from as well. That'd be awesome. So just be like, hey, I'm in Freeport. We got, gusty winds, heavy rain. There you go. Chosen One, overcast in St. Thomas, Jamaica. And again, yes, thanks for taking a quick second and liking and subscribing for me as well. Awesome of you guys. We'll go back over to our Long Island camera. Empress K242 says Nassau getting moderate to heavy rain. Well, there's no real significant spin in the Gulf, Avery and Axel. There's a trough that's come in from the north, but there's nothing tropically in the Gulf. It's a lot of dry air. You don't have to ask more than once. I see you. I promise. Yeah, there's nothing to it, is what I'm trying to say. Tropically, there's zip and pip. If you look at the water vapor imagery, this is all dry air. All dry air. That's just a little chunk of that trough coming down, but it's all very, very dry. Now again, you can clearly see the heavy rain that is still falling over eastern Cuba and Jamaica and portions of Hispaniola where flood warnings and flash flood warnings continue. So let me show you guys some of the high-res models. We'll start off with the HER. First of all, let's take off the vectors. Now, this is a high-resolution model. It updates hourly. It does only go out 48 hours. It's not a bad local storm, hurricane one. There's another one that I like too that I'll show you guys in just a second. But we'll kind of take a look at the evolution. But again, this is a very high-resolution model. Let this fully loop up and we'll go from there. Now, one thing you can clearly see from the HER already is that it's on the far western envelope of where the Hurricane Center has it. And is actually even outside of that turn as we get into Tuesday morning. So it's interesting. Again, I said that almost every model wants to do this. Certainly the ensembles of the Euro and the GFS do. But are there some local scale models which may not have the precision as some of the other globals that have this farther north and west? Yes. Just to give you guys some perspective. I would say that this is an outlier, but again, farther west means more impacts to the immediate east coast of Florida. So for my friends there in St. Augustine and Palm Coast and Daytona Beach, Melbourne, Palm Bay, and Merritt Island, down towards Port St. Lucie, we could have our most significant impacts, whatever it's going to bring us, that's going to likely occur tomorrow, right? You can see that spin right there as we get into our Monday. And again, it's outside of the cone as we get into Tuesday morning. The one thing, regardless of the model, you're going to see is a lot of overrunning of the rain north, well north of where the actual center is. So even in this scenario where this tracks here, there could be some significant rainfall for the Carolinas and Georgia. Back into here, this is 8 o'clock, so I'm going to actually back this model up. Take it right to 3, pick it up from here. D-Man, Marsh Harbor, what's your question, my friend? Say, Croy in the house, how we doing? Copeland Road West, raining hard, dark skies. I try and do what I can to get into everyone's questions here. I promise you that. If I've missed and I haven't answered, please feel free to ask again. But obviously, if I've answered it, I've covered you. So this is, again, your HER model, which is a very high resolution model at the beginning. So we'll start right now. If we backed up enough time here. Try and back it up one more time. All right, looks like it just wants to start at 8. That's fine. The bottom line is that through the rest of this evening, we're still going to get some pretty lashing heavy rain and winds here. Look, even as far south and east as Long Island and Exuma and Rum Key, San Salvador, Cat Island, you know, on the eastern side of this, right, it actually could dry out first a little bit quicker with the south and southwest winds pulling into the storm in Andros and New Providence, and then kind of just staying a little bit heavier, a little bit farther east towards Eleuthera. And then obviously, again, here on the HER, you spin up to a stronger system near Walker's Key. You can see that tighter rotation at the surface there as we get into the wee hours tonight and early tomorrow morning for the Abacos and into Grand Bahama. Now, by tomorrow afternoon, regardless, we should see much improved conditions here in the central and the northern Bahamas. So weather overall, kind of just going downhill the remainder of the day in the Bahamas. Some areas in the northern Bahamas staying with some pretty churned up conditions this evening and potentially early overnight. And then just throughout the day on your Monday, things should be improving. And again, on this model, we have more direct impacts for the west coast of Florida with some of that activity too. We do this as well. We'll go over to the winds. All right, that's better. Nadine in the house from Abaco, moderate rain and wind at the moment. Appreciate that. Hey, Sonny, Marathon in the house. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Spent a lot of my time in the Keys, more than a year of my life combined. So hope you're doing well there in Marathon. Spent a lot of time in Islamorada, so very, very close. William, the dry air is coming in from that trough that came in, that cold front. Pushed in some drier air. You know, this time of the year, we can get some solid cold fronts into the southeast United States. Doesn't happen all the time, but the timing of it, you know, was important and impactful for how Imelda was evolving and developing here. Now you can clearly see, guys, that on her model, again, starting right now around 3 o'clock, you really get a system that begins to ramp up in intensity later today, right? Still is going to be more of a slow, gradual wrap up, but whatever we're going to see could likely go right over New Providence around 7 or 8 o'clock. That's that void in the wind that you see right there. That is the direct low-level center of this system. And then we have on this HER model it passing right between or potentially over the east side of Grand Bahama or the west side of the Abacos, and then really just kind of flaring up near Walker's Key. And when you see those oranges, those are going to be higher end tropical storm winds and potentially getting closer to hurricane. Now, again, to show you, the HER model is still outside of the northwest part of that cone of uncertainty, but notice that even in the last couple of frames, do you notice how it goes no farther north? It basically stalls out with a slight jog east right at the end into Tuesday morning. Still a big buffer to the Carolina and Georgia coastline from the storm, but just to give you that idea. And these are your sustained winds. So at this point in time, you have sustained winds that are flaring up to high-end tropical storm, a couple of spots in that 60 to 65, and these are again sustained. If we go back down into the Bahamas, you know, and again, this could easily not even be strong enough for what we have right now. We do have some 40s. So basically, the HER model is saying in the next couple of hours, I don't expect this storm to get much stronger. The maximum sustained winds are already 40. Maybe we push 45. But again, these are sustained winds in Eleuthera, in the Berry Islands, in New Providence, and Andros, up towards the Abacos that, you know, freshen into that range. And there could be some pockets that are much higher than that. Here's some pockets of sustained winds tonight at 9 o'clock near the Abacos at 50 miles an hour, right? Fresher winds beginning to move into Grand Bahama. I mean, look at on the back end of this. There's some 50-mile-an-hour winds there. You've got some 40s by the wee hours of tomorrow morning getting into the Grand Bahama. And then, again, if you live in Grand Bahama, might be a bit of a sleepless night here. We could have some solid sustained winds in these areas that are beginning to pump up 50 plus, 50, 55, maybe 60 miles an hour. And that's not even gusts. If I go over to gusts, and I'm just going to take a snapshot of this. So these are the gusts, same model, right? So now you have gusts in a much wider field that are well over 50 miles an hour, okay? You have some gusts now that are actually close to hurricane strength. If I go back in time a couple of hours here to like 10 o'clock. So you can see that there are some gusts in that 50 to maybe 60 mile an hour range around this. And then by late, or the wee hours, if you will, of Monday, you start to have some near hurricane or hurricane force wind gusts around the Abacos, right? Tomorrow morning at 4 a.m., around Grand Bahama, 50, 60, 65 mile an hour gusts. So I want to be clear. The system right now is still weak with winds of only 40 miles an hour, but with a slow forward speed and bathwater out there with sea surface temperatures that are in the, 29 degrees Celsius, 85, 87 degrees Fahrenheit or higher in a couple of spots, and very little wind shear, very little. There's a little bit, but not much that I've looked at from the models. It is a good chance that we're able to get this storm into a moderate tropical storm, 55 mile an hour winds, maybe 60 at most in the far northern Bahamas with some higher gusts by late this evening or overnight into the wee hours of our Monday. Hey Brady, how you doing? So Eric, again, certainly the devil's are in the details, and I'm going to be watching that. Is there a little bit of a jog to the east? It's absolutely possible. We still have a very somewhat disorganized low-level center here, right? We have enough, and we're beginning to see it pick up a little bit, and jogs and kind of reformations of the low-level center when it's this weak and still somewhat disorganized is highly likely. We could easily see this try and reorganize kind of on the northeast side of the broader low-level center, or even on the southwest side. The overall trends have been for it to be a little bit more east overall through the northern Bahamas in the next 24 hours. But, again, that is kind of the real-time analysis that we'll be doing here, when we're on stream. I don't see anything right now that says, okay, we're definitely have a center right here with this pinpoint, and it's definitely moving in a straight direction. Of course, even the major hurricanes, they don't move in a direct line. They kind of stair step, and I've shown this, my hand doing that a lot, because when you average out their movement off of a wobbly center, you get a straight line, but typically they're doing some spinning around as well. Winds in Love Hill and Andros 15 to 20. Appreciate it, Wilbur. Yeah, if you guys live in Grand Bahama, it is gonna be a rowdy night. Again, hopefully we're not talking about something where we have a lot of significant direct impacts, but we just took a look at, what is likely to happen in those areas. So we have to be aware. You guys are under tropical storm warnings, and those tropical storm warnings extend all the way back towards Long Island and Exuma and Rumkey and San Salvador. We could still have some fresh gusty winds there, but if there's a spot where Imelda is likely to get stronger and have more direct impacts later today and tonight, it is going to be in the far northwest Bahamas. Sunny, again, it's a sloppy system, so we don't pinpoint one direct time. But that said, we looked at the model that showed that potentially the center of this is going over New Providence at about 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. Again, I've got the wind gusts on. I never want to be too far away from our live cameras here, so let's get back over to Long Island. Hey, VI Butterfly 47, how you doing? Hope everything is well. Kimberly there in 8 Mile Rock on the west side of Grand Bahama with the overcast conditions. Yeah, appreciate you guys. Hope everyone is doing well today. Again, thanks for taking part of your Sunday spending time with me as we track Tropical Storm Imelda in the Bahamas. If you guys are just tuning in, TD number 9 took its time, but it slowly formed and has become Tropical Storm Imelda. Now, winds are just 40 miles an hour at this point in time, but it is likely to strengthen throughout the rest of this Sunday and into Monday as it goes through the northern Bahamas and then passes off to the north, staying east of Florida, with likely it stalling out well before it gets to the Georgia and the North and South Carolina coastlines of the United States. So, the most direct impacts right now are likely going to be happening in the next 12 hours or so over the northern Bahamas, and then potentially down the road that recurve could have impacts for places like Bermuda as well. But obviously we're kicking up some of these sea conditions, and we have to still watch out for the potential for that storm surge as well. Again, kind of going over the here and the now. Tropical storm warnings are in effect for the central and the northern Bahamas. We do have a tropical storm watch for the Florida East Coast that includes Palm Beach from the Palm Beach County line, it's Martin County, north of the Flagler-Volusia County line, which is just north of Daytona Beach, right? So that's the area along the east coast of Florida. We also have impacts looking like this in a broad perspective. Central, northern Bahamas, sustained winds over 40 miles an hour. That's what we have right now. But gusts that could reach later in the day in New Providence and the Abacos, maybe Eleuthera, Grand Bahama areas, Berry Islands as well. It's up to 60 plus miles an hour. It's not out of the question as this thing tries to ramp up a little bit. Rainfall totals could be significant, 4 to 8 inches, but they will be very widespread in their totals. And obviously that could produce some locally heavy downpours and some flash flooding problems, and then a 1 to 3 foot storm surge. And the biggest storm surge impact areas are likely to be with above normal tides along the coast of the Abacos and the north and east coast of Grand Bahama and the nearby Keys. All right. So those are the issues for the central and northern Bahamas overall. For the Florida East Coast, expecting 20 to 30 mile an hour winds, some gusts to 40, 1 to 3 inches of rain, some of that locally higher. Not as concerned about the prominent rainfall in the eastern side of Florida right now. Churned up surf and sea conditions, life-threatening surf and rip currents will continue to be likely here over some time. I love y'all's names, by the way, too. I'm going to go with Ninny Bug. New Providence. It's just been raining consistently all day. Yeah, I mean, and that's a very common thing where the winds have freshened up from time to time, but it's been more about just the persistent rainfall so far in this area. The other thing, too, to point out here, let me get into these advisories. It's going to be a marine statement off of the Miami coastline. You've got your rip current statements along the east coast of Florida, right where we have our tropical storm watch. And by the way, the offshore waters of the east coast of Florida, it's a tropical storm warning, just so you guys know, because you're a little bit closer to the center. But hopefully all small craft are exercising caution and they're back indoors. Bringing up the radar here. Why isn't Miami also affected with the heavy rain? So look, there is still a possibility that Southeast Florida gets some of this, but the storm itself is a little bit lopsided and there's a little bit drier air overall on the western side. So although we could certainly get some good downpours in the Miami area, I'm not as concerned that we're going to get significant rain overall, right? It's always a possibility, but there's enough dry air on the western side where it's more of just kind of passing showers and some tropical downpours rather than the most persistent heavy rain. So I don't want to sit there and say Miami is completely out of it, and I'll be keeping an eye out for any flood advisors or anything like that. As a matter of fact, I have the National Weather Service office in Miami's website up here on my tablet, just keeping an eye on things. But I'm not as concerned in Florida for a lot of widespread flooding from Imelda based on what I just mentioned. Hi, Farisha. Trinidad in the house. Marcelo, it is still south of you. It is still south of you. So you're getting some of the rain, but the core is still south of you at this point in time. Now again, at 2 o'clock, it became a tropical storm. The next full advisory is going to be from the Hurricane Center at 5 o'clock, right? And again, if you're just tuning in, this newest track is much farther south and east, staying away from the U.S. East Coast. There's still going to be a lot of rain that could overrun the storm towards the Carolina coastline, but for our friends there, when we were talking about the potential for direct higher tropical storm, low-end hurricane impacts, even as late as yesterday, the models have really begun to pick up on the fact that we are more than likely going to have a storm that is going to be staying offshore. Now, I don't want to gloss over the fact that we still have a major hurricane out here. Here's Humberto. It's a buzzsaw. I mean, take a look at this storm. Look at that thing. It is, at this point in time, a Cat 4. Winds came down to 150. The eye wall still holding on. Could be going under an eye wall replacement cycle at some point in time in the next 24 hours or so. If you see those brighter whites, that's really deep convection. And anytime you get lightning near the center, you've got yourself a heck of a storm. And just like I've mentioned, look at the wobbles that Humberto has been undergoing in the last couple of frames. That is very, very common in these storms. But just overall, you smooth out the line. If I show you guys the track of Humberto, right? I mean, look how it's kind of been all over the place. And look at our track from Imelda. Remember, it became a disturbance out here east of the Leeward Islands. Finally became a tropical storm today. Thank you, Jody. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Nature Guy. Tampa in the house. Sunny with a few thunderstorms. By the way, if anyone wants to let me know what's going on with the Bucks game, before I came on, it wasn't pretty. If you guys know NFL football, Tampa Bay Buccaneers are my team, being a Florida guy. They are 3-0. They're playing the Philadelphia Eagles, and I think it was like 21-3 before I came on. I haven't even ventured to try and look. A, because I've been on, but B, I'm not even sure I really want to see it, right? May not be a very pretty number out there. Hi, Linda. How are you? Getting those first bands as well. Yeah, it's kind of a combination in the east side of Florida from our front, our trough, and a little bit of moisture streaming in north of that at this point in time as well. And again, this moisture field is very elongated north to south. Look at all of the heavy rain and storms here in the southeast sides of Cuba and portions of Jamaica, where again, the last time I checked, every single parish on the southern side of the island, which would include the cities of Kingston and Port Moore and Spanish Town, are under flash flood warnings. We've had significant rain in portions of Jamaica the last couple of days. And again, we've had some inundation in some of that as well. These are wind gusts in miles an hour. We had a 50-mile-an-hour wind gust there in the southeast sides of Jamaica. Still some significant rain is possible later today over portions of Hispaniola. And oh, by the way, Humberto's swells are going to be causing a lot of problems for the northern coast of Hispaniola, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and portions of the Leeward Islands as well. So you're getting some big-time swell action coming into the northern coast of those areas. Still some fresh breezes here, but the biggest story has actually been temperatures, which in the upper 80s and lower 90s, and then these feels-like numbers are gross in Fahrenheit, but you're pushing some significant numbers in Celsius here when you get up to 108, 110. It's just not a pleasant day. So outside of the rain that had moved through with developing what ended up becoming Imelda on the back end of this, you have some outrageously hot weather. Even on the northeast sides of the Dominican Republic, Puerto Plata 100, the Samana Peninsula, if that's true, the feels like temperature is 117 degrees Fahrenheit. Santo Domingo, La Romana in at 108. So man, oh man, has it been gross, outside of where the storms have developed here. So another story, but in regards to what Imelda is doing, this blow up of deep tropical moisture all the way back into portions of Turks and Caicos, which by the way have some flood warnings on right now, and then towards Lakai and Haiti and Jamaica and the southeast sides of the island there. All right, so again, we're looking at our infrared satellite imagery. This is our visible satellite imagery. I've noticed a little bit more lightning developing with some of this activity. Notice that the lightning count is beginning to come up, right? Now again, it's interesting. More than likely the center is here, but you are getting some deeper convection just south of Eleuthera at this point in time. So again, you know, this is still a broad wind field at the surface. Where does it fully consolidate? Likely in this area, but it's not out of the question that it could try and reconsolidate on the northeast side of that. It'll be something as a trend to keep an eye on. Let's bring back up our wind gusts. Go over to our infrared satellite imagery here. Again, nice deeper convection, blacks and whites running right up towards Eleuthera. So this is, again, you know, indicative of the fact that we can have a system that just is trying to get better organized at the low levels, trying to produce a stronger wind field, and just, you know, get a little bit more impressive here overall. Again, you know, the islands aren't going to have enough direct impact to influence the storm at the low levels. They're not gonna rip apart the storm. There's not any mountainous areas here in the central and the northern Bahamas. So the land interaction is not going to stop this storm from forming. I do have access to the aircraft reconnaissance planes that are flying through. Still the last check, they were out here. Can reset this and see if they're a little bit closer. But again, you know, I've been watching their trends all day long. They're going to be in and out of this storm basically the entire day. And all those numbers that you see again are wind gusts in miles an hour. And all of the islands in blue here in the Bahamas are under tropical storm warnings. Hi, Island Countess, how you doing? What's happening in Turks and Caicos? Some heavy rainfall there from time to time. Again, I did see that they were under flood warnings. It doesn't look as prominent right now, but you know, we could still get some tropical downpours in this area. Some of the heaviest rain is just to the west of there towards Mayaguana and the southeast Bahamas, but still the opportunity that some of this could spiral in or even feed in out of the south. And if you guys notice that Miss Island Countess her name is in green. She is a member of the channel, and I appreciate her being a member of the channel, and I appreciate our moderators in blue. So if you guys want to become members, you can do that as well. Let me give you guys the quick pitch on that. If you guys want to become members, where is it? Where is it? Oh, maybe I didn't put it in. All right, I tried. Let's go back over to Long Island. Become a member. 99 cents a month, you can become a member. You want access to exclusive member shorts? As a Team MM member, $2.99 a month. That's the join button. You want to directly support the channel, you can do that as well via the super thanks. Those are open. Appreciate all of those as well. The old Tampa Bay Rowdies, I hear you, nature guy. Umberto is absolutely a beast. Hakeem says, good afternoon, Rusty. The winds are beginning to pick up in New Providence. Just a little bit of rain on and off so far. Gotcha. Carolina says, hello. Do you think we'll have flood or windstorm in Middle East Florida? Very low in chance, right? Tropical storm watch is in effect for the coast of eastern Florida, but inland, more than likely, we're not going to get enough significant rain to cause any widespread problems. I'll be monitoring that. The impacts for Florida overall, outside of the Miami area and the Florida Keys, which are occurring today, will occur tomorrow. And I'll be covering that live, and we'll talk more about that coming up as well. But not expecting there to be as much direct impacts for interior sections of Florida. But there could still be some squalls coming in with some local heavy rain. So a little bit more wind right now in Long Island. It's freshened up a little bit. Again, you can see a little bit of whitecap activity, just the gray skies there. Again, this camera is southeast right now of the center of circulation. Thank you, Jacqueline. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Jen, Mac C, Antigua in the house. Keep an eye as always. Safety for the horses, absolutely. From the Antigua Equestrian Center. How awesome is that? Harbor Island, Bahamas getting some rain. Appreciate that update. Bree is in Nassau. Yes, you are. Absolutely. Again, this is a, you know, a situation where likely we're going to see the weather throughout the rest of the northern Bahamas just kind of go downhill through the day. It may not just fully collapse. You know, you snap your finger, the next thing you know, you've got 50-mile-an-hour winds and, you know, torrential rain, but a gradual deterioration of the rain, a gradual deterioration of the weather overall in your area is likely throughout the day. Now, again, the center appears to be just off the coast of Andros as we speak. Still weak and disorganized overall. But if we look here a little bit more, and the other thing I'm noting is a flare-up of convection and a lot more lightning. Right? When we start to get these thunderstorms beginning to get a little bit stronger with more lightning near our center, more than likely we're beginning to see a consolidation of the low-level wind field and a strengthening trend beginning to occur, right? So I believe that from here on out, we are likely to get a stronger and stronger Imelda developing right overhead of Andros and New Providence and Eleuthera and Cat Island. And again, our camera is back down here in Long Island, still under some of the overcast skies and some of the heavier rain, but all of this moderate rain as well up here with all that cloud coverage as well. And again, just overall coming down. Now, does that mean that everyone in the northern Bahamas is in store for impacts that are going to be of a grave concern? No, right? We're still talking about a low-end tropical storm right now with sustained winds of 40, but a storm that could ultimately, by the time it gets towards Grand Bahama and the Abacos, have sustained winds of 55, maybe even close to 60 miles an hour and some higher gusts. That's when you start to get concerns as that center moves over any particular area. Still 4 to 8 inches of rain is possible in a couple of locations. Rainfall intensity rates should begin to pick up, so that's going to lead to more flooding, and we could still have a storm surge, especially over Grand Bahama and the Abacos, of 1 to 3 feet in some spots. Those are the overall concerns that I have for especially the northern Bahamas, but portions of the central Bahamas could be included in that. And again, a little bit drier air trying to nudge back in towards the south. Hey, Tiffany, my pleasure. You got it, Carolina. Hope you're doing well. Just like my friends who have already asked, you guys have a specific question about the forecast, feel free to drop it in the comments section below. Of course, while you're down there, I always appreciate your support. Thanks for taking a quick second, hitting that like button for me. And if you haven't subscribed to Meteo Mundo, you have found your home for Caribbean, Bahamian weather. Anytime there's impactful tropical weather that impacts the United States, I'll be on the live channel as well. The only difference with that is going to be if this has the most direct impacts to Central Florida. Because if you guys don't know, I have a second channel. It's called Central Florida Weather Live, where I actually track and cover local storms in Central Florida. Because Imelda is going to have the highest impacts to Central Florida tomorrow, I will actually be live on that channel. So if you have interest in Central Florida, come follow me live tomorrow. I normally do a Friday or a Monday live show anyway at 1 o'clock. Now, I don't know exactly what time I'm going to be on, but just like I'm doing here on Meteo Mundo, we'll be tracking that. We do have a camera network in Central Florida that I'll be able to show you guys as well. So coverage will continue tracking Imelda tomorrow on the Central Florida Weather Live YouTube channel, right? One of two ways that you guys can become subscribers there. First of all, again, subscriptions are always free, right? Have the notifications on, you know when I'm live. By the way, that's a live only channel. I don't do video updates like I do here in Meteo Mundo. So whenever I'm on that channel, you know there's impactful weather. There is a link to that channel on the homepage here of Meteo Mundo, or you can just search Central Florida Weather Live. Look for this logo, look for that radar bullseye logo there, and that's my other channel that I cover Central Florida weather. So again, anytime there's a tropical system, I'm going to cover it here unless the most impactful weather is directly over Central Florida, like Imelda will be tomorrow, and I'll cover it live on the CFLW channel. So if you guys live in Central Florida, and some of you who are in the chat right now, I know follow me over on the CFLW channel. So I appreciate all of my friends who go back and forth. Several of you here who live in the Caribbean or the Bahamas, join me over on the CFLW channel when I'm live there, and vice versa. And I appreciate the support on both channels. Calming says, in Nassau, beginning to rain bad. That is, again, the situation here, where I do expect there to be just more heavy rain beginning to develop. Now, when you guys are looking at this radar product, right, and I'm going to go live here for you guys. Let me pause this. So again, live here, when you guys see these yellows and these oranges, that is higher reflectivity or higher rainfall rates. The green is going to be your lighter. When we get into the darker reds, that's exceptionally heavy rain. Generally, that comes with some thunderstorm activity. Now, this is the radar composite out of the United States. It does kind of get into the central Bahamas, but the radar coverage is better in the northern Bahamas. I've obviously got all the high resolution satellite data for you guys as well, but I am beginning to see a uptick in the trend of some of this rain and storms. I mean, look at all of this lightning here that really has just cropped up. The number that you see, that's the amount of lightning in just this view in just the past 15 minutes. So a great indication that these storms are becoming more convective in nature, producing some heavier rain. Thanks, Nadine. Appreciate you. Hey, Amy, how are you? Alan in the house, Jamaica. I love my friends everywhere in the center and all of the Caribbean. Have a lot of support in Jamaica. Have a lot of support everywhere, but appreciate all of you guys tuning in. And again, Jamaica is being directly impacted by Imelda. All of this tropical moisture has brought some significant rain to other areas. So even just looking at this high-res visible satellite imagery, we clearly are getting a better defined storm even since I've been on. This is certainly an improving structure to Imelda, where I think we're going to have some, typically what first happens is exactly what we're seeing, right? We still have a broad low-level center. We still have a lot of rain out. Now, there is some southerly shear push, which is taking a lot of this rain and driving it north, and it is combining with that cold front / trough, which is why there's a lot more rain north of the storm right now. But what I am seeing is, again, as this deeper convection develops, that's the first sign that we're getting a little bit better structure at the lower levels. And then what we want to see is those storms develop, rotate, and come all the way back to the backside of the storm. That is an even better indication that these storms are flaring up and beginning to circle the low-level center, and then that's when you really start to see a storm begin to get its act together. Hope it's not the case, but real-time analysis, what I'm seeing here is that is a trend that we're going to have to monitor in the next couple of hours, and that would ultimately, again, bring more impacts to areas north on this. Calming asks, when will the system begin to move out? Overnight. Throughout the rest of this afternoon into this evening, still are going to expect impactful weather for the central and the northern Bahamas. Again, main threats will be winds that'll be over 40 miles an hour sustained and some higher gusts, very heavy rainfall, and a storm surge impact for portions of the Abacos and Grand Bahama. Tonight, overnight, conditions in most areas should begin to improve. But if you do live in Grand Bahama, or Little Abaco or Walker's Key, or even Bimini, some of that most significant weather could linger deep into the overnight hours. It may not be till daybreak that things begin to calm down a little bit. I do expect an increase in forward speed. Right now it's going 7 miles an hour. I can give you guys, if you're just tuning in, this is the actual advisory from the 2 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center. This is when it became a tropical storm. Oops, is that Umberto? That's Umberto's. No way. No big deal. There's Imelda. Come on over here. Join me on this monitor. All right, so again, TD9 became Imelda at 2 o'clock. Winds are 40, moving north at 7. But again, an increase in forward speed as expected. Pressure down to 998 millibars. Earlier this morning is like 1,003, so it's gotten deeper. It's gotten stronger. Wind fields are beginning to pick up as well. And reconnaissance aircraft are in and out of this storm, right? Every so often on my system, I won't be able to get the newest data. Sometimes this updates in real time, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes I'll have to reset things, and I can do that in a minute. But what is the situation for Jamaica? Again, Jamaica is still under some very heavy convective rain. There's just a lot of tropical moisture. Now, again, you guys aren't going to get direct impacts from Imelda. Imelda is literally moving away from Jamaica, but there is a moisture stream that goes all the way back into the Caribbean, and you guys have been inundated in heavy rain, and there is right now, again, as of the last check I had, we still have flash flood warnings for the southern sides of the island. Not sure if that's still the case, but we've had a lot of thunderstorms here, and again, southeast Cuba has even had a local 50-mile-an-hour wind gust out of this. Turks and Caicos, flood warnings there. Still some heavier rainfall likely south and east of the storm. Again, if there's an area that's going to be undercut a little bit with the rain, it's going to be the west and the southwest side. There's a little bit of drier air coming in. You know, Imelda at this point in time is still somewhat of a ragged, sloppy storm, but deeper convection is already beginning to fire up east. And here's the problem. Most of the islands of the Bahamas are east of the center, right? So all of these areas are on the worst half of the storm. Now we're still spinning in some rain, and as a matter of fact, the rain is picking up in portions of Florida. Once the storm moves parallel to your area, you guys will be on the drier southwest quadrant. So for like West Palm and Fort Lauderdale and Miami, likely you're going to get the most significant rain out of this storm the remainder of the daylight hours and potentially this evening. And then as the storm moves north, the drier air will come into your area and likely undercut the rainfall totals in those spots. Scattered showers are breaking out across I-4. Now, again, I told you guys about our Central Florida channel. We do have cameras here in Central Florida. So this is a live look, and obviously you can tell I never use them here on the Meteo Mundo channel, but I'll bring this up. So this is a live look to Orlando. We're looking to the east towards the East Coast, right? So we have a couple of cameras to show you guys here. This is from the Walt Disney World area. I know you don't see the Magic Kingdom, but this is Walt Disney World area here as well. So we do have some cameras in Central Florida to show you guys when I'm over on the CFLW channel. That's just a couple of them. We have our friends at the Soggy Dollar Bar in Joost Van Dyke. So in the British Virgin Islands, they're just enjoying a nice day. But I just want to show you guys the cameras. We have a camera in St. Lucia. So we're keeping an eye out there, but obviously quiet there. It's another beautiful afternoon in Oranjestad, the Eagle Beach area of Aruba. Fresh winds there. So if you guys are new to the channel, we have these live cameras across the Caribbean to tell you weather story from the daily forecasting that I do. But obviously when we have storms coming in and we have impactful weather, we can bring that to you guys live. Live look outside to Long Island. And again, my hope is that our camera in Central Eleuthera will come back on. Now, the problem is that Central Eleuthera, and if you guys live in the Bahamas, it loses power pretty quickly. So hopefully we'll get that one back on live for you guys. But for now, that is a live look to Long Island. Just checking a couple other things in the background while you guys are looking at that. Okay. Get back over to the live chat here. I feel like every so often I have to reset this live chat because I don't think I get the most up-to-date live chat. Maxine said, got some good rain in Jamaica last night in Kingston. Yeah, you know, it's one of those situations where so many areas were desperate for the rain, but then we got too much in too short of amount of time and we caused some flooding. I hate that, right? Island areas that desperately need this rain, and then the next thing you know, you get several inches and now you have flash flooding. So you go from one extreme to the other. Yeah, Haiti's still in the opportunity for some significant rainfall there. We've had some significant flooding in Haiti as well, and that is still likely to continue. Again, some of this is still just likely to blow up over Hispaniola overall. There's still rich, deep tropical moisture over your island, no doubt. What can you expect in Eleuthera? Again, conditions going downhill. Wish we had our Governor's Harbor camera. Hopefully it comes back online. You can see the heavy rain developing. Notice the thunderstorm activity on the southern side of the island right now. So this is an indication that the low levels of that storm is getting a little bit more organized at this point in time. And just, you know, look at all of that red coming back in now. So deeper convection as we get into our radar, range, if you will. Just overall going downhill. 4 to 8 inches of rain possible here. Winds over 40 miles an hour for Eleuthera, not out of the question. Hey, Sales Only One, Outer Banks, North Carolina in the house. Spent a fair amount of time there in the Duck Kitty Hawk area. Good friend of mine, wife's parents have a home there that we used to vacation at a little bit more often, but love the Outer Banks. Fantastic area. Duck, Kitty Hawk, Really cool spots. Black Pelican restaurant sales only one. Please tell me you know about the Black Pelican restaurant. Davia says Governor's Harbor, just light winds and heavy rain right now. Gotcha. Yeah, appreciate you guys being subscribers. We are in subscriber only mode, but I think you only have to become a subscriber for 1 minute to be able to ask something in the chat. So I appreciate you guys doing that. Now, I mentioned some of the models, and I want to go back to that real quick. The really cool thing is that, like, I've got access to all this data, right? And so we can sit here and we can talk a lot about the data. The great thing about it too is that I've got this system set up where we can really like quickly switch. So if we want to go over like visible, and you're just going to see me doing a lot of different things here. But I want to go back over to the model real quickly here. So I have all these like presets. And I want to show you guys another model. Now, typically you guys don't see this model on the channel because it's a North American domain only, but it is called the High-Res WRF, and that stands for Weather Research Forecast Office. For tropical systems like this, in a very tight defined area, mesoscale area, it's a very good model. So I want to show you guys this one. Again, it is a high-res model, so it only goes out 48 hours, but this is another data point that we can use and another one that updates basically in real time. Sales only one, you know, the Black Pelican. Oh, we would go there all the time. The house we stayed at was like 5 minutes away. Power out in Governor's Harbor right now. Thank you, Thick Madam. And that's why we have lost power. Look, we don't own and operate the cameras, okay? But we do have a contract with our friends at Travel TV, great people there, for access to the cameras. And they are all, you know, some of them are hardened with backup batteries. Some of them have Starlink, so you don't have to rely on local internet, and you don't have to rely on local power, but not everyone, right? So it really is, you know, island dependent as to how these cameras hold up. But thank you for letting me know, Thick Madam. I appreciate that, and I hope you're doing well. Should we expect any tidal surge in Grand Bahama? It's a possibility. They're calling for a 1 to 3 foot storm surge as a possibility on the northern and eastern coasts of Grand Bahama and the nearby Keys, and that should happen later today and especially tonight. So yes, there is a potential storm surge issue for the Abacos, northern and eastern sides of Grand Bahama and the nearby Keys as well. So this is the, again, WRF model. Very high resolution. Again, let us note that just like the HRRR, it is a little bit farther on the northwest side. It still gets, and again, this only goes out until Tuesday morning. Now, it still gets nowhere near the Georgia and Carolina coastline, but because it's on the western envelope of this cone of uncertainty, the biggest impact, if that's going to happen, is you just get a little bit closer to the eastern side of Florida. You're still well away, you know, relatively speaking, but to spin in some more significant wind and rain along the east coast of Florida throughout Monday and early on Tuesday is a more likely scenario, just simply the closer to the coast that you get. So again, that's what this model shows. Now, just like the HRRR, at the end, you notice there's a little bit of a jog and a little bit of an eastern push right at the end. The other note is, as I have been mentioning many times, there is going to be a lot of rain well north of the center. And when I mean well north, I mean hundreds and hundreds of miles north. If we look at the center and we look at, come on, you can do it. And we look at, you know, again, we're nearly 300 miles from portions of South Carolina coastline, and there's rain associated with this up there. It's not going to be as prominent or as consistent as it otherwise would be if the storm were farther to the north overall, but clearly to show you what's happening. And again, unfortunately, this domain with this product gets into Hispaniola and all the Turks and Caicos and Cuba. I wish we had high resolution data across the world. That's like one of my goals. You know, I would love to be able to have every part of the world have this high resolution data, make my job easier. It would make forecasting for you guys better. But we take what we can get and we work with governments and officials as much as we can to make that happen. Takes a lot of money, I can tell you that much. But for our friends in the Bahamas with our HWRF model, WRF model, again, here's 11 o'clock tonight, and you just have a mess over Andros and New Providence, in Eleuthera, back to Cat Island. Again, eastern sides, even towards San Salvador, Rum Key, Long Island, still going to have some wet and stormy conditions here. There's your spin, basically crossing over New Providence and Eleuthera. Now, this is a little bit later in time, right? Her model was much more in that like 7, 8 o'clock time frame. And this is a little bit slower. Maybe the northern extent of whatever broad center is out there hits New Providence at 8. There's 9 o'clock, 10. So it might be slightly lower. But notice that consolidation of the low-level center in the wee hours of Monday morning over the Abaco Islands. This is what I'm most concerned about, that down the road later tonight and overnight, the wind fields will really pick up and become a lot more significant in the far northwest Bahamas. So my greatest concern for most wind impact. The rain impact is going to be very widespread and spotty. You know, Cat Island could get more rain than portions of New Providence or Andros. It's not out of the question. But the consolidation of the winds and the strongest wind fields are likely to occur late tonight or early tomorrow morning. Speaking of that, same model, 10-meter surface winds. Again, super high resolution model, by the way. Hey, Blue Goose. Blue Goose, big friend of the channel. Hey, Blue Goose, by the way, I'll be live on CFLW covering this tomorrow. Blue Goose watches every CFLW live stream. So I'll see you there tomorrow, my friend, and I appreciate you tuning in today. Why Umberto looks so close to the islands? Umberto, not really near the islands. I'll show you that in a second. I'll pin that one, but everything's looking pretty good. Garfield says power off in Eleuthera, winds picking up in thunder. So there you go. So here you go, guys. You have a weak tropical storm. It is. It's a 40-mile-an-hour storm with a few showers and storms, and unfortunately, we're already getting power problems. You never like to hear that. You never like to hear of a low-end tropical storm already knocking out power. Orlando will have massive waves. What Orlando? Orlando's like 70 miles inland. Maybe like Daytona Beach. I will say this, the waves will be very churned up in the Western Atlantic Basin as well. All right, so this is, again, a very high resolution model. If we look at right now, it's within where more than likely the center actually is. I do believe the center of this is just basically hugging the east coast of Andros. So when we look at this, very clearly, the center comes right over New Providence at 11 o'clock based on this model. But the HWRF model was the same way. And look, we're kind of running out of time for that not to be the case, right? We're not that far away. We're about 70 miles south of the Nassau area at this point in time. So there is a very high likelihood that the center of Imelda will go right over New Providence later tonight, right? As far as winds go, by 11 o'clock, sustained winds begin to pick up. Obviously near the center, right? You have calm winds. But take a look at this. Here's the western side of New Providence. And you start to have some sustained winds. 55 miles an hour here on the model, right? All these orange areas are going to be winds of over 50. If you look at your legend on screen here. On the eastern side of this, we're going to have 50-mile-an-hour winds going across Eleuthera. So watch that develop here. All of those orange areas. There's midnight. Here's 1 a.m. So now the north coast here, Love Beach, Cable Beach. There's the airport, Old Fort Bay, Lyford Key. And again, I hope I'm pronouncing everything right. Please let me know. Paradise Island. And there's Nassau itself. So again, this is 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. Sustained winds that could be in that 50 plus to 60 mile an hour range. Unfortunately, from there, on this high resolution model, it gets worse. You follow the center going directly over the abacos. And how about that little jog west right at the end? Interesting. But again, that is not good news for the abacos, right? Eastern side of the storm is stronger. Now you are really getting into 60-mile-an-hour winds across Great Abaco, Little Abaco. You have, on this model, these are sustained winds. You've got some storm winds here close to hurricane strength sustained trying to slip over the eastern side of Grand Bahama. This is 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. This is slower, but this storm has only been slower than the models have reconciled. Then you have some really strong winds on the back end of it, swinging over Walker's Key. Even tomorrow afternoon, Little Abaco is not done here. Again, it's just one model, but to show you guys. And overall, this is a little bit stronger. Tropical storm here from the Hurricane Center, Cat 1 hurricane here. So again, we're likely to go from a 40-mile-an-hour storm right now, but this model says we've got an even stronger storm than that. So this is one of the outliers for a stronger intensifying storm late tonight and then throughout the day on your Monday. Appreciate it. Well, I do what I can, right? I speak a little bit of Spanish, but I actually speak Italian. Sto imparando italiano per 10 anni. Non sono fluente, ma adoro la lingua. So my Italian is helping my Spanish. And I can roll my R's. Someone in the comments said, I can't roll my R's. I got one word for you. Barranquitas. That's all I got to say. Anyone who lives in Puerto Rico will know what I'm talking about. I can roll my R's, baby. It's just getting the pronunciation down a bit. All right. So I've gone back over to the radar here. Now again, one of the other cool things and metrics we'll be able to follow is where we might be seeing a little bit of flooding. And we can do that because I have access to some data will let us look at precipitation rates in these areas. So let me show you guys that again as well. Let's see here. I think the easiest way to do this, let me drop that off. The blessing and the curse here is that I've got so much information readily available to me. Clicking everything on and off can be interesting from time to time. So let's get that data on. I guess that doesn't matter. That domain just goes to there. Okay, good to know. Precip amounts in the last hour. So again, kind of on the north side, and it looks like, unfortunately, this we can't see the outline of the island with this just because of the opacity. But so what I'm looking at here is how much rain has fallen in an area in an hour, right? Nothing outrageous yet, at least we've picked up so far on the radar. Nothing outrageous yet. But we can also look at precip rates. And so where is it most heavily raining right now? We're getting some inch per hour rainfall totals. We can handle that in the short term. What you really don't want to start seeing is the 3 to 5 inch per hour rainfall totals. I'll give you an example, like off of the Florida East Coast. We're starting to see some cells that fire up at 3 inches of rain an hour. That means if that cell were to sit over one spot, you would get 3.2 inches of rain in an hour. Now, obviously they're moving, right? And they're faster moving, but in these storms in Florida, you can get some significant 4, 5, even 6 hour rainfall rates. And if they're not moving very quickly, that's when you start to see the opportunity for some significant flooding. Just off of the northwest coast of Andros, we've had a cell producing rainfall rates of about 1.3 inches an hour. So again, it's another tool that I can be able to use and keep an eye on things for you. All right, so I'm going to reset my weather computer here real quick, which gives me a great opportunity to go to our live cameras again. So let's do that. Take myself off camera. Live look outside to Long Island. Again, as always, you guys have specific questions, feel free to drop it in the comments section below. Appreciate you doing well. Hi, Rhea, how are you? Muy bien, indeed. Pamela, Christina, Adam, Ball says, hello from Grand Bahama. All calm now, on and off rain, but nothing heavy yet. East Grand Bahama has been under a mandatory evacuation since yesterday, and the airport has also been closed. Pamela, Christina, Adam, Ball, I appreciate that information. That's the kind of local information that really helps me tell the story. So thank you for those details. And again, you know, that is very localized. Always check in with your local government and your local officials from time to time, you know, and if you do have, you know, an opportunity to pass along some of that information, I really do appreciate it as well. Let's see here. Hi, Sylvan, how you doing? Rhea, how are you? Blue Goose is cloudy, breezy with a few drops of rain there in St. Augustine. Appreciate that. Again, our live look to Long Island. It's going to be a camera we'll be able to keep a really close eye on here. Hopefully it stays up. But again, just fresh winds, white caps there. It's a very common sight in the Bahamas at this point in time. And obviously from time to time, the weather is also going downhill. And so we'll have to be monitoring that as well. All right. Let me get myself back on cam. All right, so I reset the computer. So the first thing I want to do now that this went through a quick update, first of all, everything should update here. So now we're going to have a new plot. You can clearly see, right? You can clearly see that in this latest update, again, follow me here. The blue outlines are going to be your sustained tropical storm force winds. Typically, they're going to be near the center and east strongest side of the storm, right? Now, these are just plots to go along with the plot points. Obviously, in between here, you're going to get tropical storm force winds as well. But here is where I'm concerned. Now, the latest from the Hurricane Center has, these are 57 mile an hour sustained winds. This is a 50-knot circle of wind right over the Abacos, right? So 57 miles an hour, we'll say 60. So now, remember I was showing you guys that WRF model? Now we are beginning to pick that up even a little bit more. So it's not going to surprise me if when we get the 5 o'clock update from the Hurricane Center, we might have a little bit stronger storm on the northern side of the Bahamas because of it. Things are looking as if they're getting a little bit more intense here with a storm that looks like it wants to get its act together for the remainder of the day. And if you're just tuning in again, the models are really much more in agreement with a stall and east push well away from the Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina coast. Still some impacts likely in Florida tomorrow along the east coast, but potentially not tropical storm strength. Okay, now that I've reset the computer, again, what's indicative of a developing storm? Better convection near the center. We'll see if it can wrap around. Still some drier air on the western and southwest side. There's the water vapor imagery, but it's not fully getting sucked into the storm, right? This convection here is trying to negate that drier air coming in. It's close. But right now, there's a pretty good moisture barrier between the center and that driest of air. A little bit of entrainment still on the far southwest side. But those blues, by the way, are your areas of highest moisture content. And that's where we're seeing some of those thunderstorms. Hey, Daryl. Question, are you able to share insight on the lightning because it will affect power here? Sure. I mean, look, we're going to get convection. I mean, it's the simplest way to put it. There is some modeling that we can look at that can model out the lightning, but there's going to be a 1-2 punch with this storm. First of all, the winds are likely to be strong enough to cause some power problems just by themselves. So as these squalls develop and move inland, we're likely to get some power problems apparently Eleuthera has already seen that, and we're talking about, I haven't seen a sustained wind above 40 miles an hour yet, so that's a concern. Lightning will continue to develop within some of these feeder bands as just the overall structure of the storm gets better. So we are likely to see some lightning embedded within this. And again, if you guys look at this lightning count, this is a loop over the past few hours, and the lightning is going to be the lightning within this view in a 15-minute time frame. In a short order here, we went from very little lightning to 110 lightning strikes. Now, some of that's down to Cuba, but if I zoom in a little bit more, now we're up to 35 lightning strikes already. So at 119, we had 2 lightning strikes, and now we have 35 in the past 15 minutes. You know, the convection is ramping up in intensity in these areas, you know, as the storm overall looks a bit healthier. Could Imelda become a major hurricane? No, not expecting that. Not expecting it. Of course, everyone remembers Dorian. I do as well. I promise you that. One of the reasons why we started this channel is because of memories of a storm like Dorian. Now, this has no way, shape, or form anything to do with Dorian. Storm that's going to continue to move and accelerate, so it's not going to sit like Dorian, and obviously not nearly as strong. Look, I know that a lot of my friends in Grand Bahama and other areas of the northern Bahamas have some PTSD, and, you know, rightfully so, out of Dorian. But yes, this is a storm. Yes, it's going to cause some impacts, but no way, shape, or form is this going to cause anywhere near what Dorian did. Now, someone did message me and talked about how there are still some compromised homes in the northern Bahamas because of Dorian. Obviously, that's very dependent on your situation, but hopefully you've had an opportunity to harden, you know, those areas. I would be concerned about the rain getting into any areas where there's still compromised roofing. As far as any, you know, structural damage out of this, hopefully the winds are light enough. You know, we're not going to get hurricane force winds here, more than likely, so we're not going to have any widespread wind issues. I do caveat that by saying we've been looking at the trends lately with the models, and I do have concerns for some near hurricane force wind gusts in the Abacos and Grand Bahama overnight. And then, yeah, we had an Ian and Nicole, Rhea, in Central Florida. We had those two. Everyone, there's a lot of us who have tuned in who have our storm, right? A storm we remember, a storm that impacted us significantly, whether we were a kid, whether we were adults, and, you know, we carry those memories around. And, you know, this is one reason why you guys tune in, and I keep you up to date so that you guys know exactly what's happening. So you guys know exactly what to expect as this storm is coming through your area, so you guys can plan accordingly. No doubt about it. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. I do have a new feature for you guys for this break, by the way. I've got, first of all, I got to hit the right buttons. Just a quick break. First of all, I'm going to bring you guys our live stream music. It'll take me just a second to find everything here. Yes, I'm going to go black for a second, but that's okay. Here's your music, and I've got some trivia and some other hurricane facts for you guys to check out while I take a quick break. I'll see you guys in just a second. Okay, I'm back. I should be back. You guys should be able to hear me, right? I think we're good to go. Okay, good to see you guys. Hope everyone's doing well. We'll kind of reset the situation for us here as we, hit 417 on this Sunday afternoon. Great to have you guys with us. Thanks for joining in. Meteo Mundo is live. We're tracking Tropical Storm Imelda in the Bahamas at this point in time. Became a tropical storm a little bit more than 2 hours ago. This storm looks to be a little bit more structurally organized as we've gone through the latter half of this Sunday afternoon, and we expect that to continue to be the case for us here as well. So we're going to start to see some impacts become a little bit more widespread through especially northern Bahamas the remainder of the day. The numbers that you see are going to be your wind gusts in miles an hour. So keep that in mind. And, we're going to get some fresh breeze and some heavy rainfall beginning to accompany all of this activity as well. This is going to be a live radar out of the Miami area. So we're going to be able to track some of that heavier rain for you guys at this point in time. Let me drop off these wind radii. So we can clearly see again that, significant rain is spreading across the area. It's still, it's getting a little bit more widespread, but it's not like this is causing significant flooding in a lot of spots, but the ultimate cumulative impacts of all of this rain, and then obviously the winds associated with Imelda, they're going to cause some problems in these areas as we go, again, later on this afternoon and this evening and overnight. So winds with Imelda are 40 miles an hour. Pressure is down to 998 millibars. It is moving north at 7 miles an hour. An increase in forward speed is likely as we get into this afternoon and this evening, and that would take it, again, directly over the New Providence area later tonight, and potentially somewhere near Grand Bahama and the Abacos late tonight, or even during the early morning hours of our Monday. So the weather in this area is just going to continue to go downhill throughout the day. That's why we have tropical storm warnings that are currently in effect right now. They look like this. I got to remember exactly where I put these graphics, guys. Tropical storm warning is in effect for the central and the northern Bahamas. That means tropical storm conditions, winds of over 39 miles an hour are likely in these spots. We're going to get some significant rainfall and some storm surge as well. Tropical storm watch still continues for the Florida East Coast from the Palm Beach area up to the Flagler-Volusia County line that's north along the east coast of Florida, just north of the Daytona Beach, Ormond Beach area, if you guys know that spot. And again, these watches and warnings are the only ones in play at this point in time. When we look at the potential impacts from, again, what is now Imelda for the central and northern Bahamas, maximum sustained winds of over 40 miles an hour. We have that now. It is likely to only get stronger with some gusts really beginning to pick up, which, especially into the Abacos and Grand Bahama, we could have some 60-mile-an-hour gusts or higher. For Nassau, New Providence, and Eleuthera and Andros and the Berry Islands, we're likely to have wind gusts of over 50 miles an hour. 4 to 8 inches of rain. That obviously is going to cause some flood issues from time to time. It is very localized, but on the higher end of that, we could have some flooding issues in portions of the Bahamas and a 1 to 3 foot storm surge. That is most likely in the Abacos, in the north, in the eastern side of Grand Bahama and the adjacent keys. So you guys know those areas. You guys know the ones with the storm surge when we get 1 to 3 feet, what that can cause. Make sure that you guys are taking those precautions. Hopefully all the mariners are sheltering in place right now and they found a safe harbor. For the Florida East Coast, most of these impacts outside of the Miami area and the upper Keys today, your impacts are for tomorrow. That's 20 to 30 mile an hour winds, gusts up to 40 miles an hour, 1 to 3 inches of rain. I'm not as concerned about the amount of rain in most of Florida with Imelda, but there is obviously churned up surf and sea conditions. Life-threatening surf and rip currents are likely to continue. We could have some 6 to 8 foot breakers along portions of the Florida East Coast. The wave action in the Western Atlantic Basin in general with Imelda and Umberto combined are going to be absolutely prominent here for the week ahead. Starting to see, again, even more squally conditions move into our camera at Long Island. Again, this is the White House area of Long Island. And you guys can clearly see the rain and the wind kicking into that area. Did get an update that it is a power issue there in central Eleuthera. And some of you guys have let me know. So again, hopefully we have that camera, but power is a problem here. For me, it's just the fact that it occurred even before the storm really came in, that's not a great sign there for the power grid to be losing power with, 30 plus mile an hour winds. But that's the live look outside to Long Island here. Long Island here on portions of central Bahamas. All right. Nope. Get back out here to the weather computer. So that's kind of a reset. Now look, we are going to get a full update from the National Hurricane Center for the 5 o'clock advisory. All right. So we are going to get that. Again, the impacts from Imelda are being felt farther away. You clearly have a system here over the last couple of frames that is trying to organize itself at the lower levels. The moisture streams back into the southeast Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, southeast Cuba, Jamaica, where they've had flash flooding today, and portions of Hispaniola as well. And then these swells that are being generated by major Hurricane Humberto are impacting the northern sides of Hispaniola, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and the northern side of the Leeward Islands as well. So it's kind of a 1-2 punch. Again, if you're just tuning in from, from our live stream here, you can clearly see that this track on Imelda, the latest track from the Hurricane Center, is farther south and east compared to yesterday. A slower Imelda is beginning to be more influenced by Humberto, and the steering currents are likely to become very disorganized and basically be non-existent near the United States East Coast, causing Imelda to begin to slow down and then get pulled away as Humberto moves away and more westerly winds begin to come in. The scenario for a landfall in the United States was always a more quickly evolving and faster moving storm. Now that this storm has developed farther south and west and has really been fairly slow, the most likely scenario, it's not 100% guarantee yet, but the most likely scenario is a stall out well south of Georgia and the Carolinas, off the Florida East Coast, and then moving away. This scenario has become more problematic for Bermuda down the road, where Imelda, likely to be a hurricane at that point in time, could have potential direct impacts. If there's a saving grace for Bermuda, it's that major Hurricane Humberto is likely to stay just west of the island, far enough west where we don't have direct hurricane impacts from the storm. All right, back over to our live chat. How's everyone doing today? Yeah, Fabian, hope you're doing well. Thank you, Wizzo. What direction will the strongest winds be coming into Grand Bahama, north or south side of the island? All directions. Obviously, ahead of the storm, in a counterclockwise fashion, you're going to get the winds out of the east and then eventually the northeast. And then as the storm moves away from you, the storm's going to completely switch directions 180 and come out of the south and southwest. So initially, east to a northeast wind, slack near the storm, and then south to southwest winds behind it. And we can look at the models again coming up in just a minute as well. Already some flooding in portions of New Providence, so there you go. You got it, Bridget. My pleasure. Yes, follow along Noble Pill's suggestion. Do me a quick favor, hit that like button. Again, if you guys want to directly support the channel, the super things are available. I appreciate those who have found the ways. Other ways in the description below as well. Our memberships are open as well. You can become a member of the channel. That's the join button. 2 tiers for just 99 cents a month. You can become a member. You're on the live stream. Your name is in a different color, so I know you guys are members. I shout you guys out. You get access to exclusive badges and emojis during our live streams. You want to kick it up a notch. The other tier is what's called Team MM for $2.99 a month. You get access to exclusive member shorts, some short videos I make behind the scenes in between these live stream and video updates, kind of giving you my thoughts with anything, these storms or just the general forecast as well. All right, let me bring back on these buoy wind gusts as well, just to see if we've had anything else. Now again, we have our reporting station, San Salvador. We've had a Nassau wind gust of, I think the most was 30, but even the last 6 hours. Andros has had a 22. We've had a 23 in Grand Bahama at Freeport. Even some fresher winds with some of the storms in southeast Florida, but nothing too significant. Again, This is a clear indication in these last couple of frames that Imelda is beginning to get its act together. Look on the southern and eastern flank of the storm. Look at all the lightning beginning to pick up. So we're going to have a system that is likely to just become more intense throughout the day, with heavier rain and lightning and just stronger sustained winds as well. Good thunderstorms on the southern side of Eleuthera right now. Very heavy rain indeed. I'm going to switch over here to our radar product. This is about as far southeast as we get, but we can pick it up. So there's the radar. And again, just on the south tip of Eleuthera. There's our friends in New Providence. So you're talking about some heavier rain already. And again, the blue slash lines just mean that you're under tropical storm warnings. So I just take those off so it's a little bit easier to see. Central and northern Bahamas tropical storm warnings. Moderate to heavy rain, a little bit heavier at the hour, western side of the island, Love Beach, Old Fort Bay, Adelaide Village. Some heavy rain, northern and western sides of Andros. A lot of rain offshore right now. Some heavier rain beginning to move back into the southern coast of Grand Bahama near High Rock. And additional thunderstorms again outside of the radar data here, a little bit farther south and east in the Bahamas. Just loop that up over the last couple of hours. Obviously, you can see that counterclockwise spin. But again, there's some southerly shear to this storm, which is taking a lot of this moisture and pushing it well ahead of the center, which is why we've had the rain we've already had far north of where the actual center is, combined with that trough that's out ahead of it. And again, even towards the Carolinas, you know, the combination of the two having some indirect impacts with some rain across those areas as well. Hey Farrah, how you doing? Skyline, I know, right? Everyone has a storm. Maria, Dominica, I get it. What happens if there's storms past Z? How often does that happen? Great question, Therese, and I hope you're doing well. By the way, for my friends like Therese and Farah who are in the chat and Blue Goose, I will be doing coverage of this storm live on the Central Florida Weather Channel tomorrow. So see you guys over there as well. So Therese, there's never a Z-named storm. Out of the 26 letters, we get 21 storms, right? We get 21 storms. Don't make me even try and come up with the ones that don't have ones. Q, X, Y, and Z. What's the other one? Is it U? I believe so. Q, U, X, Y, Z. Those are the ones that don't have names. There's 21 of the 26. So 20, trying to, let's see here. Anyway. I don't want to get into all that. So 21 of the 26. So we have 21 named storms in the main list from the hurricane season, right? Before, if we went past the 21st named storm, they used the Greek alphabet. Do you guys remember that? The alpha and the betas and the gammas and the deltas and all of those. They realized that that probably wasn't the best idea. So now they just have a second alternate list that begins back with the letter A. So if we get to the 22nd named storm, and knock on wood, we don't even get close to that, we would just flip over to the alternate list that begins with the letter A. Noble Pills from the Smiths Point area of Grand Bahama. Appreciate you tuning in. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for being a moderator of the channel. Hey, John, how are you, man? Grand Bahama, 8 Mile Rock in the house. So it's not going to hit Fayetteville. Alexandria, at this point in time, I don't expect there to be direct impacts to the Fayetteville area. There could still be some heavy rain in some areas of North Carolina, even if the storm stays this far to the south and east of you, with what we were talking about, all that overrunning precipitation. But direct tropical storm or hurricane impacts are very unlikely now for the United States East Coast. Even the East Coast of Florida is still under just a tropical storm watch. The models have been trending farther south and east in the last 24 hours, which is much better news for the U.S. East Coast. Actually, Farah, I will be live at an undetermined time tomorrow. So typically with CFLW, I go live Monday and Friday at 1 o'clock regardless for a show. However, because I'll be tracking Imelda and the impacts, I might be on a little bit earlier, I might be on a little bit later, because it's typically that live stream is like 30 to 45 minutes. This is going to be an ongoing live stream for tomorrow for some time. So I'll post that, or just have your notifications on, just like today, right? I wasn't exactly sure when I was going on. I was keeping an eye on things. I suspected, I was actually preparing to go on at 2 o'clock anyway, and that's when they pulled the trigger on making this Imelda from Tropical Depression number 9. Took some time to get there today. Now, one of the things that I wanted to do here real quick is, because I reset my system, we might be able now to get live data again from the Air Force reconnaissance aircraft. And that's will become a little bit more important as this storm is getting a little bit better organized. So let's see here. They may not be in the storm right now. I don't see any plot. Or if they are, they're like, sometimes you'll see them way away from the actual storm. This is almost like, well, where's Waldo? We got to find the purple dots together. But I don't see them right now. We can always check back in later. All right, just one of those things I wanted to do. But structurally, this storm is getting its act together. Again, gradual, right? But a trend we have to monitor for the potential impacts for the northern Bahamas the rest of the day. Alan, it depends. We've had 2 storms like this, in relatively close proximity, and certainly a lot closer. When they actually interact and spin around each other, it's a phenomenon called the Fujiwara effect. And you can have 2 hurricanes that literally come close enough to each other where they kind of rotate around each other in an elliptical fashion. It's very interesting. You can find some examples of that on the internet, satellite radar data where they make that spin. Umberto and Imelda are never going to get that close to have that. And by the way, in order for there to be a true Fujiwara effect, the storms have to be relatively close in proximity to strength, because if one is just a lot weaker than the other, all that's going to happen is the strongest storm is just going to rip apart the side of the storm that's closest to it, right? So the biggest impact with Umberto from Imelda, there's a little bit of a tug that you see here, but the biggest thing is that it causes all of the wind field north of the storm and along the Florida East Coast to basically become slack, to actually go back out of the north because of the counterclockwise motion of the storm, right? So instead of this trough that came through, allowing there to be an envelope, an opening for Imelda to move up the coast, because it's slower, Umberto's closer, farther north and west, big cyclonic spin, right? Counterclockwise, now the winds along the east coast of the United States are coming out of the northeast and due north and putting the brakes on Imelda. And that's why I mentioned in Friday's video, the evolution of Imelda between Friday afternoon and yesterday afternoon was the most paramount factor in whether we were going to have a U.S. landfall. Faster moving system, farther east, would outrun Umberto, take that trough, get into the Carolinas. A slower developing storm, like ultimately happened, is going to likely not have a U.S. landfall. And the models yesterday picked that up. It wasn't as if they were just, redeveloping a center farther south. They saw the evolution of this, and they've done a very good job. And now basically all of the models are going to be well away from the Georgia, South Carolina coastline. That's not what I wanted to do. Let me show you guys that real quick. And again, I really wish I had relabeled these. This is the GFS ensemble member tracks from what is now Imelda. So Friday, you had 50% inland with a landfall, 50% stalled off towards the east. Yesterday, it was about 75% stalling, moving east, 25% still moving inland. Now it's everyone. All 50 ensemble members of the GFS have the stall out even farther south and east than what we had yesterday, and then pushing back. The only area that this is a bad scenario for is Bermuda. Could be more direct impacts there. The European model has the vast majority doing the exact same thing. A few of the ensembles still have that stall out, sit over the, a couple hundred miles east of Florida for the next few days, and then ultimately meander into the Carolinas. Right now, that looks to be a very low probability, right? The deterministic runs of the European model, Icon, GFS, we looked at the other high-res models earlier today, and we can go back through those, all show this turn still evolving as well. But we still have our tropical storm warnings for the central and the northern Bahamas, and the tropical storm watch for the east coast of Florida from the Palm Beach area up to Flagler, Volusia County line, which does include places like Daytona Beach. Again, tropical storm watch means conditions are possible, right? Tropical storm conditions are possible, but they're not necessarily going to occur. So we've got our poll in there. If you guys want to let us know if you're directly within this storm, I appreciate that. Getting back over to the chat. Let's see here. Let's go back over to our camera. This is, again, we want to monitor these cameras while they're up. There's no doubt about it. Let me look at these chat. Let's see here. I need to pick this up. So we can make Farah a mod here on Meteo Mundo. She's a mod on CFLW. We can make that happen. Nassau, I would expect the weather to continue to just go downhill the remainder of today, potentially starting to really see the winds pick up in the next couple of hours. The center of Imelda could likely go right over New Providence, 7, 8, 9 o'clock tonight. And then on the back end of that, you're likely to get some pretty gusty winds even late into this evening. Hi, Claudine. How are you? Claudine is on Harbor Island in Eleuthera. Live cam in Harbor Island. Okay, appreciate that. Not that I know of, Brady. At least not that I have access to. Again, as I've mentioned, we have cameras in Central Florida as well, which obviously I'll be showing a lot on tomorrow's live stream over on the CFLW channel. This is a live look to the Orlando area, but we're looking east towards the East Coast, and you can see some of the developing, squally weather developing ahead of Imelda, which will likely continue for Florida throughout the day Monday as well. Again, we're not going to get the persistent bands either along the East Coast or inland, but it will be a little bit rowdier in general along the East Coast of Florida. So we do have a camera network in Central Florida as well that we'll be utilizing for tomorrow's live stream. And again, the only way that I won't be covering a tropical system on this Meteo Mundo channel is if the highest impacts are right in Central Florida, because that's the other channel that I have. It's called Central Florida Weather Live. We've talked about it once already. You can find links in the description of the Meteo Mundo channel as well. You guys want to follow me there for tomorrow's coverage of Imelda, please join in. We've got several friends of the channel who watch both, and I appreciate those from Central Florida who are watching right now, and I appreciate those who live across the Caribbean and the Bahamas who tune in for my CFLW coverage as well. All right, let's get into the meat and the bones of this thing. Just looking at the structure overall, a couple of things I want to do here. I'm going to really break this down. We're going to use our high-res satellite imagery here. So switch over here. There's still good inflow on the southwest side. It's a little bit of drier air, but it's really undercut itself. And I tell you what, if this trail of thunderstorms can get slipped into the south side of the storm and beat out that drier air, it might even be more rapid intensification of the wind field. And you can see that lightning as well is really picking up. This is on the Viz satellite imagery water vapor. There is still some moisture south and west of the center. So it's not as if that drier air can really entrain much. And you notice that all of this high moisture content is streaming well north of the actual storm, right? Look at those, look at that blow up. There is a lot of poleward moisture, right? Meaning going towards the pole, going from south to north. And there's a bit of shear as well that's pulling everything in that direction, which is why there's going to be a lot of rain north of the storm. So even in the Carolinas, you'll get some rain well ahead of this. It just won't be, you know, as significant as we were maybe even thinking yesterday. So that's great news. Back over here to our infrared. Just looking at a couple of different products here, guys. Kind of looking at this in real time with you here. The biggest thing I'm looking for is there any structural changes here? You can start to see a little bit of convection here. And anytime we get a lightning strike or two closer to the center, and then you have that line right there, man. Okay. So places like Eleuthera, Cat Island, Exuma, even towards Long Island, Rum Key, San Salvador, yeah, that weather's really beginning to go down again. San Salvador actually even had a 40-mile-an-hour wind gust early this morning. They've had a 33, but all of this activity is about to rotate in. So we've got our camera there on Long Island, and it's looking right into this. So that's a camera I think we need to keep a really close eye on here in the next hour. Again, the direct track literally pulls it right over New Providence, and that would occur as early as 7 o'clock tonight, maybe an hour or two later. We are going to get, and I need to keep a close eye on this, another update from the Hurricane Center here at 5 o'clock. We have the Umberto 5 o'clock. Winds are 145. We do not have the 5 o'clock from Imelda yet, but it's got to be coming imminently. And then we'll look at that together. So that's going to be a full advisory, which means an updated track and everything. Yeah, look, a lot of these islands flood very easily. Is there any cameras in Nassau? Not that I have access to. Would love to continue to expand our network, right? That's something that I would love to do. Hey, King of Aquariums here in southeastern North Carolina. What's your professional opinion on any amount of rain lately? Boy, it's a tough one. It's a great question. You know, I followed the Hurricane Center's guidance yesterday when we were looking at 3 to 6 inches, but locally 10. This is the total precip from the GFS model. If you guys notice how tight the gradient is, right, for rainfall here, I don't expect it to generally be significant, but could there still be, you know, in this 3, 4, 5 inch plus range? I mean, locally higher than even this. It's plausible because look, just offshore, you have pockets of 6 and 7 inches of rain. And I'm certainly not smart enough right now, and the models aren't smart enough to tell you, does this 5 to 7 inch total stay 10 miles offshore or does it eke inland, right? So if you live in the Jacksonville, Wilmington area, you know, if you're talking about that area, I think it's close. So I would still say maybe like 3 to 5. But potentially a little bit higher than that. And then of course it's all about over how long of a time period does that fall. Hopefully, even if you end up getting that kind of rain, it's going to be occurring in a spread out enough time frame starting now through maybe Tuesday or Wednesday where there's not significant flooding in your area. But that's what I would go with right now. But it really is one of the big questions. I'm much more confident that you're not going to get sustained tropical storm wind impacts. Obviously, surf, sea conditions, depending on where you are along the coast, could be significant as well, and might be that way for a while with Major Hurricane Umberto. So the GFS, by the way, is also going gangbusters on the rain in the Bahamas, just to give you guys an idea, right? So it says, forget the 4 to 8. We've got maybe up to a foot of rain in a couple of spots. Not out of the question. What's one of the biggest impacts to rainfall totals? Forward speed. A slower storm is just going to be able to drop more rain over one area, right? So we really want to see this thing pick up forward speed for two reasons. One, the rainfall totals hopefully will be a little bit less than what we're seeing right here in the central and the northern Bahamas especially. But two, you give it less time to develop over the islands as well. Slower system just has a little bit more time to get a little bit stronger. So for both regards, we want this to pick up some forward speed. Game Aquariums, I hear you. I don't expect it to be the same case. Completely different systems. This one should be far enough away from you where it's more indirect impacts. What? Someone gave Blue Goose the wrench? It's one of our super moderators who have the ability to do that. I mean, he's a sketchy guy, Blue Goose. You know, very, very sketchy. But if you want to give him the blue wrench, go ahead. No, I appreciate that. I remember Blue Goose on the CFLW channel. You were like, I don't even sure if I really want the wrench, you know. But I mean, if we're gonna give you the moderator status, you got it, King of Aquariums. If we're gonna give you the moderator status here, we better give you the moderator status on CFLW, considering you watch every single time. Yeah, he's sketchy though. I don't know. I don't know if this is a wise business decision, but we'll give it a shot. We'll see how it goes, right? Still do not have the 5 o'clock advisory from Imelda, which makes me think they're trying to figure out a couple of things. I can tell you this, just I've been doing this long enough. If you have a 5 o'clock advisory and it comes out at 4:30, they haven't changed much. They don't think that there's going to be a lot of change to the overall track and the intensity plot and all of the forecast. Everything had basically stayed the same in the past 6 hours, so they issue it ahead of time. If you're creeping towards 5 o'clock and we haven't had the advisory yet, there's likely to be some changes occurring. So certainly interested in what that might look like. Again, I'm just switching to some of the products here. Don't fret, those are air temperatures, not wind gusts. But I do have access to all buoy data as well, right? So it just doesn't have to be these, what we call METAR sites. If we have buoys out there, we can monitor the situation here. We've got a buoy well north and east of that buzzsaw Umberto, but still has some 35, 40 mile an hour winds today. Well outside. What a storm, by the way. I mean, we've got Imelda, and that deserves our attention. But darn if this thing isn't just absolutely spectacular. Again, so happy that we're not talking about, just like Aaron, this storm having a direct impact to any landmass, because it would not be fun. Still expecting this to move far enough west of Bermuda for no hurricane impacts. Still a major hurricane as it approaches kind of the western flank of Bermuda. And once we get this 5 o'clock advisory, I'll go back to the models and show you guys again why Umberto is slowing down and stalling out Imelda. All right, we just got it in. So we're still at 40. We're still at 998. We're slightly quicker at 9 miles an hour. If you guys like to plot this stuff, it's 24.2 north, 77.3 west. Moving north at 9, a pressure of 998 millibars, sustained winds of 40 miles an hour. The changes with this advisory, the tropical storm watch has been discontinued for the east coast of Florida from Palm Beach, Martin County line to the Flagler, Volusia County line. We talked about how the overall model trend was slightly farther east, okay? And that has continued to be the trend. So now you're taking the storm farther off of the east coast of Florida, limiting the potential sustained tropical storm impacts. So no longer do we have a tropical storm watch for the Florida East Coast. We still have the tropical storm warning for the central and the northern Bahamas. Places included in that: Cat Island, the Exumas, Long Island, Rum Cay, San Salvador, Eleuthera, New Providence, the Abacos, the Berry Islands, Andros Island, and Grand Bahama. All the areas of these slashed lines in blue under tropical storm warnings. The Hurricane Center says that a faster northern motion is expected tonight, continuing through Monday. On Tuesday, Imelda is likely to turn sharp to the east-northeast and then move across the central and north. On Tuesday, Imelda is expected to turn sharply to the east-northeast. On this forecast track, the center is expected to move across the central and the northwest Bahamas this afternoon and tonight, and then turn east-northeast, moving away from the southeastern United States coastline through the middle of the week. Now again, I'm reading this off to you guys. Depending on when this advisory comes in, we can also look at it together. So I like to do this as well. Really cool feature, right? I can change the size too, yeah. We can actually look at this in real time together, right? So here is the advisory from the Hurricane Center. How dare I be so conceited to not be able to show you guys the information at the same time, right? Winds of 40. Where is it here? So it's 55 to the south-southwest of the northwest Bahamas. We'll graph it out, but I really wish they picked Grand Bahama or New Providence. 355 southeast of Cape Canaveral. Again, moving north at 9, directly north, by the way, 360 degrees on the compass. There's the tropical storm watches and warnings that we issued. So again, the general discussion here. Maximum sustained winds near 40 with higher gusts. Strengthening is expected during the next few days, and Imelda is still forecast to become a hurricane by late Monday or Tuesday. Tropical storm force winds extend up to 90 miles from the center. Recently, a weather stem station observed a 39 mile per hour, a wind of 39 with a gust of 47 at the Blue Lagoon Island, just northeast of Nassau. So there you go. Minimum pressure 998 millibars. So rainfall totals: 2 to 4 more inches for eastern Cuba, 4 to 8 across the northwest Bahamas through Tuesday. As rainfall will likely produce flash and urban flooding. Mudslides are also possible in areas of higher terrain across eastern Cuba. Storm totals of 2 to 4 with a maximum of 6 are expected through Tuesday across coastal South Carolina and southeast North Carolina. So, King of Aquariums was just asking. Yesterday, the Hurricane Center had 3 to 6 inches of rain along the Carolina coastline, up to 10. They backed it down a little bit, but still, with a storm a few hundred miles off of your coast, to still get 2 to 4 inches of rain with a maximum of 6 is still some significant rainfall, right? This rainfall could result in isolated flash, urban, and minor river flooding, even into the Carolinas. Storm surge of 1 to 3 feet. The immediate coast with the onshore winds in the northwest Bahamas. The Bahamas Department of Meteorology has keyed in on the Abacos, the eastern and the northern side of Grand Bahama and the adjacent keys for that 1 to 3 foot storm surge. Minor coastal flooding is also possible with the onshore winds across the southeast United States coastline, where the water heights could reach heights above ground somewhere in the indicated areas if the storm surge does occur over the next several high tide cycles. So here is something interesting, because we haven't had any storm surge products to mention as of yet. But with this 5 o'clock advisory, they have talked about a 1 to 2 foot storm surge possible from the Volusia Brevard County line in Florida. All right, that's going to be right about here, which Volusia Brevard County. Sorry, so that's just north of Melbourne, south of Daytona Beach, and then all the way up to the South Santee River there in South Carolina. So about a 1 to 2 foot storm surge. Nothing outrageous, but 1 to 2 feet could still have some water inundation in coastal areas. Swells, I think that you should just say swells are going to be outrageous and just leave it at that. But swells are going to be an issue as well. So there's your forecast discussion, if you will, from the 5 o'clock advisory. Yeah, there's no doubt about, and so even now we're beginning to get the newer track coming in, and the trend should continue to be a little bit farther south and east. It may not be a ton tugged more south and east, but certainly well away. And again, now, I'm going to bring up my handy dandy tracking tool. Oh, there it is. So now from Brevard County to the western side of the cone of uncertainty, we're a full 134 miles. The center line is now darn near 200 miles. So that, with this storm, is not going to bring you sustained tropical storm conditions along the east coast of Florida. And again, interesting from the Carolinas, from Charleston down, you're 260 miles from the northwest cone of uncertainty and 335 miles from the center track, yet they are still expecting 2 to 4 inches and locally up to 6 inches in this area. This is a combination of that trough, but a lot of overrunning moisture from Imelda well to the north. And there's the updated track, I think just blipped on right there. Now we also have access to the discussion. It's a little bit more in the weeds here, if you will. A lot more meteorological terms, but I can try and break this down for you guys because I kind of want to read it as well. Margaritaville at Sea has not canceled its cruise to Grand Bahama. Does this concern you? I will say that they're well aware of the weather. I don't know what the, what their criteria is, but they're not going to run a cruise ship into a tropical storm. They will make some alterations. What that looks like, I have no idea, but they're very well aware. They're monitoring it in real time, and they're going to steer clear of any significant storms, especially because they can see it coming, right? Like, it's not as if this was an unknown. They have understood that we are going to have tropical storm conditions in the central and northern Bahamas over the last day or two. So I don't expect them to do anything where they're going to put anyone in harm's way. Just a few bands so far of moderate to heavy rain. Appreciate it. Yep, probably going downhill. Even Gisela says not much wind or rain in Nassau as of yet. Watching from Grand Bahama Windshield, we feel the weather conditions in Elda just going downhill the remainder of the day. Likely late this evening is going to be the heightened point for Grand Bahama, maybe even into the wee hours of Monday morning as well. So this is the discussion from the Hurricane Center. And I just want to look at this with you guys in real time, so please indulge me. Again, I'll try and break down any more scientific terms that are just easy to understand, but this gives me a good idea of what they've been looking at the last couple of hours. So the reconnaissance aircraft at 850 millibars, which is above ground level, had a 43 knot wind, enough to support upgrading, yada, yada, yada. Yes, we already knew that. More established motion appears to finally be occurring this afternoon. 360 degrees at 8 knots or 9 miles an hour. General northward motion is expected to continue. Subtropical ridge steering influence decreases as Umberto's large outer circulation creates the weakness. As we discussed, the end result of this pattern is that Imelda is now forecast to turn sharply east-northeast into this weakness, starting on Tuesday and continuing through the remainder of the forecast period. Following Umberto, the trap guidance is a little bit more in agreement and a little bit faster as well, especially in days 4 and 5. This is the important paragraph right here. Imelda's structure is gradually becoming better organized with more curvature, as we've already mentioned, especially on the eastern side, though the earlier bursts closer to the center have waned. Assuming a better developed core forms soon, low to moderate vertical wind shear and very warm sea surface temperatures, sufficient mid-level moisture should promote steady intensification in the next couple of days. But really what we're most concerned about is the steady intensification in just the next 6 to 12 hours, which is, again, there's going to be a cap on that, but to go from a 40 to maybe even a 50 or 55 mile an hour sustained storm still in the northern Bahamas is not out of the question. Yep. Swells. Again, point number 3, the risk of significant wind impacts along the southeast U.S. coast decreasing, but interest in the area should still monitor. Rainfall, we've already talked about that. And again, here's your ultimate forecast where they do have it becoming a 90-mile-per-hour hurricane. So the intensity has actually gone up a tick. Stronger, faster, down the road late this week, we got to watch out for Bermuda. But again, better scenario for the east coast of Florida and the southeast U.S. coast in general for direct tropical storm or hurricane impacts. That does not look to happen with the storm. Cindy's journey, 2 to 4 inches, locally up to 6 in some spots, especially near the coast. You got it, Mocha Sweet. They have a game plan, Blue Goose, with the cruise ships. Let's just call you Blue Cruise. They understand what's happening. They'll duck behind this storm. They could go west, kind of hug the coast, and then come back in behind it. They could do a lot of different things. They're not going to go east. They're not going to try and outrun it this way. They're going to probably just slip down the Florida coast and then come back in behind. That would be my guess, but they have their plan. They're not going to put anyone in harm's way. So still just watching these winds. Again, we had a 47 there with a weather stem. It's a science station. I don't have access to that in real time here, but so we're seeing some 40 plus mile an hour winds from time to time. Let me go back to our live camera. I don't want to, again, go too far away from this. So there's that is Long Island in the Bahamas. You got it, Cindy's journey, my pleasure. Thanks for tuning in, by the way. Yeah, you guys can always check in with your local weather service offices for some updates, if you will, for what's happening as far as, the local rain and wind potential in your area. But obviously, it could still be significant in portions of the U.S. East Coast in some spots. But we're expecting there to be less and less direct impacts from the storm. But we already talked about how that moisture could be kind of overrunning some of the areas and produce some locally heavy rain. Still a possibility, even though the storm is far away. So again, this is kind of the give and the take of the storm, right? A live look to Long Island right now in the Bahamas. We've had some exceptionally heavy rain from time to time, some squally weather, but at the same point in time, we've also had some, bouts of quieter weather as well. We'll see those wind and sea conditions freshen up from time to time as well. Just looking at some of the information behind the scenes for myself too, guys, making sure I'm just caught up on everything I need to be caught up on here, but I think we're good. And again, we have a camera in central Eleuthera, but unfortunately they are already dealing with power outages there. And look, I'd love to show you the camera, but secondarily that stinks for our friends on Eleuthera who are already battling power outages, and the brunt of the storm has not even worked its way into the area yet. You never like to be talking like power outages ahead of the storm, because obviously then you just have the opportunity for prolonged power outages. Let's go to the live radar out of Miami. Check in on that. I've just got this preset in Central Florida, but I got the live radar in Miami up as well. I mean, look, you can see there's good storms down in South Florida right now. All still a lot of tropical moisture in play, but that rain is just beginning to set up and become a bit heavier here too from time to time. So we have some freshening rain over portions of Grand Bahama right now. West of High Rock, trying to eke towards Lucaya and Freeport. Scattered showers over Bimini. By the way, these little polygons that you see, that's going to be your direction of the rain. So everything should be spiraling counterclockwise around the center of Imelda, which again is back here. Back over here. Again, I'll be keeping an eye on the rainfall rates. We could get 1 to 3 inches of rain per hour rainfall rates right now, but it's likely to go higher than that from time to time too, especially as the center begins to kind of crank up a bit. Again, that's your loop right now. We have lost a little bit of this convection towards Eleuthera. Notice how that faded away, and the Hurricane Center was even talking about that. So it's still structurally getting better organized, but it's not rapid intensification at this point in time. If we can keep this thing more in that 40 to 50 mile an hour sustained winds, would be a better situation scenario for Grand Bahama and the Abaco Islands down the road. I don't expect there to be a lot of impacts at Augusta, Georgia, Robot. Hardly any, to be honest. Kyle Chase, I have zero clue about the flight possibilities. I would expect there to be still some weather impacts, especially early. I think power might be an issue or a problem. So I really don't know. Potentially later in the day, the weather could improve enough on Monday where there wouldn't be any direct impacts from flights. It would just be if, you know, there were impacts as the storm came through that would cause them to still delay or cancel flights. But I'm not sure. All right, so let's go back over to our models here. Let me do this. I want to show you the wind because I want to show you how Umberto is impacting Imelda. Let's go to, we'll go to Wednesday night. So the first thing you're looking at here is the GFS tracks of both storms, right? Still a little bit on the north side, but well away from the US East Coast. Umberto basically following the center line, keeping the hurricane force winds off of Bermuda. That's good news. Now again, ultimately, does Imelda have more direct impacts for Bermuda? We'll have to wait and see how that plays out, right? But the other thing I want to do here is bring on the actual wind arrows, your wind contours, your vector field, if you will, and loop this up. Yeah, Linda, you know, that's unfortunately true, and that's what I've come to learn as well, that Eleuthera really does fight some power issues. So stinks to hear, especially in a time like this. Captain Morgan, the overall forecast for Nassau, and it is widespread, it's going to be area dependent, but about 4 to 8 inches of rain is possible. That's the official forecast. That's what we've looked at. You know, if you tune in or you just missed it, not that long ago, I showed the GFS. It even had some kind of 10 plus inch areas trying to eke towards, you know, there or just north of New Providence. But there could be a lot more rain coming the rest of today and even well through early tomorrow. South side of the storm, or excuse me, north, as the storm moves north, you're on the south side of the storm, still going to have a southerly pull of moisture and tropical air coming in. So again, how does Umberto impact Imelda? So they're never close enough to each other where you get that spin, that Fujiwara impact. But look what happens. Remember, you have counterclockwise winds around Umberto. Look at the wind direction at the surface as we get into early next week here. Bring up the model. This is Tuesday morning, right? Notice that all of the winds are northeast to even due north, putting the brakes on Imelda, trying to go farther north. It's the wind field and basically eroding the steering currents along the United States East Coast. That's Umberto's influence on Imelda. It stops, stalls briefly, and then does get pulled by Umberto back east, in addition to more westerlies beginning to pick up as well. at the mid-levels of the atmosphere. This is the surface-based winds. But there are some mid-level westerlies coming back across the southeast United States that should ultimately pull it away. So not only are we not seeing the direct landfall from Imelda into the Carolinas or the Georgia coastline in the direct path, we're no longer even seeing most of even the ensemble members have the stall out scenario moving back into the Carolina coastline midweek. Now we're talking a lot more about that hard turn right. And if I show you guys the mid-level winds, hey, we got some lightning in the area. You'll see that a little bit clearer. Yep, appreciate you guys. Look, as always, you have a specific question, feel free to drop it in the comments section below. If you guys are members of the channel, and that's the join button, just 99 cents a month to become a member here at Meteo Mundo, or you want to kick it up a notch and become a Team MM member for access to exclusive member shorts, your names are in different colors. I can see you guys very clearly, shout you guys out. Happy to answer our questions from our members first as well. And then if you guys want to support the channel, just like Sir Detta Life Better does, I do appreciate that as well. And again, if you do the super chat, the super thanks, the super stickers, you get that banner that pops up, which is very clear for me to see, and I'm happy to answer those questions as well. It has been a minute, Sir Detta Life Better. Hope you're doing well. This is the first live stream of the year for a storm. How many did I do last year? 10, 12 at least? I mean, with Beryl and Ernesto and Helene and Milton. And the last one I know I did was Raphael because I had to update the thumbnail. And that was the last one. I was like, man, it's been since Raphael last year. So this is your mid-level winds, right? Now again, look behind the storm. There's a little bit of a push there. But the biggest thing is that you never see, even at the mid-levels, right? You never see this wind come back out of the south wanting to pull Imelda back towards the United States East Coast. Now again, down the road for Bermuda, not the best situation. Let's get our hearts out in chat for Sir Detta Life Better, by the way. Appreciate that $1.99 super thanks. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope everything's well in your area. My appreciation, Linda. Hey, Rick, how are you, man? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for tuning in. Great to see everyone on this Sunday. Getting into early evening, late afternoon, whatever you want to call it. Let's get back out to the big perspective here. And as you guys know, I talk a lot this time of the year, so I got to be sucking down. I switched over to my Publix Diet Green Tea. If you guys are familiar with Florida, it's a very large supermarket brand. Their Diet Green Tea does the job, gets the job done, as they say. Thank you, Noble Pills. It is Blue Goose, isn't it? That graphic is pretty incredible. And again, just like my friends in the chat, you have a specific question about the forecast, feel free to drop it in the comments section below. So just continue monitoring the trends of the storm here. Just want to make sure that's the last loop. It is 5:15. So what's interesting is we had the blow up of lightning near Eleuthera. That died back down, and now the southeast flank is really beginning to flare back up. Look at all the lightning there. Again, a little bit of drier air sneaking into the south side, but nothing outrageous. And then a ton of moisture-laden air. Cat Island, Eleuthera, Exuma, and New Providence. Big up, Real Black Woman. How you doing? So the last time I checked, Jamaica did have flash flood warnings on the southern parishes. So all the southern parishes. There is a lot of moisture from Imelda and just tropical moisture in general, which is situated over the island. Jamaica was an area that was desperate for some rain, and now they've had too much and too short of amount of time in some spots, and some heavy flooding rains are continuing. Again, fairly overcast conditions. We've had spotty heavier rains from time to time, and some significant rain is likely to continue to occur across the island through the remainder of this Sunday. And it's not just Jamaica. It's southeast sides of Cuba. It's portions of Hispaniola, especially towards the peninsula of Haiti. And it's the southeast sides of portions of the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos as well. Earlier today, at least Turks and Caicos were under some flood warnings. So we've had some heavier rain throughout there. And then this buzzsaw. I mean, again, I know we are not talking a lot about Umberto for good reasons because it's not having direct impacts, but the swells that it will produce for the northern coastline of Hispaniola and Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands and the Leeward Islands is going to be a situation to contend with. And we have some excessive heat in these areas as well. Should Publix bring back hurricane cakes? Oh boy, here we go. They took away my diet green tea for a half second, and I don't normally contact corporations, but I had to have a word with them. And I was told it was just a temporary pause, and it came back. It came back like a little bit different flavor, but I didn't mind it, so that was that. But I'm typically not one to have a, you know, we got to have a come to Jesus moment here if you're taking away my diet green tea, but luckily they brought it back. All right. Let's see here. So many different things I can show you guys. Again, this is total precip based on the GFS model. For those of you who are asking in the Northwest Bahamas, the official forecast is 4 to 8 inches. But when we look here on the GFS, you know, we're picking up, I would hate for there to be a foot of rain on Grand Bahama. But we're picking up that kind of potential scenario here, right? Anywhere you see the reds to your yellows, you're getting on the higher end of this legend. So not a great scenario if that plays out. If we look at the HER model rainfall, and this is only going to, it's only going to take us to Tuesday morning, but that's about the extent of the heaviest rain. Let's get these winds off of here for you guys. Yeah, that's reflectivity, Rusty. How about precip total? There we go. It's not great. So again, remember the HER is farther west, right? Center track from the hurricane center. HER is a little bit more over the eastern sides of Grand Bahama, and it's got 10 plus inches of rain as well. You know, track is going to be important, and also notice too that it really just starts to flare it up around New Providence. You know, we can take this as averages. Yeah, stay on there for me when I click it, please. So again, it's interesting that New Providence here on the HER model right near shore is only averaging a couple of inches of rain, then offshore you're in that 3 to 4, and then it just goes crazy farther north. So what this is trying to do is it's really trying to consolidate this center once it gets north of New Providence later today, where there's going to be a lot more potential impacts for Grand Bahama and the Abacos. Still should be a fast-moving system, like relatively speaking. Again, it's not going to be sitting over this area, but going to, with all the rain ahead of it, right? It's not just this little core we're seeing coming through. There's a widespread amount of rain north of there, and that's why these rainfall totals are as high as that you're seeing. I'm going to say no on the poll, by the way. Yeah, Rising Sun, we've got a camera in Long Island we'll look at in a second. We have a camera in Central Eleuthera, but they already lost power. Dim the brakes. Again, we don't own and we don't own and operate the cameras. We have a contract agreement with Travel TV to show them. They have other cameras as well, but unfortunately they're down too. I wish we had more extensive camera live coverage for you guys. That was something that we are continuing to grow. We have other cameras in the Caribbean as well, but you know, we had an opportunity to have more cameras for you guys. It hasn't worked out with this storm. And again, you know, there's some battery backup, there's some Starlink, you know, but there's still, you know, you're still dependent on local power and internet for a lot of this. You know, even if you lose power, the battery backup only gives you a couple of hours for the most part. Amy's to publish green tea too. I hear you, no doubt about it. Will there be any impacts to Miami? Michael, passing squalls, a few heavier downpours, but nothing of a persistent impact to Miami. No. No tropical storm watch or warning for Miami. Not expecting those kind of conditions. But again, some good downpours spinning in from time to time. Yes, that is a possibility. And again, we've already had that. It's interesting that the Cape Coral area has a 36-mile-an-hour wind, and we're right around that through most of the Bahamas, too. It will be interesting to see how much these winds can pick up in a short amount of time. Well, it's about having access to them, right, and what we can show on here. That's our central Luther camera, unfortunately. This is our Long Island camera. Again, the gray skies, the overcast. I appreciate it, Claudine. If we can try and import that, we can. My Meteo Mundo administrator, I don't know if you have an ability to import that YouTube channel that Claudine is talking about. If you do, let me know. It's a little bit harder to do while we're live on the air to be able to pull in a channel like that, but we'll see. By the way, there are ways, if you guys, shifting gears real quickly, just because I got the notification. Obviously, if you guys want to support the channel, the super things, the super chat, the super stickers are all available, just like you saw Sir Dead Alive Better swing in there with $1.99. There are also other ways to directly support via the descriptions in the video below, PayPal and Venmo. And I want to thank Bridget for her support via PayPal, $20 PayPal. So thank you very much for that, Bridget. Appreciate you supporting the channel in that way. So thank you very much there. So again, live look outside to Long Island. Whitecaps, breezy conditions, some squalls moving in. Again, this camera is south and east of the actual center of circulation, but that is the most persistent side of the storm. So we could still get some tropical storm conditions coming into the Long Island area. Yes, LW, the Luther camera is already down. I know, right? It's just one of those things. Yeah, that's interesting, Feeding Frenzy. I appreciate you trying to find ways to support, just like Fiona did right now. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Fiona. Thank you very much, my friend. Big time supporter of both of our channels, CFLW and Meteo Mundo, moderator on the channel. That's why she has the wrench. She's a member of the channel. She's an awesome person. So thank you very much, Fiona. Let's get the hearts out in chat for her as well, guys. You know, I found that I guess it is area dependent. I don't have anything to do with that. Obviously, if you guys are searching for ways to support the channel, my heartfelt gratitude for doing so. What we have done is to provide you guys with as many ways possible because we've been asked from time to time those various ways. So we have the PayPal link, we have the Venmo link. If you guys have access to that, you guys can become members, which is the join button. And again, that's as simple as 99 cents a month if you want to support the channel in that way. And then during these live streams, these super things are open for those who are have that access as well. But again, I appreciate you guys trying to find those ways to support the channel. Yep, no doubt about it, Claudine. We got you covered. So let's get back into this storm a little bit more here. Again, slow mover north at 9, right? North at 9. You know, forgetting or ignoring, if you will, I think it's right about there right now. So I think we've got the center right about there. Yeah, it's about where it is. So let's talk about time. I'm going to put the center, I'm going to put the leading edge of the center right about here. So Nassau, New Providence, about 54 miles away, 9 miles an hour, but probably picking up speed. So 9 miles would be exactly 6 hours. but I don't think it's going to be that long, right? I think more than likely we're going to continue to get an increase in forward speed, and so we're likely to have this storm get a little bit closer to New Providence. So if we're talking about, 6 hours is 11:30, it's probably more like 9 or 10. That's what I would expect, right, for the center of the storm to move over the area. Now, obviously, there's going to be a lot of heavy rain and squalls coming in ahead of that. But as far as the actual center coming in, 4 to 6 hours from now, but probably closer to 4. Hi, Christina. How you doing? Hope you're well. Hi, Valentino. Hey, I appreciate that. Thanks for the kind words. Appreciate all you guys tuning in. First of all, I appreciate you guys spending part of your Sunday with me, thinking you're getting enough out of this to take time out of your day to join me on this channel. Your time means a lot to me, and I really do appreciate that. Thanks for supporting the channel. I mean, obviously, eyeballs on the channel helps us continue to grow, helps us continue to be able to do this, right? If you don't watch, if we don't grow, we won't be able to continue to do this. So thank you for taking your time. For those who aren't even in the direct path of this, we have a lot of folks who are watching from other areas. Maybe you're just a weather nerd. Maybe you're a weather geek like I am, and you just want to kind of keep an eye on things with this developing storm. Appreciate you guys tuning in on this Sunday. Hope you're doing well, by the way. So again, there is this south shear, which is pulling some of the moisture north quickly, which is why we've had this kind of envelopment of heavy or light to moderate rain, but picking up a bit over the northern and northwest Bahamas overall. And again, your eastern side of your storm is your stronger side. Nice little lineup of convection here in just the last hour or two. So right over Exuma. So if we zoom in here, this is Exuma, the Georgetown area. The slashed lines, by the way, are just the islands under the tropical storm warnings. So I can take those off. It's just that when I reset the view, I've got a lot of different layers on, gives me everything, and then I can take off individual layers if I want to. But again, nice thunderstorms. Now we're up to over 200 lightning strikes, 240, I believe, in the last 15 minutes. Again, well south and east of the center, but what we will likely see is all of this lightning begin to kind of condense and collapse down on where the actual center is right now. Again, there is some drier air, but you notice that the thickest of the drier air in red was never fully ingested into the storm. And now all of this thunderstorm activity coming off of the north coast of Cuba is what's actually being pulled into the south side. So we should not get this big dry slot in the southwest side, right? We're still going to have an elongated storm mainly from south to north, because there is a cutoff of moisture on the northwest side. But as far as beginning to structurally cause some problems near the center with drier air coming in and being wrapped around closer to this low-level center, that does not appear to be the case. So my thoughts are we're not going to have dry air, and we have very little wind shear. Likely we are continuing to see a storm that will continue to develop and enhance and become stronger as it moves through the Bahamas tonight. Sure, Martin, if you want to send that video, and I can work on some of this as well behind the scenes. So first of all, if you want to send any pictures or videos, the easiest way to do that is mymediamundo@gmail.com. Just remember that it is a regular Gmail account, so try and keep those videos to about 15 seconds. Sometimes the videos can be too big for us to fully download, or Gmail just doesn't even want to accept them. And so we have those problems from time to time. But that's the easiest way to do it, mymediamundo@gmail.com. And again, tomorrow I'll be following Imelda on the CFLW channel. I normally do a live stream for my Central Florida friends on Mondays anyway, but we're going to turn this into what's happening with Imelda. Now, again, we don't have the tropical storm watch any longer, so I'm still very uncertain as to when I'm going to go live and how long I'm going to be live. It's kind of probably waking up and seeing what's happening. And could there still be some impacts to the northern Bahamas early tomorrow? It's a possibility, but we'll follow Imelda tomorrow on the CFLW channel. You'll find a link to that channel here on the MM page, or all you have to do is search Central Florida Weather Live. Look for that radar, red circle logo, and you know you found my other channel. And I appreciate all of those who follow on both channels. Again, we'll just go through these graphics. The tracks of the GFS are now all off of the United States East Coast with a sharper and quicker turn east. So it slows down and then it accelerates here. And again, all 50 members are now off the US East Coast. The European model, I didn't get the 12Z in, so these are the 0Z, but still, again, you're looking at a vast majority, and maybe all of them now, by the way, are farther off towards the east. The Hurricane Center certainly has really come along for the ride, if you will, and has gone much farther south and east. Now, again, there were a few ensemble members of the European yesterday, which had a stall out and then pushed back into the Carolinas mid this week. That looks to be less and less likely to be occurring. Tropical storm warning currently in effect for the central and northern Bahamas. Now, again, I'll update this graphic eventually here. The tropical storm watch is actually discontinued for the east coast of Florida. So again, no longer do we have a tropical storm watch for the east coast of Florida. Here are the impacts that we could possibly see, right? So looking at these impacts for the central and the northern Bahamas, maximum sustained winds, 40 miles an hour, maybe even some higher gusts. It's going to be a problem in some areas. 4 to 8 inches of rain. Again, could be fairly localized with that kind of rain, but when you're talking about 4 to 8 inches of rain, you're talking about the opportunity for some significant flooding issues. 1 to 3 foot storm surge. The Bahamas Department of Meteorology has highlighted the Abacos, the northern and the eastern sides of Grand Bahama, and the adjacent keys for the areas with the highest opportunity to see that kind of storm surge. So 1 to 3 inches. So, it's significant. When you're talking about a 1 to 3 foot storm surge, and obviously some higher than normal tide cycles as well. And for the Florida East Coast, it's 20 to 30 mile an hour winds, gusts up to 40, 1 to 3 inches of rain. Again, because now we don't have the tropical storm watch, right? I never had the east coast of Florida with sustained tropical storm conditions, winds 39 miles or higher. Likely these numbers will come down just a little bit overall for the potential. Never really expected there to be a ton of rain on the western side because it's just a little bit drier air in place over eastern Florida, but still 1 to 3. Now the surf and the sea conditions are still going to be outrageously bad for the coming week across the entire western Atlantic basin. All right. Real quick, guys, got another PayPal from Linda, $30 PayPal from Linda. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Linda. I appreciate you guys who support the channel in that way as well. So thank you so much, Linda and Bridget, for your support via PayPal. Means a lot for all of you guys. I appreciate you guys just tuning in as well, hitting that like button for me and subscribing for you. Jackie in the sea breeze area. There'll be some sea breeze storms too, no doubt about it. Thank you, Farah. Appreciate you providing the links and the reminders for the subscribe button as well. Appreciate our members who are in the chat. I hope everyone's doing well today. Let's go back over to our camera. Someone was asking, what about the live cameras? Well, again, another little squall coming into Long Island. "71% thinks we should bring back the hurricane cakes." Okay. I'm in the minority. Just don't take away my subs. That's all I ask. That's like 2 meals. Fresh breeze there. A little bit of white cap. I would put those winds sustained right now. If you guys look at the palm tree in the foreground, 20, 25, right? Rain and wind picking up from time to time. No doubt about it. Again, that's Central Eleuthera. Want, want. I'll keep checking that from time to time. All right. So that's the water vapor imagery we're looking at. Now, of course, we have our visible satellite imagery, and I want to keep looking at this while I can, because if you guys don't know, you have to have daylight to show the visible satellite imagery. What is really cool, though, is as the sun gets lower to the horizon, right, we start to see this shadow with the cloud tops here on this viz. And that even gets us a better indication of where the higher cloud tops are and where the storm is a little bit more structurally aligned. So in the next hour or so, this becomes a more interesting product to keep an eye on here, right? just where we start to see a little bit more. If we really start to see an explosion of some of the higher cloud tops, we know that there's deeper convection developing. And again, I'm putting the center more right about here at this point in time. That's just the track from the hurricane center that my system has plotted, but that doesn't necessarily mean, again, that that's exactly where the eye is right now, or the low-level center. Obviously, we have no eye from our weak tropical storm, but we do have this low-level center. But again, nice spiraling banding beginning to develop. You guys can clearly see, by the way, on this visible satellite imagery, when I'm talking about a north to south storm. So, west to east, you're looking at a storm with about 300 miles in distance. But north to south, and this is, you can see this little break in the action here. That looks to likely be the line between the trough that came off the United States East Coast and the actual northern extent of Imelda in its main influence. But all the way back down into Cuba, we've got, 500 miles? Now, there's a break in the action. There's more moisture down here. It's not connected to Imelda, but you get the idea that this storm is a lot more elongated north to south. Even in the deeper convection, if we were to go from here to just where the deep convection ends, it's still 485 miles. So it's a lopsided storm north to south, which is not great news for the Bahamas when the storm is moving due north, right? So the largest area of impacts are moving directly over the island. Hi, Jackie. No flooding yet. Gotcha. And Jackie, you are on the east side of Nassau. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Again, real-time information is key. I do everything I can to kind of, find all the information and pass it along, but I'm telling you, you guys are the information source. You guys live in these areas, you know these areas very well. You're helping out not only me to pass along the information, but you're helping out everyone else in the chat and who is watching to get that real-time knowledge, because there might be some folks who live in Nassau and they're not seeing a lot of flooding, but maybe your area is. And they're like, okay, crap, we got some flooding on this side of the island. I gotta get prepared. I gotta watch out. So you guys interacting with each other is of paramount importance within this live stream. It's one reason why I do this, right? This is fantastic. This is why I love the digital space. We're talking in real time. I'm reading your comments in real time. We're pivoting. You guys are asking questions in real time. That's what I always hated about television, right? I'm always trying to guess and to have a feel for what you guys want and want to see. All you got to do is drop it in the chat in real time and let me know. And there's also no time constraints. My voice may give out before anything else, but there's more time. There's no time constraints here on the old YouTube. We can go 12 hours. That is the maximum we're allowed to go for one live stream. I'm not going to make it 12 hours. I can promise you that. Calming is in the house again. Feeding Frenzy 91, schools in a number of islands are closed tomorrow. And I think that that's a very common sense move, right? While it may not look bad yet, for a lot of islands, the worst is still to come. I think that is a nice, safe thing to do, right? Let's not get kids in harm's way. We'll pick up another day of school somewhere down the road. They can just have an extra day to the weekend. I find that to be a smart move. LW, not too bad in south of Nassau right now. However, Jacinta says, flooding now Nassau by the LPIA. Help me out. What is LPIA? I'm sure it is a local acronym that everyone knows. And by the way, I did add in, look at all these areas I added on for my friends in New Providence, right? Literally, I put these hand added, you want to say? The system didn't have all of these spots, but I went in there for you guys. And I said, we got to get all these spots from our friends in New Providence. The airport, got it, which is right here. All right, so there's some flooding there already. Got it. Got it. Linden Pendling International Airport. I just have it labeled as NAS, which I think is just the three-letter call sign for the airport, if you will. Got it. Thanks, guys. See, that's what I love, right? Had a question, like 10 of you jumped in and said it's the airport. See? Now look at this, though. You guys see this black here? That is going to be some high reflectivity. That's going to be a heck of a lot of rain right there. Let's go to our radar product. Yeah, so you see this batch right here. That's going to be heavier rain that's going to be spinning back into New Providence coming up. So, you know, we were looking at it on the satellite imagery, and this always tends to go hand in hand pretty well. Just a cluster of heavier rain there overall. And again, it's just really widespread. I can, again, keep an eye out for rainfall rates. They haven't been extremely high as of yet, but those could pick up. But again, we're getting enough where the flooding concern is only going up. When we look at to the Abacos, Beach Girl, I expect the weather in the Abacos to just continually go downhill the remainder of the day, but the brunt of the storm is likely to move in after sunset tonight, deep this evening, and potentially into the wee hours of Monday morning. It is only moving 9 miles an hour. And I am concerned about the opportunity that the storm could strengthen a bit as it gets north of New Providence, where the sustained winds get to 50, maybe 60 miles an hour. Let's see what this point is from the Hurricane Center right now. See, here's what I'm talking about. This is a problem. This point from the Hurricane Center has 63 mile an hour sustained winds and gusts to hurricane strength. I am concerned about Grand Bahama and the Abacos getting hurricane force winds sustained late tonight. Again, this is the official track for the Hurricane Center, right? Where this plot point in this TS just north of the Abacos is for 63 mile an hour winds with gusts to 75, which is hurricane force. I've shown you the HUR model. We can go back and look at all the models because I know people tune in and out, but the HUR model was picking up on, and the weather research and forecast high resolution model was picking up on 60 plus mile an hour sustained winds to near hurricane force in Grand Bahama and the Abacos late tonight. So it looks like the Hurricane Center is beginning to fall more in line with a storm that should have gradual strengthening starting now through early Monday morning. But unfortunately, again, the center track, east side of Grand Bahama, right over the Abacos. Ginger said power went out but is now back on. Jacinta, where are you? Are you in? You're in New Providence, correct? Yeah, you know, unfortunately, guys, I think we're going to get a lot of issues here, right? You know, again, guys, for everyone who's asking when is it going to reach, I totally hear you. You should just anticipate north of this line your weather to go downhill throughout the rest of the day. In the next couple of hours, the center should get to Andros and New Providence and just west of Eleuthera, right? Center down here at this point in time, only moving 9 miles an hour currently, but is expected to pick up some forward speed, likely consolidating. Now look, we don't want to just focus on the center line, guys. This is a broad system, right? We're going to have impacts to Exuma and Cat Island and Long Island and San Salvador and Rum Key, even back down towards the Acklands and Mayaguana. They could get some healthy thunderstorms. Look at the lightning picking up here. Again, that's a big line of storms on the southeast side, but a lot of this spreading north. So, you know, for New Providence, Andros, Eleuthera, next few hours, later tonight, Berry Islands, Grand Bahama, the Abacos, Walker's Key. Dominique, I hope Imelda gets along over waters, leaves everyone else alone. Appreciate it, Elkin. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, certainly, Blue Goose, I'm concerned a little bit here, right? High-end tropical storm, potentially some hurricane force gusts. I think we got to monitor that situation pretty closely. Again, we have some cameras in Florida we can always monitor as well. We've had some rain move across the Orlando area. Again, we are looking east towards the East Coast. So a few showers and storms and some breezy conditions here in portions of Central Florida as well. Back over to our, well, we have other cameras too. I want to show you guys St. Lucia. So we have this beautiful shot in St. Lucia. If you want some contrast, there you go. Corinth, St. Lucia, the west side of the island. We have a live camera in the Eagle Beach area of Oranjestad in Aruba, where it seems to be always hot, breezy, and dry. And a picturesque Chamber of Commerce afternoon there. Hope my friends there are doing well. And then, of course, we have multiple cameras in the Bahamas, but some of them are just down right now. That's a live look outside to Long Island in the Bahamas. Again, unfortunately, Central Eleuthera here, a little bit of power problems. But there's the squalls moving in. Grace, it is a tropical storm. It is not a hurricane. If you're talking about Umberto, it's a Cat 4, but again, no direct impacts. Yes, indeed, it is still a tropical storm. Now, it is forecast to become a hurricane, but not while it's in the Bahamas, as it moves away. But it is forecast to get stronger throughout the rest of today, tonight, and early tomorrow as it moves through the northern Bahamas. Hi, Magnolia, Mental Health Counseling Services. Hope you're doing well. In Grand Bahama, how much rain is expected in the Lucaya area? Again, an average right now is 4 to 8 inches of rain. Could be locally higher than that, could be a little less. Certainly some flooding issues are a possibility, and a 1 to 3 foot storm surge is possible for the northern and the eastern coast of Grand Bahama with some higher tide cycles. Again, that's all official messaging. That's not me just, throwing out some numbers. That's the official messaging. And everything that I've seen on the models agrees with that as well. Kind of a widespread 4 to 8. We are going to get some significant rain coming in because, again, it's such a spread out system. Well out ahead of the actual center, we've already had some fairly significant rain. Again, New Providence is already flooding in some spots. Eleuthera already has power issues and has seen some areas of flooding. I think a couple of spots in Grand Bahama is already having some issues. So it's a building concern. And even down here, you're getting some good thunderstorms right now. Cat Island and Exuma and towards our camera and Long Island as well. So we'll be monitoring that. Again, San Salvador were the strongest winds. However, there was an educational site, a STEM site out of New Providence that had a 47-mile-an-hour wind. Now, I don't have access to that live on my weather computer, but that's the highest winds I've seen so far. I mean, Weather Alert Forecast and Vibes, by the way, fantastic name. Landfall, yeah. I mean, if you want to talk about the broad center of the low level center going over New Providence, that is likely to occur. Yes. The center line track is directly over New Providence from the hurricane center. Again, I've got the center right here, but it wobbles, and there's absolutely 100% chance it can dive back west. Again, I think that low-level center is kind of right about here right now. Hey, OJ, hope you're doing well. Hey, Tara, how are you? Well, thank you, OJ. Please tell your mom hi. Hope she's doing well. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for taking a time out of your Sunday to join me on the channel. Hope everyone's having a nice Sunday. Obviously, we've got some important weather to pass along, for our friends here, especially in the Bahamas. We're going to get some squalls. We're going to get some heavier rain in portions of Florida as well. It's not going to be that prominent. Again, some spotty showers here. Great news for my friends in Georgia and the Carolinas as the models continue to push the storm farther south and east than you. So no direct impacts are expected from Imelda anymore. Again, still the Hurricane Center as of the 5 o'clock advisory, still calling for 2 to 4 inches of rain, up to 6 inches in a couple of spots of the Carolinas. So it's not like you guys are without your potential isolated flooding issues there, but no direct tropical storm impacts is expected in that area. This is the live radar out of Miami. Again, you can clearly see some of that heavier rain over Freeport right now. I'll always keep an eye out for any rotation because, you know, a water spout or two is not out of the question. Like, let me give you an example. There's a little bit of a spin right there. You see how these reds and greens are together? So there's a little bit of broad spin with some of this activity too. You could always produce an isolated water spout. It's not out of the question. And just looking at some of the different radar modes, so bear with me. Again, just solid rain over New Providence. Our friends there have let us know that there's been a little bit of flooding already in a couple of spots. Again, the blue slash lines are just the islands that are under tropical storm warnings. So I'll take that off from time to time so we can look at other information. Again, I do have access to this other data just to bring it on from time to time. So we can look at the 1 hour rainfall rates, right? So how much rain has fallen, radar estimated, in one area in an hour, okay? We're starting to see some spots pick up a little bit more intensity. It's nothing outrageous, and we might be far enough away from the radar site where we're not getting the true ground truth of this, but I can also keep an eye on precip rates, so we can really start to see those areas when the rain begins to pick up and become heavier, especially a little bit closer to the radar towards Bimini. Like, you know, give you an idea here, you've got some storms over Bimini right now where the rainfall rates are, you know, more than an inch an hour. So obviously storms move. It's not just sitting over one spot, but you start to get rainfall rates a couple of inches an hour, and you can start to see some minor localized flooding. So a little bit just to the west of the Andros area, to give you an idea, down here in portions of the Keys, you've got some storms producing rainfall rates of a few inches an hour. And again, you pile that up over an hour or so, you get 2 to 3 plus inches of rain in 60 minutes, and you get yourself some issues. They even have a special marine warning there for portions of the Keys near Marathon, south of Island Mirada. So Marathon has that. So again, just another tool in my tool belt here. So, you know, we can look at maybe the areas that might be flooding next based on what we've already seen in expected rainfall as well. Hey, Leonardo, how you doing, man? Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Again, I'm going through my chat here. It kind of, on my side, it kind of updates like sporadically. I have live chat on, but I feel like from time to time it pauses. So if you apologize, or I apologize if I take a second and I'm silent for a second to try and actually pick up where I last was on my chat, because I want to try and make sure I get to everyone. If for some reason I miss you, feel free to ask the question again. I'm not perfect. From time to time, I'll be, you know, watching other things. But obviously, if I've answered your question, no reason to ask it several other times. Can I just call you Gail? Novelette? I hate pronouncing people's names wrong, even if it's just a pseudonym. I'm doing well. How are you doing? I hope you're well. Sylvan, again, Marsh harboring the Abacos later tonight. GE stuck in Exuma, enjoying the live. Yeah, I hear you, man. My friends in Exuma, my friends in Long Island, still on the southeast side of the storm. Look at those. Look at that thunderstorm activity picking up there. It's interesting because I'm telling you right now, in the short term, and it is just the short term, but Exuma, Long Island, maybe Rum Key, southern sides of Cat Island, that's where the most prolific thunderstorms and heaviest rain is going to be in the short term. Now, long term, probably still farther north. By the way, we're close enough to the radar site now where we're really starting to see that spin, right? You're really beginning to see that nice kind of clockwise spin here on the northern sides of Imelda. Really picked up well on the radar. Marcus, that's probably a good average. At 9 miles an hour, it's likely to get to you 10-ish, maybe a little bit before that, but the wind field ahead of it, it doesn't, you don't have to have the center of circulation before the winds freshen up to that. I would expect that to occur a little bit earlier. 8's probably a good number, could be a little bit earlier than that too. Thanks, Amardo, appreciate you. So Grace notes, this is not a hurricane, this is a tropical storm. It has winds of 40 miles an hour. It's relatively weak, but it still has a lot of impacts. Umberto is the category 4 hurricane, which is well off towards our east. It's a buzzsaw. I think the last check winds were down to 145. You hate to say down, but remember, it was a 160 storm yesterday. Second Cat 5 hurricane of the season. Again, it's outrageous that we've had 2 Cat 5 storms and neither of them are forecast to have direct hurricane impacts. How fortunate are we? How fortunate are we to get 2 Cat 5 storms in the Western Atlantic Basin, and they're not headed to the Bahamas, then I head to the U.S. East Coast, then I headed to Bermuda, then I headed south. I mean, just how, again, either Aaron or Umberto could have been completely different scenarios, but it's taken what we call the Goldilocks track. It's taken that track where we don't have the hurricane impacts to any landmass. All right, thanks, Martin. Appreciate it, Marcus. I'll do what I can to try and turn around your videos. It will require me to do 2 things at once, but we can make that happen. I've done it before. I don't know if you answered my question about the trough line returning after the storm passes. I would expect there to just be a little bit drier air to be sucked into it and probably not a ton of rain behind the storm, calming. Typically speaking, some of your nicest weather is right after these storms come through. And with that drier air in place out west, I expect that to be over the area more than any significant rain and storms. How certain are we that turn to the east is happening before Jacksonville could see the Cat 1 storm farther north? Great question, Noah. The models have all been trending farther south and east. That's what I can tell you. Even, we looked at some of the models earlier, and we'll go back to those as well. Again, I want to make sure I kind of stay in line with the evolution of this storm, what's happening now. But even some of the farther north and west models that were just outside of this cone were just outside, and none of them had it as far north in latitude as Jacksonville. And remember, Jacksonville is going to be on the drier, relatively speaking, west line. Again, all of this rain is from our cold front trough that has come through. That should dissipate a bit over time. And the drier side of the storm overall will be on the western side. You can see all this red here. That will eke its way farther east. So inherently for Jacksonville right now, we're going to get some localized showers and storms and a few squalls, but I don't expect it to be direct impacts from Imelda. Thank you, Linda. And again, appreciate your PayPal, Linda. Thank you very much. Is there any massive flooding on the eastern side of Nassau? You guys tell me. I'm monitoring where I can, but if you guys live there, you let me know. Bring up a couple of things here. Again, also, it's just, do I get updates as well? But I am monitoring as much as I can for you guys. But when we're talking about a storm like this, in those localized scenarios, I rely on those who live there to give me the updates in a real-time situation like this. Again, give me 1 second here. I'm just reading through a few things, seeing if there's any updated information to flooding. So I will say that, again, I've been talking 4 to 8 inches of rain. Now it's 4 to 8 inches and maybe up to 10 in a couple of spots. That's a lot. It's a lot of rain. Storm surge again of 1 to 3 feet above the normal tide for the Abacos and the north and east sides of Grand Bahama and the adjacent keys as well. But no updates in real time for the flooding. You got it, Pamela? You're welcome, Grace, and I hope you don't have to get your kayak ready. let's, we'll take a measured approach here as this storm comes through. All right, so you guys have sent me some stuff. Let's go to this Long Island camera. I'm gonna take myself off camera. And again, I'm just gonna work behind the scenes a little bit to try and bring in some of that stuff. And I really appreciate you all doing that. So it might just take a time here. So I tell you what I'll do. Well, I don't want to take a break or anything. All right. I'll grab what I can here, guys. You guys have been awesome and have sent me a ton of stuff, and I appreciate that. I'll grab what I can in the short term, and we'll go from there. Again, it might just take me a second or two. The other thing too is that because this is live, I'm not going to have an opportunity to like update names and stuff. I'll say them because I have them, but to make it easier so the graphics are just simpler for me to be able to put on here, we'll go really quickly through here. So I just got to upload some of this stuff. Again, that's a good squall that's going to be coming into Long Island from this camera. So I wouldn't mind watching this camera anyway, to be honest, while I'm working behind the scenes for you guys. And ultimately, would I love to have someone doing this for me? Yep. But that's what you guys do. You guys help me grow. All right, let's bring those in. Let's see here. Oh, Imelda, Long Island. I thought I brought in a couple. Now I might be a little bit confused as to what I just brought in. That's never good. Oh, okay, here we go. Interesting. One looked like it was an image, it was actually video, which is perfect. All right. So I'm going to estimate, if you look at the bottom, the foreground of your screen, we're getting some gusts probably to 30 miles an hour there in Long Island at this point in time. Hey, so great photos and videos, guys. I appreciate you. Thank you for doing this. When you see them, you'll be happy I took the time to do this. Again, I'm just wiping away like the nameplate and everything because I just don't have time to update that. Let's see here. I know there was one more too. All right, let me get you back over to the live radar. So now you can look at that for a second while I finish up. Again, if you guys live in this area, let me know what's been going on. If you're picking up and getting some heavier winds, let me know. You have a picture or video to send in, it's mymeteomundo@gmail.com. That is the easiest way to send me a picture or video, and I appreciate you guys doing that as well. Oh, I don't want to do that. Viewer. Here we go. Again, stand by. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic this storm. Oh, that's funny. Literally, the thumbnail for two of the different videos looked almost exactly the same. All right, I'm almost done, guys. I can come back on camera real quick while this is downloading. Yeah, Farrah, thanks a lot. Is Freeport in the clear? Absolutely not. Freeport, the worst weather is still to come. The worst weather is still to come in Freeport. It is going downhill. Yep, thanks for taking a quick second and hitting the like button for me, subscribing to the channel if you haven't as of yet. As Farrah has mentioned, you want the notifications on because you want to know when we have live coverage here like we're doing right now. Again, daily updates across the Caribbean and the Bahamas. I'm live when there are storms like this to track for you guys. We have a live network of cameras across the Caribbean. We have one right now in Long Island, as you guys saw. We have others. Some of them are fighting power issues and whatnot, but we hope that they stay up as long as possible. So again, this is pretty, I don't want to say crude, but dragging in some of this stuff, and then let's see here. Where did we stop off there? Let's go G here. Oh no, what did I do? Oh, well, that might not matter. That's probably smart, Rusty, anyway. I'm talking to myself, like, I probably don't need to go through the process of putting the Meteo Mundo stuff on there. That will probably work. Yes, I am talking to myself in real time. So let me see here. I'm going to go into this mode real quick so you guys can't see what I'm doing behind the scenes, so it's not blank. It might also take a second for this stuff to fully load into my system. So that's something too. Might take a minute or two to actually get into the system because they're videos. Oh, are you guys seeing black right now? I hope you're not. You shouldn't be. My monitor shows what I call studio mode, so it just freaked me out that I thought you guys were on a black screen. All right, so those are loading up. I've got a couple of pictures and videos as fast as I could to show you guys what's been happening. Many of you sent them in, and keep them coming, by the way. Keep them coming. And then we're going to have to figure out who sent what. But I appreciate Claudine and Sylvan and Linda and Karen and Rashad and Martin, just some of the folks who sent in pictures and videos here in just the last little bit. Even if I'm not showing yours now, I do appreciate you guys sending them in. Really helps tell the story here in an evolving scenario, right? Real time, we're live, 6:10 on this Sunday, tracking the storms for you here. So LW, I'm in south of Nassau, not much flooding on the streets, a little water, settled in some yards, got it. Again, all that real-time information is awesome. Thank you for letting us know. Any pictures from Cat Island? No, I don't believe so. But we'll keep an eye out. Again, let me go back into this mode here. It's kind of like, it's like a two-part process. I gotta. Okay. So here is our first picture. And I believe, and again, I apologize if I don't get this exactly right. This is going to be from Karen, I believe. And this is, Karen, where are you? You're in Long Island. So again, this is from where our camera is, and this is Karen in Long Island. So again, south and east of the center, but still some squally weather coming in. So Karen, I appreciate you sending that in. Thank you very much. All right. Nope, don't do that. Okay. Let's see, and you guys are seeing that, right? You should be. Let me make that big. Okay. Now, Who wants to take credit for this? This is either Martin or Linda's video. Let me see if I can figure out whose is who. 216. This should be Martin, right? Martin, is this yours? Pretty sure it is. So this is Cable Beach, New Providence. First of all, gorgeous. Second of all, you can see what's happening there. Is that like Paradise Island in the distance? So Cable Beach, New Providence, from Martin. Yep, good stuff. Appreciate you guys sending it in. Again, I will incorporate all this as much as I possibly can. Okay, perfect. And here we go. And then this is going to be from Linda. And Linda, my friend, you are in Eleuthera, Spanish Wells, Eleuthera. So there you go. Appreciate, and again, there's more to come, but we'll stop there for right now. Yep, Martin, I got you, brother. Thank you, man. I had to basically go back and look at the file like numbers to equate because I downloaded them all in one big batch. So this is Linda, Spanish Wells, Eleuthera. And again, appreciate Linda's PayPal support as well. And then here's Martin from Cable Beach, New Providence. And I'm not looking at my map, but I'm pretty darn sure Cable Beach is the north coast of New Providence. Balmoral Island? Okay, gotcha. TI 30XA Gaming, I don't expect it. Now, you could still have some squally weather coming in, but not expecting a lot of wind overall outside of where the thunderstorms are developing in Miami. All right, so I appreciate all of our support here at Meteo Mundo for that. We've got this lovely shot from Long Island. We've got our video from Martin, New Providence, Cable Beach area, and then we have this one from Spanish Wells and Eleuthera. Now that I'm not concerned about putting like the Meteo Mundo logos on it or whatever, I'll be able to do this a lot faster. My brain just wasn't branding for a second, being like, we don't need to, who cares? You guys know what channel we're on. We don't have to brand it. Hey, Michael, how you doing, man? Big friend of the channel. Appreciate you tuning in. Barbados in the house. Hope you're doing well there. Down in the southern side of the Lesser Antilles. All right. So there's some of the live pictures and videos from you guys. In real time, again, we're seeing a storm that looks a little bit better. Now look, it's still a bit elongated. It's still a bit sloppy, right, overall. But certainly the impetus for deeper convection, heavier rain and gustier winds. And I'm more concerned too about how the maximum sustained winds in the core could really start to ramp up here the next couple of hours. Unfortunately, I believe that this is a storm that is only just starting to get its act together and will likely do so over the northern Bahamas the remainder of the day. Hi, Barbara. How you doing? Thanks for tuning in from Freeport. Hope you're doing well. Wish you the best. Hope you're prepared. Now, look, again, preparation-wise, I hope you guys are ready for tropical storm impacts in these areas. Power could be an issue in some spots. Water inundation could be a possibility, right? We've talked about the 4 to 8 plus inches of rain as a widespread general assessment of the rainfall totals potentially in these areas. We have the storm surge potential in the far northwest Bahamas as well. So there could be some direct impacts tonight and then some lingering impacts over the next day or two as well. Very area dependent, but power issues to go along with some flooding issues and some potential damage as well. I'm most concerned about wind being a problem with sustained winds near 60 and some gusts near hurricane force for Grand Bahama and the Abacos very late tonight and early tomorrow morning. Just checking a couple things here, guys. Okay. Again, if you see that black to white, really high cloud tops there, indicative of very heavy rain over portions of the islands, right? Now we can look at the radar as well, but just kind of in this composite, you get that. And you can clearly see how that line of storms just rake through Exuma, Long Island, Cat Island. Again, you know, we have some sensors here. We have some updated reporting stations. Nothing has had an outrageously strong wind. So the winds haven't been really, really strong as of yet. But again, you know, here we've got a 40 sustained, and we'll just have to see what those core winds do down the road. Hey, grapefruit, juicy fruit. I think you're going to get a little bit of rain in the low country of South Carolina. Yeah, I don't expect it to be enough now where, generally speaking, there's a lot in the way of flood potential, but there's some. By the way, just overall, a 2 to 4 inch rainfall total is not out of the question for portions of South Carolina. Hey, Donovan, how you doing? Hope you're doing well in Jamaica, my friend. Hope things are good with you. Hey, Cody. Northwest part of Andros raining from yesterday evening. So, yeah, I mean, when you add in the rain starting from yesterday and all of this, cumulative impacts, flooding concerns, absolutely. So here's our visible satellite imagery. Again, we lose the visible satellite imagery as we lose daylight. We're not, you know, we're an hour away from sunset here, but, you know, lower to the horizon, we start to see that go away. But again, in these last couple of frames, we get a good idea of the structure of the storm because we get that shadow effect, right? You get that shadow effect there a little bit. Still structurally, it's only okay. I think the one thing that's really supporting it and propping it up right now is that the drier air has not been able to get into the low-level circulation. That drier air has been stopped. That moisture-laden air is southwest of it. So if we were to see these reds beginning to curlicue around, then I think we could see the structure of the interior side of the storm fall apart a bit. But I don't see that happening, guys. I think this is a storm that just continues to grow with very little wind shear and high sea surface temperatures. Sea surface temperatures that are 29, 30 degrees, 85, 87 degrees Celsius, or Fahrenheit, good Lord. 29, 30 Celsius, 85, 87 Fahrenheit. Hey, Kara, how you doing? Abaco in the house? Hey, Daphne, how are you? My pleasure. Grapefruit, juicy fruit. Nice name, by the way. Love it. Imelda is moving north at 9, Sean. 9 miles an hour. 2 o'clock advisory was 7 miles an hour. The 5 o'clock advisory is 9. An increase in forward speed is likely, but it's not like this thing is going to be whipping up to 20 miles an hour anytime soon. More than likely, this is a slow, steady progression with an increase in forward speed, but slow enough to still cause the widespread heavier rain that we've already been talking about. Let's see here. I've got, now that I'm more efficient with the, and there's that squall, by the way, with all that lightning. If you guys look at this Long Island camera, we might be able to get some lightning strikes out of this camera. I'm going to take a couple more of your pictures and videos, guys. Let's do it. just that darker, ominous sky, right? Like it's just clear as day. You can see that. Just wipe this out. Let's try that again. There we go. So again, this is a live look to Long Island, the White House area, south and east of where the center of circulation is. But again, at this point in time, that's also where the deepest convection is, the heaviest rain, the most lightning strikes, and more than likely the gusty winds. Now, clearly, you can see the winds picking up here. And this camera is looking west. So we are looking into the heart of Imelda because Imelda is west of Long Island. And again, pretty ominous sight on the way there. If you guys live in Long Island, I would expect things to really pick up here fairly quickly in these spots. Still a squall, not going to be persistent, but is there enough rain where we could potentially get, you know, some heavy flooding rains out of that scenario? Not out of the question. Nassau is not in the clear. Nassau's weather is only going to continue to go downhill. James Hudson asks Washington ? That I'm either in the middle of a conversation or don't exactly know what you're asking. So I have some video coming in from New Providence of some flooded streets. So we'll look at that here in just a second as well. Yeah, so unfortunately, if you're already seeing some flooding in New Providence, the weather is only likely to get worse. The potential for significant flooding rains is likely to only increase over the next several hours. Fortunately, the weather is likely to go downhill more as the approach of Imelda is closer to the island in the next couple of hours. Okay. So this video is from New Providence. It's a quick video, short video, but I appreciate that. This is from Valentino. Flooded streets in central New Providence. So there you go. I mean, already some urban and street flooding, and this is well ahead of the, you know, biggest impacts coming into New Providence. So appreciate Valentino sending that one in. But we just want to pass that along because there's, you know, one of the first videos that I've gotten that actually shows some true, you know, flooding happening in portions of the Bahamas. So we're gonna have to monitor that situation pretty closely here, guys. Again, 4 to 8 inches, but maybe even locally up to 10 throughout the course of this storm. So that's what has already fallen today, but also what is likely to fall later tonight, overnight, and through portions of tomorrow in the extreme northwest Bahamas. What time will the storm leave Nassau? Likely very late tonight, but by leave, meaning that the center moves north of you, but there will still likely be some rain behind the actual center that is likely to continue over the island even past midnight tonight. Let's go back over to our radar. Again, we do have radar here, so I don't want to get off of that too often here. Again, you can clearly see the counterclockwise spin from the storm. You can see that the rain is just picking up overall on the north side. So the rain is just becoming more persistent over New Providence, over Andros, you know, spiraling thunderstorms over Eleuthera. more persistent rain over Freeport, Lucaya, and Grand Bahama as well, spinning back down towards Bimini. We're going to get some of these squalls moving into the southeast sides of Florida as well from time to time. Some hefty rain is still possible from the Fort Lauderdale area back to the south and to the east. So likely to see some good rain all the way down to the upper and middle Keys from time to time. But, ultimately here down the road, guys, the biggest thing that I'm most concerned about for direct impacts is going to be your 4 to 8 inches plus rain here in these areas, and then the potential for high-end tropical storm force or even hurricane force winds, Grand Bahama and the Abacos. That's where I really think the storm could spark up a bit late tonight. If I show you guys that here again, I'm going to go out with this wide view real fast. We'll go over to our, but I want to switch over to our other model here. Again, I have access to some high resolution models when we're in what we call the North American domain. I wish this high resolution data was available everywhere. Would love to see that. It takes a lot of computing power and a lot of money. I use the, data available to me and, certainly pay for it as well. So I appreciate y'all's support. Total precip is one thing. So this is from the Weather Research and Forecast Office. Again, local domain, high resolution model. But just to give you an idea, we're gonna look at winds here in a second, but there's your, could we push 10-inch rainfall totals in some areas? Yes. Now, it's not going to be widespread. You can clearly see that there's a pretty big difference in the model here with some of this rain, but getting up to 10 inches, it's not out of the question. And look, it even tries to paint this on closer where the center is right now as well. So you're getting, a foot of rain now offshore of Eleuthera and Cat Island, but close to Exuma. This is what I'm talking about. We're looking at impacts much farther away from the center, but because all of this rain is spread out north of the center by more than 100 plus miles, it's just a big batch of rain to be lifted by the storm the remainder of today and overnight. Just a big batch, a large area of rain. That's, again, moving 9 miles an hour. So not a lot of big forward speed to get it in and out of one area very quickly. That was kind of a sidebar to looking at winds. I'm going to go ahead and loop this up fully because the main reason why I want to loop this up fully is I want to see what this model is doing with this storm as far as track. So let's bring that up. Thank you, Farah. Appreciate you saying that. Hey, M. Dion, India Atlantic, what you could be looking at, I think you're pretty good in India Atlantic. There is no longer a tropical storm watch. This storm should stay far enough offshore. Now, you're going to get some gusty winds from time to time and a few squalls tomorrow. I will be covering the storm live tomorrow on the CFLW channel. Not sure when and not sure how long. Without the tropical storm watch, we're likely not to have the longest of live streams tomorrow, but I'm definitely going to cover that live. So you can jump over to that channel if you want the live coverage in the Atlantic for tomorrow. And there are links to that channel in the description of the Meteo Mundo channel. That's my secondary Central Florida only channel. Also, you can just search Central Florida Weather Live. You'll find me there as well. Quiz tabs, there is no direct impacts from Umberto for St. Kitts and Nevis. You might get some swells coming in. You might see that, but no outer rain bands. So again, this WRF model is a little bit farther north and west and is outside of the cone of uncertainty, but even that last little gasp, look at that last little trickle, sneaks back east. So we're still well away from the east coast of Florida, although a little bit closer approach than most models, in Georgia and South Carolina. However, the concern is, again, if we pick it up from here, and let me show you guys the model timeline on the top left-hand side of your screen. This is a little bit slower model as well. I think it's a little too slow, but the bottom line is that, as we go through time tomorrow, and boy, if this really is that slow, that's a whole different ball game. So this is 8 o'clock tonight, where it has it just south of New Providence. And then it really trickles it overnight. This would not be a good scenario. And the reason why it wouldn't be a good scenario is that the longer the storm sits over the islands, the more rain it can drop. That's the problem. But when we look at winds, and let me be clear, these are sustained winds. This WRF model basically wants to get us to near Cat 1 hurricane force winds over the Abacos in the eastern side of Grand Bahama. Hopefully that's not the case, but you get an idea of a developing, intensifying storm throughout the rest of today and overnight, and unfortunately may not be fully north of the Northwest Bahamas before it gets to become a high-end tropical storm. Again, these are sustained winds, right? Not gusts. Anywhere that you see white, you're going to be over 40. And that wind field's certainly freshening up and expanding as well. The fact this is 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, I really hope that's not the case. I'm just going to double check and make sure that my time on here is correct. Yeah, and it is. I'm going to see if there's a newer run of this coming up as well. I'm going to look at that. But again, highly concerned about the opportunity for some hurricane force wind gusts, with some of the model data that we're looking at here. Hey, B. Travis, Fernander. Winds have picked up tremendously here north Andros, low-lying areas beginning to flood, high ocean waves. Appreciate that update. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be a very common theme for the northern and northwest Bahamas, for the weather to just deteriorate, heavier rain, flooding conditions, stronger winds, all expected. But I really do appreciate that information. And appreciate you guys jumping in as well. Let's go back over to our cameras. I'm going to reset my weather computer as we do that. See if I can get the latest for you guys. So again, back over to Long Island. That squall approaching as we speak. We'll see if it hits our camera or maybe stays just to the north. Now, because we're looking west, north is the right-hand side of your screen, south is the bottom of your screen. Because the storm is moving to the north, you would expect to see the darker skies on the right-hand side of your screen, and that's what we're seeing right now. The wind was actually a little bit fresher just about 5-10 minutes ago, but it is an indicative of, again, squally weather. It picking up from time to time, right? Picking up from time to time, but not all the time. Nope. Forgot that I hadn't actually fired back up the weather computer yet. And again, appreciate everyone joining me in the chat. All you have to do to chat with me is become a subscriber of the channel. I think it's just like a 1-minute delay. I mean, like literally, want to make sure everyone here is here for the right reasons, but all you got to do is become a subscriber, which of course is always totally free. Always totally free. Starting to get a little bit of rain on the lens as well there in Long Island, so it's coming. It's beginning to work its way in. And we'll see how, you can clearly see from that palm, the winds are even freshening up as we speak. So getting a little bit squirrelier out there, but pretty common sight through a lot of the Bahamas right now. These overcast skies, a lot of moisture-laden air, really dark, low-level clouds sweeping their way in. Quiz tabs for St. Kitts and Nevis, I don't expect a lot. It's going to be on the hotter side for sure. Chris says, partying in West Nassau, been breezy, and are you partying? Or are you parting or departing in West Nassau? Been breezy and rainy, but no thunder or lightning, which surprised about. Yeah, so far, right? I mean, look, sometimes you can get some good tropical downpours, and that's all it is. It's just good heavy rain, and every so often you get some convection, some embedded lightning activity with that as well. Generally speaking, there should be some thunder and lightning that comes along for the ride, especially a little bit closer to that center as it moves closer to New Providence and Andros and Eleuthera, and then eventually up towards the Abacos and Grand Bahama as well. Claudine and Harbor Island, Eleuthera, just some light rain and wind right now, mostly gusty on the beach side in the Atlantic. Thank you, Claudine. Bruce says, Meteo, do you know the situation? Fujiwara or something like that. The Fujiwara effect. The Fujiwara effect. It's when two tropical systems get close enough to each other that they begin to almost rotate around each other in an elliptical fashion. We're not going to get a true Fujiwara effect from Umberto and Imelda. They're not that close, but there is some influence Umberto will have on Imelda. The first thing it's actually going to do is going to take those winds near the coast of the United States and basically disrupt them so that there's not any winds that try and push the storm inland. And then the second thing is Umberto will try and pull Imelda off of the U.S. East Coast a little bit quicker, which is why you're seeing that tug south and east in the models, right? So called Fujiwara effect. Again, storms have been known to actually rotate around each other when they get in close proximity. Not going to happen with these two storms, but Umberto will have influence. And again, that is just a aqua sky beginning to move in here, man. That's a shot right there, my friends. Get a live look outside to Long Island, south and east of the center, but a big blow up of convection and storms moving into that area as we speak. You got it. Hey, Island Countess, now is the time to like, share, subscribe, of course. Yeah, guys, I mean, obviously I do a daily forecast across the Caribbean and the Bahamas, so you can catch me then. And when there's impactful storms, I'm going to be on live just like this. It's crazy to think that this is the first time I've been on live for the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season. We have been that fortunate so far. I think by this time last year, I was on 10, 12 times covering all of the different storms live. Of course, we now have live Caribbean cameras to be able to show you guys other things as well to keep you guys interested and updated. And I love the chat. I love for you guys to jump in. Let me know what's been happening in your area as well. Again, appreciate all my friends tuning in for this live coverage of Tropical Storm Imelda in the central and the northern Bahamas. We've been on for a little more than 4 hours now. How about that? 4 hours and 17 minutes. Yeah, Chris, you're doing a little bit too much partying. Take a break. No, enjoy. But in all seriousness, also make sure you keep up with the weather. Look, if you're partying and watching the channel, I got no issue with you, my man. Enjoy, stay safe. That's the biggest thing. Have fun, enjoy, but know what's coming. All right. So those thunderstorms in Central Keys produce some good winds. So we have our camera here in Long Island. And again, this is what we're watching approach the island from the west. The camera is in White House and it's looking west. And we're seeing the storms begin to roll into that area. And the storms overall are very much freshening up on the eastern side of the storm. Cat Island is going to get hit pretty hard. Already some, good lightning strikes there from time to time. Again, the blue slash lines are just the islands under tropical storm warnings. It's just the way that my system paints that on for you. I can take that off. We're also starting to see a little bit of that deeper convection beginning to spin back on the north side of the storm. So, New Providence and Eleuthera, Andros as well, were several of you who live on those islands have already talked about the heavy rain and some of the flooding. And there's significant rain even well north of the actual center as well. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a quick break but we've got our live cameras and we've got that break video for you guys as well. I am going to bring back up our hold music. So that music's going to pop back on. Here's a live look to our camera in Long Island as the squall moves in. And I'll be back on here momentarily as well. Okay, I should be on, I should be back. If for some reason you can't hear me, let me know, but I think we're good to go. So how about that squall that came in through Long Island here while I was off? So a good time for you guys just to watch that. Again, this is very common with what's going to be happening through the central and the northern Bahamas as Imelda continues to move across the area. Great to have that live shot there from Long Island. You can see, obviously, we're looking west. All of that is moving into the face of the camera. The winds pick up from time to time as it does so, 30, 40 mile an hour winds with some higher gusts from time to time as well. And just some wet conditions will continue to move over the island. So again, that's the live look outside to the Long Island area of the Bahamas. We'll go back over to our weather computer. Hope everyone's doing well. By the way, during the break, I want to thank Rashad for the PayPal gift as well of $10. Thank you very much, Rashad. Appreciate those who are, again, supporting the channel in all those ways. Hitting that like button, subscribing is always a fantastic way to support us here at Meteo Mundo. But if there are other ways you'd like to do so, the super thanks, the super chat, the super stickers, and the description in the video below has a couple of ways as well. Appreciate all my friends of the channel who have found that. So again, our camera is right here in Long Island. And here comes the squall with the gusty winds and the lightning coming through. Very heavy rainfall over Exuma at this point in time. Very heavy rainfall and thunderstorms over Cat Island, portions of Eleuthera, beginning to pick up and spiral back in here in Nassau as well. And again, New Providence. So again, we do have, this is an elongated storm. There's a touch of drier air, but just more than anything, the shear that is impacting this storm is pushing a lot of this from south to north right now. So it's kind of elongating it to the north. But the shear is not having a direct impact on the low-level center, which is likely to get better organized here in the next couple of hours. And, you know, the Hurricane Center continues to have this storm strengthening as we go through the remainder of these early evening hours here. Now that it's, what, 6:50? You know, when I'm on live like this, I never know what time it is. I have to look at the clock. But we've lost our visible satellite imagery at this point in time because we have to have daylight. But as you can see right there at the end, so here's an idea. With this shadow effects, do you see that? That's a good thunderstorm, far eastern sides of Andros, spinning right over the western sides of New Providence. Just as we lose the heat of the day, you can see that texture there with the visible satellite imagery. Thank you, Jackie. I'm back. Pamela has a rainbow in Grand Bahama. That's what I like to see, right? You know, we'll take the nice conditions and we'll enjoy that before we have the storm come through. So, yep, appreciate it. Hey, beautiful rainbow. There you go. Estimated time frame for strongest winds in Nassau, and how long do they last before tapering down? This is a complicated question because you're going to get the strong winds with the center of circulation, which is likely to begin to move into the area in the next hour or two. All right. That's more than likely where we're going to have the strongest sustained winds. That being said, we do have all of this activity that could swing in behind the center where it could pick up again. Now, that is not as high of a probability going over New Providence as what the center is in the next hour or two, because that thing's on a beeline. That thing is headed right towards New Providence at this point in time. Don't think that we're going to get the center to move away before it goes directly over. And again, sustained winds of 40. So we have to anticipate the fact that New Providence is likely to get sustained winds of 40 miles an hour or even higher in the next couple of hours. Let's go back over here. Now, I'm only doing this. This is the current temperature at the airport because I just want to make sure it's still reporting. And it did have its hourly observation last hour at 6 o'clock. And so the station is still online. That's what I wanted to see there. Winds, now it's kind of weird. And one thing I don't like about the system is we have to, these are wind barbs. So the last wind was actually east at 13. And so that's your 10 to 15 mile an hour wind barb there. But gusts actually become a number on this system, which is why I always use wind gusts. But we haven't had at the airport a very strong gusty wind, and a lot of you have mentioned in New Providence you've really yet to see the winds pick up. It's been more about the prolific rainfall and some flooding in a couple of areas. But Yeah, so tonight, in the next couple of hours, I do expect it to begin to ramp up, we're kicking it up a notch in the next few hours for sure. All right, let's go over to our live radar. And again, you can see that nice counterclockwise spin with the spiraling bands coming in. The rainfall picking up in intensity on the northern side. Look at this band twisting and turning back over the northern sides of Andros. So San Andros area, trying to backbuild towards Andros town, but more rain over Andros and more persistent, heavier rain on the north side of the island in the last hour or so. Still going to get some squalls in the southern side of Florida, right? You know, even this rain here is breaking apart a little bit, but we're going to have some passing showers and a few rumbles of thunder in Florida, but it's just not going to be persistent enough where I expect there to be a lot of flooding issues. I mean, you know, this is, you know, if we didn't have Imelda, our sea breeze storms this time of the year would still invoke that kind of activity. It'd be fresher winds in a wider area, right? You know, we don't have all of this wind in Florida most of the time, but are we high-end peaking these winds out of this? No, don't expect that. As always, you have a specific question, feel free to drop it in the comments section below. While you're down there, thanks for taking a quick second and liking and subscribing. I got one of these energy mints in, so I apologize, but it's my little pick-me-up. Hey, Ron, thank you for becoming a supporter. So our memberships are open. That's the join button. You can become a member of the channel for just 99 cents a month. If you want to kick it up a notch and become a Team MM member, you get access to exclusive member shorts. That is just $2.99 a month, but I appreciate Ron becoming a member of the channel. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Ron. Appreciate you. Let's go back over to some of the video that you guys sent me. Again, this was a little bit earlier. I believe this is out of Eleuthera, Spanish Wells area. And again, coming down a bit from time to time. Oh yeah, some good rain in Bimini as well. Just looking at some of the photos you guys are sending me. Download some of those in the background while we're talking about this. But again, you know, that's one of the recent videos. There's some of the street flooding that we have seen so far in Nassau, New Providence. And again, likely to just continue to, you know, pick up more urban and street flooding with some of the heavier rain. Again, 4 to 8 inches and locally higher than that. There is the Cable Beach area of New Providence for you guys right there. Again, north side of the island. So, you know, weather overall, guys, just going downhill from time to time, and then more persistently falling off later tonight. Squally weather right now, more persistent, heavier rain bands, more problems overall coming your way later tonight in those areas. Andros, New Providence, Eleuthera, the Berry Islands, Bimini, Grand Bahama, the Abacos, Walker's Key, all of those spots. Just expect there to be more persistent activity in those areas. Martin sent me another photo or video from West Bay Street. See if I can get that up for you here. Now the problem is, I got to figure out, as I download these, I feel like I download them and then they don't pop up right away. But that's a me problem, not a you problem. Let's go back to our camera at a Long Island. Wow, look at that, just dark sky. I mean, again, we're getting closer to sunset, but that is a water-loaded atmosphere that is ready to move into that area. Man, oh man, oh man. Again, guys, I don't mean to be quiet, but I'm also trying to pull up some of this other stuff for you all as well. All right, I'll pick that up here in a minute. Let's get back over to what's happening across our area. Jump back on camera. But you get the idea. I want to show you guys these pictures and videos while they're coming in, especially during the daylight. It's going to give you a good indication of what you can anticipate if you live in these spots. We're still area dependent, right? We're still going to have variations in what we see, but in a general sense, we can talk about 4 to 8 inches of rain, locally up to 10. We've talked about the storm surge potential for the Abacos, the northern and eastern sides of Grand Bahama, where we could have a 1 to 3 foot storm surge, right? Winds that could be sustained of over 40 miles an hour, but some gusts that could be even over 50 and 60 closer to New Providence. And then as we get towards the Abacos and Grand Bahama, those sustained winds could start to freshen up into that 50 and maybe even 60 mile an hour range. And some of the models are even trying to produce wind gusts near hurricane strength. So the weather overall continuing to go downhill. The most widespread impact is going to be the flooding rain, right? That's your most widespread variable out of all of this. But the wind threat, the power outages that could come along with it, and especially some concentrated higher wind gusts in the far northwest Bahamas will end up being, I think, the ultimate issues out of this storm for the most part. How long will I be live tonight? That is TBD. I don't know. I'm not sure, like whether we just continue with one stream here, whether I break it up. I'm not sure. I haven't thought about it. It's just one of those things right now where I'm going, we're moving through. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I appreciate you taking part of your Sunday and chilling out and enjoying the live stream and all the support. That's why I do this. And we'll just see, you know. I know we can't go longer than 12 hours. I don't know if I'm gonna have the ability to go 12 hours anyway, but if you guys remember last year with Hurricane Beryl over Jamaica, we went right at 12 hours. We're not allowed to go any longer than that, but somehow we pulled off a 12-hour live stream last year. So I wouldn't expect it to be that long here, but you know, and again, I have the ability to run the radar system live and stream it without me being on, and that can always be a possibility as well. One of the reasons why I'm not 100% sure at this point in time is that I want to see how this plays out, like towards the New Providence area in the next couple of hours, like how, you know, quickly the storm gets into New Providence, what impacts it's bringing to New Providence, and then, you know, play it out from there. Because it could still be a couple of hours beyond that before it really impacts the Abacos and Grand Bahama. So let's just see. But great question, and I appreciate it. Glad you're live streaming. The Weather Channel app took down the flood off of their app. Interesting. So again, guys, just like Ron, where did you go? Here you go. Just like Ron, if you would like to become a member, it's pretty simple, right? 2 tiers, supporter tier, 99 cents a month. That's it. Simple, very small way to support the channel, but I appreciate all of our members. You get custom badges and emojis during our live streams, your names in a different color, easy to see, shout you guys out. Appreciate all of those who are members. You want to kick it up a notch, introduced a tier a little bit a while ago called the Team MM tier for $2.99 a month. You get all the things that supporters get, but you also get access to exclusive member shorts. I do short videos from time to time in between these live streams and of course in between the daily forecast videos, kind of giving you my behind the scenes thoughts, maybe what I'm watching, how I think things might play out. So if you want to find another way to support the channel, you can become a Team MM member, and I appreciate all of those supporters who upgraded to the Team MM status. Several of you guys did that as well. So thank you guys for doing all of that as well. All right. Flood warning in Nassau. Yeah, I've been trying to keep an eye out on all that stuff for you guys as well. But you do need to be very cautious of any of that. Always check local government and officials, but try to pass on the local information and the most updated that I possibly can as well. How far is it from New Providence? Where is New Providence? Okay, great question. So New Providence is the island that the town of Nassau is located on. So here you go right here. So this is New Providence, and I'm sure most of us have heard of Nassau. Now, the center itself, this plot is a little old. I believe if I go back over to the visible satellite imagery here, and of course we lose it right at the end, but I believe the center is actually right about here right now. It's a little bit, you can see where that spin is. Go back over here, should be a little bit lower reflectivity. Yeah, just this little notch right here. So I think the center is about right here. So let's see how far it is away. Now it's moving north at 9. An increase in forward speed is likely. We're going to get an immediate advisory from the Hurricane Center at the top of next hour. But if we go from right about here to the southern coast of New Providence, we're about 40 miles away. I think we're moving probably a little bit more than 9 miles an hour right now. So if we just say 10, the center should hit New Providence here before 11 o'clock. But the wind field and the heaviest rain is obviously north of all of that already. So, you know, we're just going to continue to see a deteriorating condition here in New Providence over the coming time. But for the actual center of the storm to drag over the island, it's likely to occur in the next 3 to 4 hours. Martin says government offices, schools closed for tomorrow in New Providence. Makes sense. Hey, Edo, can't get freebies being a Prime member. What are we talking about here? We're talking about Prime member as in Amazon or Prime member as in being Meteo Mundo? I have no freebies to give away right now. Down the road, you know, we might open up a store or something like that, and then we might be able to do some of those things. Have member giveaways and stuff like that. I like your thought if that's where you're going with it. I can dig that. Hey man, I wanna expand and do all those things with you guys. This is just a good line of storms, by the way. Like, again, just shows you that some of your biggest impacts don't necessarily have to be near the center. You can clearly see a very solid line of these storms coming through. And before we lose the daylight, you know, we got to take advantage of our Long Island camera. So there it is. I mean, we're losing daylight precipitously, ominously right now. But just before it goes away, we'll catch that last little gasp of daylight there. Fiona wants to know if the Bay of Campeche is early or late in the season. It could actually be both, Fiona. We can see a little bit of June activity in the Southwest Gulf, and sometimes very late in the season, we can pick up some storms close to home as well. Now, typically in August, September, October, those are our waves coming off the West African coast. And obviously this disturbance did develop in the Atlantic Basin just east of the Lesser Antilles. Hey, Jamie, how you doing? Watching in Belize. Got a lot of friends who watch the channel in Belize, and I hope you're doing well. We'll see what October brings, Jamie. When will Eleuthera be in the clear? Not for a while. Not for a while. Likely not until tomorrow morning. Maybe the worst weather passes by you during the wee hours of tomorrow morning, but certainly not overall for a while here. So again, live look to our last gasp of daylight in Long Island. Just want to stick with this shot. If you guys noticed while I was talking, there was a bit of lightning in the distance. There's a lot more lightning right there. Hi, Amy. Oh, I appreciate you saying that. Amy says, I've been working hard today. I do what I can. Thank you very much, Amy. Let's get the hearts out in chat. Let's get the thumbs up in chat for Amy and her $5 super thanks. Appreciate you very much, Amy. Thank you so much for doing so. A labor of love, as they call it. So again, you know, unfortunately, we have well, Travel TV has a camera in central Eleuthera. We have a contract to show these cameras, but power seems to be an issue on Eleuthera, as many locals in the chat have commented. So unfortunately, we've haven't had that camera today, but this is one of the shots in Long Island, and a lot of lightning coming down right now. Lightning, heavy rain, gusty winds, squally conditions indeed. She does have a little bit of sugar. So I switched it up. I went to a ginger ale. Not alcoholic, obviously. It's like a prebiotic drink. It's actually very gingery. My wife got it. Not bad though, not bad. A little bit of carbonation, but there's like there's ginger in this. By the way, we should start getting some of these businesses to start promoting the channel. Also want to shout out our Lean Law. Got my Lean Law tumbler here. Our friends at Lean Law Firm. They are the one of the sponsors of Meteo Mundo. LeanOnMeLaw.com is the website. If you guys would like to check them out, a link to their website is in the Meteo Mundo channel as well. If you guys ever want to click on that and support someone who supports the channel, appreciate that. Appreciate Lean Law being a big sponsor of this channel and of Central Florida Weather Live as well. All right, gang. So let's reset the scenario here as we get to 7:10. Tropical storm Imelda. Winds are 40 miles an hour as of the 5 o'clock advisory. We'll see if the Hurricane Center wants to make it any stronger at the 8 o'clock intermediate advisory. Again, you know, I do have access to the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft, so I can bring that on from time to time. Sometimes they're transmitting, sometimes they're not. My point is that I was going to see if they're in the storm right now, if we can get any data out of that, but I don't see them currently in the storm, at least from what my information can pick up on. But, you know, the Hurricane Center relies very much so on reconnaissance aircraft actually in the storm to give us an indication of what's happening in that storm. Likely, though, we're going to continue to see a storm that wants to try and get stronger as we go through the remainder of this evening on this Sunday, and one that is likely to bring tropical storm conditions to Andros, Eleuthera, and New Providence in the coming hours, with a huge band of storms that is situated right over Cat Island, headed towards San Salvador and Rum Key, over Exuma. Again, our camera here in Long Island, west look facing, picking up all the lightning on the leading edge of this, and that lightning goes all the way back down close to the Cuban coastline. So big, deep convection has developed out of that storm here recently. It's still more moderate rain, and the winds haven't been extremely significant so far in the New Providence area, but likely all of this is going to be a trend that goes downhill for the most part in the next couple of hours for us here. Hey, Keisha, how you doing? Jamaica is in the house under overcast, guys. Did you guys get a lot of rain today? Portions of Jamaica did. There were flash flood warnings for Jamaica on the southern parishes earlier today. Somewhat of an indirect impact from Imelda. There's a lot of tropical moisture in general in this area right now, and you see those thunderstorms. Even pretty late today, we've had a few good storms over portions of Hispaniola. Umberto is out there again, strong category 4 hurricane. Still some fresh winds over portions of the Lesser Antilles, and there's a lot of wave action coming back into the northern Leeward Islands, Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, and the northern coast of Hispaniola from Umberto as well. So some impacts there. Jamie, I wouldn't expect anything significant, but as we get to this plot point tomorrow from the Hurricane Center, right there, they already have it with winds of 63 miles an hour, which they average to the 5, so it would be 65 officially. So when you have potentially 65 mile an hour sustained winds right near the Abacos and Grand Bahama, you know that there is steady strengthening likely to occur to get to a high-end tropical storm with some potential for hurricane wind force gusts within some of that storm as well. So got to watch out for that one. As far as how quickly we're going to get to those storms. We can handle, for the most part, 40 plus mile an hour winds. Look, there will be a little bit of damage. There will be certainly the opportunity to have some power problems when you're talking about that wind, but structurally, we should be fine. When you start talking about 60 and 70 or 75 plus mile an hour gusts, then it really becomes how hardened an area is, right? Like how well built structures are, are there more out structures compared to, cement foundations? And, that's very area dependent when you're discussing the Bahamas. So when we get into those kinds of winds in this area, you start to have a little bit higher concern for the overall potential for some destruction. Hopefully we stay at we're going to lose some power, we're going to lose some trees. Structurally we'll be okay, but it is a concern of mine as we get into the wee hours tonight and early tomorrow morning, just how strong these sustained winds are going to be near the center of Imelda, because the forecast track is right over New Providence, but especially later in the period, right over Abaco and maybe even the eastern sides of Grand Bahama as well. Jamie, if Imelda and Umberto are the same strength, they interact. It's called the Fujiwara effect, where the storms would basically spin around each other in an elliptical fashion. That's not going to happen with these storms. They're too far away, but Imelda has been slow enough to develop, where Umberto, now look, regardless of Imelda and what it's been doing, Umberto is moving north and west. The counterclockwise winds are basically going to slacken up and die out the wind field along the east coast of the United States. Now, the impact of that is that because Imelda never made a quick run towards the Carolinas, it's now going to be impacted by what Umberto is bringing with the light winds. It's not going to be able to go farther north. It's going to put on the brakes. It's going to stall a bit, and then it's going to get punched off towards the east, because down the road, Umberto is going to try and tug it a little bit closer to the storm. And also, we're going to see stronger westerly winds pick up here in the southeast, which should nudge it to the east. So for anyone tuning in to the live stream from Georgia or the Carolinas, the model trends have been much improved over the last 24 hours with a quicker, sharper turn farther south and east. Again, it doesn't mean you're not going to get rain impacts. That is the biggest problem that could still be an issue through portions of the Carolinas. Believe it or not, even though the storm center may be more than 250 miles south Check, 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 check. Can you guys hear me now? I'm not muted. The transmitter died, or the battery died. But can you guys hear me? Let me know. You should be able to. Now, there's a not fun situation that comes with this because the second battery pack was dead. Yeah, you guys can hear me. Yes, yes, thumbs up. Okay. Yeah, so I have two different power packs for this thing, but unfortunately, I guess I hadn't charged the second one in eons, and it's dead as well. So now I'm hardwired in. At least for a time until my computer can actually do it. Yeah. So I've got wireless microphone, right, which is awesome. Lets me move around and whatever. Have a second backup one as well, but I think it's just been so long since I've charged it died, and I never even thought about it, to be quite honest. So anyway, I'm back. I don't have to move around much anyway, but now I've just got this darn thing sitting on my podium. Thanks, guys. Yeah, just lost the battery. Back with a Pepsi and ice and no audio. There it is, Blue Goose. I have no idea what I was saying or when I lost, but for my friend Maya Banix, I appreciate the kind words. Thank you very much for that. All right. Probably should have switched. Actually, wouldn't have mattered, right? Because that other power pack is dead. Anyway. This also gives you an indication of how long it's been since the last live stream, right? Haven't had to switch mic packs in more than a year. You know, when I do the Meteo Mundo, updates daily, just this one power pack is completely fine. Charges about for 4 hours, which is about right. We've been on for, what, 4.5 hours now? So it makes sense that it was about time to die. But now I'm afraid this thing's going to slip. I don't want to do that either, though. You just stay there. It'll work. Do we have a new sub? Thank you very much. Appreciate all of our subs. Appreciate all of those who have found ways to support the channel as well. Everyone's awesome. What's the forward speed? At this point in time, it's 9 miles an hour. We're going to get an update from the Hurricane Center at 8 o'clock, the intermediate advisory. This is all the 5 o'clock information you see on your screen. We'll see if they want to pick up the forward speed a little bit. Still, the worst is yet to come to places like New Providence, just later today. You're welcome. Auto Total Servicio. I don't think the Hurricane Center has put out a special or anything, I don't believe. Yeah, 10 knots, 9 miles an hour. And again, we can look at these advisories right on camera for you guys as well. So, this is the 5 o'clock advisory. We had, and again, 55 miles southwest of the Northwest Bahamas. I wish they just picked a spot like New Providence, Nassau, wherever. Just a little bit better geographic location would be great. Sustained winds were 40, moving to the north at 9, pressure 998. If you have not heard, the tropical storm watch for the east coast of Florida is done. It has been discontinued. We don't expect there to be even the remote chance for sustained tropical storm conditions now off the east coast of Florida. That's staying well off the east coast. We're not going to have that moving inland. So we still have our tropical storm warnings for the central and the northern Bahamas. And again, when you're looking at some of the impacts here, guys, first of all, just take a look at the wind, right? Tropical storm conditions are likely through the central and the northern Bahamas overnight. And then the rainfall totals, 4 to 8 inches in portions of the Bahamas. I've seen some locally up to potentially 10. Some of the computer models are bringing on the potential for up to 10 inches of rain. Storm total rainfall totals even 2 to 4 and up to 6 for coastal sections of South Carolina and southeast North Carolina. That far away from the storm, directly impacted Imelda, 2 to 4 up to 6 inches of rain, and then that storm surge of 1 to 3 feet. Mainly right now, it looks like impacts for the Abacos and the north and east side of Grand Bahama. So that's the 5 o'clock advisory. We're going to get the update from the 8 o'clock advisory coming up here from the Hurricane Center. And we'll see what they want to do with that. But, you know, obviously throughout this live stream, I've been keeping an eye on the structure of this. I know it doesn't look fantastic, but still, in my opinion, with very little wind shear here and the drier air never making its way in, you know, there's an opportunity that this could try and spin up a little bit, you know, more significantly just south of New Providence. Obviously, you have some significant thunderstorm activity on the east side right now. A lot of lightning, Cat Island, Exuma, Long Island, where we had our live camera there. We can always go back and check that camera because you can always get the backlit lightning, and that's always kind of cool looking. But then the other big thing is going to be the significant rain too. So if we bring on the rain, you know, this is what it looks like right now. Again, we have the live radar data here. It does get this far south. The rain, especially here, if I just take this loop down to like the last 2 hours and show you this, you can see kind of how slow just in the last 2 hours the rain is spinning. Did I like lose the islands? I might have hit a wrong button here. Hang on. There we go. I was like, wait a minute, the islands disappeared. But this is how you get flash flooding, guys. Northern tip of Andros, last 2 hours. It's not crazy heavy rain, but it's not moving very quickly either. And that's when you can start to get 2, 4, 6 inches of rain locally in a short amount of time. Tara, the email is, oh, Farrah, you got it. Thank you. Hopefully TI-30XA Gaming, which I believe is what? Isn't that a Texas Instruments calculator? I think even my oldest son might have just had to get one of those. The things you pick up in a live stream. It's headed directly for New Providence right now. And that is the likely area in the next couple of hours it is hit. Still a broad, somewhat disorganized center. Again, it's a little bit easier to pick up on here on the infrared satellite imagery. That kind of little notch, I think it's just slightly east of where the center line is. Again, that's just the predicted path from the Hurricane Center. These storms obviously don't have to follow anything. So if I take that off and we look at the cone of uncertainty, you know, we would expect this storm to pass near or over New Providence in the next few hours. Couple of hours, Charlie B. Hi, Techno Electronics. New Providence in the house. Seeing as the storm passes over Nassau, what's your thoughts on the wind impact? Probably 40-mile-an-hour winds with some higher gusts. Again, that is the sustained right now. I'm very curious and watching almost in real time with you guys if this thing is trying to deepen and get stronger, if the pressure is trying to drop, if the wind field near the center is trying to intensify, because that's what's coming over New Providence, right? We don't have to worry about this line of convection at this point in time spinning over the island. It's more about what the core of the storm is going to bring. So at this point in time, because we know we have 40-mile-an-hour winds here from the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft, it's pretty easy to say, I expect there to be 40-mile-an-hour winds with some locally higher gusts. And, you know, we're running out of time for this thing to do a lot more than that. Again, the airport, let's just make sure the airport's still reporting. If they had a 7 o'clock number come in. Yeah, there they did. Okay. So look, you know, their 7 o'clock number was still 79 with a dew point of 77. What did the altimeter do? Wow. So the altimeter at 6 o'clock was actually 1,004 millibars and then went up 10 to 1,014. I don't know about that. I'm not sure about that. And then, you know, your steady east wind. Again, this is the METAR station from the airport there in New Providence. But it is still transmitting. And the reason why I mention that is because, you know, this is an air, that's one that I can watch out for wind gusts. I also have access to some buoy data. And I know there was one over Androstown again. Let me see if this one's still transmitting as well. I don't see that one any longer. Not a great sign. So we had one here just around Androstown, and it does not look to be online any longer. Just going through the different variables that it can offer to make sure that, you know, I'm not missing on something here. Okay. We have one in San Salvador as well. All right. I even have access to ships observations. If ships have weather equipment and they're transmitting, I'll pick it up live. But typically ships are smart enough not to be in near storms like this, so it really isn't that beneficial. Yeah, support the channel. Buy me more batteries, please. Or buy me the wherewithal to charge the second battery pack. Here's the thing, it was charged. It just became discharged at some point in time, and I completely forgot it had been that long. Feeding Frenzy says, coming down harder around Blair now, the rain and the wind. All right, so there you go. Things are beginning to pick up in New Providence as we speak. And you can clearly see that spin there. And so there's not gonna be, you know, these are squalls still coming down, locally heavy downpours. But with a 9-mile-an-hour forward motion, there's a lot more to come. The storm is basically due west of Cat Island right now. That line, this thing is the 2 o'clock. It's more right about here at this point in time. That's just where my system paints on from the advisory, the latitude, longitude. I think I could take that away like that. I don't think it's going to cause any other issues. And again, that's the center line track. Forecast models, you know, we haven't looked at this a lot so far today, but these are your spaghetti plots, right? And again, I mean, look at the consensus of the putting on the brakes and diving east. Now, you've got one or two that still linger it up towards the Carolina coast. You got a couple that curlicue around, install it, and do a few things, but ultimately you have the vast majority doing what the Hurricane Center has, and that's taking a hard right turn and accelerating towards Bermuda towards the end of the week. Battery fund. Hey, I'll take it. Battery fund, camera fund, whatever we want to do here. Hey Raymond, how you doing, man? Jamaica in the house, my friends in Jamaica. Got so much support, Jamaica. Got so much support in a lot of the Caribbean islands, and I appreciate all you guys. Even if you're not being directly impacted by this storm, it's really awesome that you guys are going to take part of your Sunday, spend it with me, spend it here on Meteo Mundo, our fantastic community, and just, chopping up the weather, right? Talking about it, getting our friends here in the northern Bahamas prepared for what's going to be a pretty rough night. Count your blessings if you're not in the middle of this storm, right? Could be a worse situation if you don't live there. Now, if you live here, got you covered, monitor it. Still going to have some likely wind and rain impacts. Still concerned about the opportunity that the storm could try and kick it up a notch towards the Abacos and Grand Bahama to where we could get a higher end tropical storm down the road. But, we'll see how this plays out. While we haven't seen rapid intensification, nothing that I've seen has really tried to, weaken this storm in any way, shape, or form here. And likely it continues to get a little bit stronger through the rest of tonight and overnight as it moves into and through the northern side of the Bahamas, and producing copious amounts of rain as well. Antoinette says we've got some heavy rain on and off in Abaco. Appreciate that. James, I haven't seen anything on my system, but I do have access to the data. And if they are flying in here, They're in progress right now. There are actually some ships out there. That's funny. They're just, oh, actually this one's, that's mission 20. Mission 19 is in it. All right, so mission 19 has 999. Now they had 998 earlier, but yeah, it is, it's exactly where I thought it was gonna be, actually. I can try and bring this up for you guys. Is eye available here? Let me bring this up. So there are two different hurricane reconnaissance and craft that are currently investigating Imelda. One is deep into the core, and the other one is making some drop zones around the surrounding environment to get a better idea of the atmosphere surrounding Imelda. I skipped your questions 3 times. What's up with that, man? Where are you, buddy? Is this storm slower than expected just southeast of Marsh Harbor and Winding Bay? Any ideas when the brunt of it will hit tomorrow? All right, that's like 3 questions. I got you covered. All right, is this storm slower than expected? The initial development was slower than what the models picked up on Friday. The models started to figure out that the storm was slower to develop yesterday, and that's why we had the turn farther south and east once it moved past the Bahamas. As far as the movement today, it's about on what was expected, where it started very slow, 7-mile-an-hour forward speed at the 2 o'clock advisory, 9-mile-an-hour forward speed at the 5 o'clock, and likely to slowly increase in forward speed the remainder of tonight and overnight, and just accelerating in general over the next 24 hours to 36 before it slows down again, as again, it gets impacted by Umberto washing out the steering currents off the Florida East Coast. That was your first question. Any idea when the brunt of it will hit tonight or tomorrow? So I'm expecting for your area mainly tonight and then through the wee hours of tomorrow morning. Hopefully by daybreak, it's better. I can't rule out still some squalls redeveloping on the southeast side of the storm as it tracks north, but the brunt of the more persistent weather in your area is later tonight and a few hours after midnight as well. D-Man, I hope I answered it for you. You got it. My pleasure. Listen. It's certainly there's no reason for me. Again, as I've said, I try and watch everything I possibly can, just like D-Man did. If I keep missing you, come back, hit me, let me know. I don't know if I put it on this one or another one here. H. Try. Where are you here? Well, now this is ridiculous. I know you guys, hang on. All right, here we go. There is a way I can do this off camera, but I was like, yeah, whatever. All right, so this is the latest hurricane reconnaissance update. This reconnaissance aircraft is still investigating the storm, all right? So Andros, New Providence, Eleuthera. Remember how I said it jogged a little east, and that's where I thought it was? That's where they're seeing that center. Now, just because it shows 999 here doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to set it at 999, because at 5 o'clock it was 998. This may not be the actual, low level, at the surface pressure. Because I think last time it was 1,000 and they still made it 998. So we'll see. But, there's your easterly wind already picking up there in portions of New Providence. But so now we know this is exactly where the center is. And it really is about exactly where I thought it was based on satellite observations as well. So again, that's the latest reconnaissance aircraft in Imelda at this point in time. So when we look at this on my weather system, I think we'll see it's about, as I said, where I analyzed it as well. I think it's right about, remember I told you like there's this little void right here, right about here. So it is a little bit east of that cone. Now it's an interesting trend, right? Does that continue? At this point in time, it maybe has meandered to the eastern envelope of that cone of uncertainty? Does it continue to go a little bit farther east, or does it straighten back up? Remember, wobbles and, non-straight lines are expected with these storms, but, is it a trend or is it just a wobble? Only time will tell as far as that goes. The general flow is a south to north flow, but that doesn't mean that there can't be a little bit of a notch east. Now, again, that has been a trend with the models all day. That's why the Hurricane Center dropped the tropical storm watch for Florida, is because the models have trended farther east away from the Florida East Coast, basically bringing no opportunity for sustained tropical storm conditions along the coast. Thus, there's no need for a tropical storm watch if you're not going to have any chance for tropical storm conditions. So again, right about here, we'll see if that center skirts right over the eastern side of the island or is just offshore. You're obviously going to have some pretty good impacts for Eleuthera, where allegedly they all have a ton of power outages already, and I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you, Valerie. I appreciate you. Yeah, hey, that's my fault. So I can adjust those graphics off air. Sometimes I just don't do it, and you guys see the black. I'll remember. Thanks, Jamal. Appreciate you, dude. Hi, Jackie. How are you? Oh, you lost some branches on your coconut tree. I don't like to hear that. Thanks, D-Man. Hey, Mary, do you think there will be a lot of rain in Volusia County when it stalls? No, Mary, I think it's far enough away for if you live in Central Florida. Volusia County includes coastal areas like Daytona Beach and Ormond Beach and New Smyrna, beautiful area of the coast of Florida. I don't expect it. Now, again, that doesn't mean you're not going to get some rain tomorrow, because there will be some squalls coming back in, but this storm, even though it's going to stall out, the forward speed from the Hurricane Center is actually quicker now, where while we have a stall, we may not have days and days of stall. If you notice that these are plot points, right, 12 to then 24 hours out, there's still some movement with them. Even yesterday, those plot points were much closer together because there wasn't a lot of forward speed. Now you're turning this storm farther east, farther south from the rest of the east coast of the United States and pulling it quickly back off to sea. And everything that I've seen so far today lends credence to this, that the Hurricane Center is talking about. And there's no models, no ensembles that are really trying to do anything that deviates from this. And again, it's because of a slower developing Imelda and how Umberto is basically disrupting all of the surface winds near the coast of the United States and actually bringing a north wind to, again, stall the storm a bit, but ultimately pull it off towards the east. So I do expect you to get some rain and wind, Mary, but nothing very prominent. And again, I'll be covering the storm live tomorrow on the CFLW channel. If you guys don't know, have the Central Florida Weather Live channel. Again, it may not be a long stream because there's no tropical storm watch any longer, but I go on live Mondays anyways on that channel, and so I'll certainly do that. We might have a little bit longer live stream than normal. Don't know exactly what time yet. Might be dependent on how long I'm on tonight and what the conditions look like tomorrow morning as well. Again, guys, if you have any pictures or videos, myMediaMundo@gmail.com. So many of you have already sent some in. I'll still continue to effort to bring you more of that. But again, myMediaMundo@gmail.com is the easiest way to send me those pictures and those videos. As I've mentioned, all of the GFS Ensemble members, and I haven't had time to pull the 18Z, the newest. I can look at it here real quickly though, behind the scenes, and I'll let you know if there's anything that I see different. So let me bring up the tracks here on Imelda. Only one of all of the spaghetti plots have it going into North Carolina, so that's good news. Nope, still the same thing. Oh no, there we go. Only one ensemble member of the GFS kind of runs it into Delmarva. And again, you're not looking at it, I'm looking at it behind the scenes. Everything else is offshore. And then the European model, we haven't gotten the 18Z in of yet, so it hadn't become Imelda yet. but nothing offshore, nothing as well. None of the European ensembles. So we're looking real good. So really, even though this is one model run old, there's really no difference. Even some of the other European models here aren't going to have that meander and then move north. That was only a few of them, with the vast majority east. So I think there's growing confidence in this solution overall. Again, the tropical storm watch is gone, so cross that out. We continue with the tropical storm warning in the central and the northern Bahamas. And again, if you guys are talking about impacts, let's go over that as well. Nope, Jalez or Jeliz, again, apologize if I pronounce your name wrong, even if it's just a pseudonym or your username. It is not going to stall out over the Bahamas. If anything, it's going to pick up a little bit of forward speed. Nice little shear to the south. It's just going to push this storm along. There is no stall out scenario that I see at this point in time. But a good question, no doubt about it. So impacts that we expect out of Imelda for the central and northern Bahamas. Again, this is kind of a widespread with potentially locally heavier impacts in some spots, but sustained winds over 40 miles an hour, because we have ourselves a 40-mile-an-hour tropical storm, but gusts to 60 and even higher can't be ruled out. And even some sustained winds that are more like 50 or even 55 closer to Grand Bahama and the Abacos late tonight and overnight, again, not out of the question. 4 to 8 inches of rain. Certainly the most widespread impact for the central and northern Bahamas is going to be the flooding rain potential. We're going to get widespread totals like that. We're going to have some problems. There is still a storm surge and some higher than normal tide cycles that are likely to occur, especially in the Abacos and the northern and the eastern sides of Grand Bahama. That 1 to 3 foot storm surge, some of the adjacent keys could be included in that as well. Again, for the Florida East Coast, regardless of whether we had a tropical storm watch or not, I never expected there to be sustained tropical storm conditions, but I would expect tomorrow, with most of the east coast of Florida being impacted tomorrow, for 20 to 30 mile an hour winds. Am I mic kind of crappy? Is it? Oh, is it? Is that better now? Let me know. When the wife comes in and tells you something's going on, you just stop and you're like, okay, I'm going to handle this situation. Is it any better now? Oh, you're not caught up yet? Okay. Was it just kind of crackling? It was cutting out. Okay. It might have been because I was just on the actual cord. I don't know. Sorry. Literally chatting with the wife here in real time. She's letting me know what's going on. Thanks, King of Aquariums. No, James, you didn't go out. Does it sound good now? Okay. Shouldn't be any cord issues. Again, because Rusty didn't charge his second battery pack, now I'm hardwired into my computer. So this is a new one, by the way. I went through, 12 plus live streams last year and never didn't do this. The problem is that the second battery pack hasn't been used in so long, and so it just died. It's still cutting out? I don't know how to fix this. I can try a different pack. Hang on. Check, 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 check. Now, if this is my cord, then we really got an issue. It's good online. Had to refresh YouTube. Okay. I don't know. I'm happy to, I'm okay for right now, thanks. I'm happy to adjust if I can. So this is the second pack. You guys let me know. I know I have good volume. I have good sound levels. And he says it's good on his end. I don't want to talk too much if there's problems, but I'm hoping we're fine. Sound is fine to you? Okay, you're good. All right. Appreciate it. Listen, there are some YouTubers and others who I love, and sometimes their audio isn't fantastic, and it's like, oh, come on, man. So if I can resolve that issue, like stop and resolve that issue, I'm going to stop and resolve that issue. So again, impacts, not tropical storm impacts for the Florida East Coast, but some squally weather, mainly tomorrow. Miami, the Keys, most impacted this evening, but most of the East Coast of Florida is going to be on Monday. Got to go back. Oh, we lost our Long Island camera too. So we can conclude that Long Island doesn't have power any longer. How about that? There's Central Eleuthera. It never came back. So unfortunately, Long Island is gone. So our thoughts are with our friends in Long Island who don't have power any longer. Eight o'clock data. Let's see. Does not appear so. Nope, not yet. I don't expect there to be a heck of a lot of change. We might see a slight increase in forward speed. I don't know about the winds. The hurricane reconnaissance aircraft are in the storm right now. You know, you can clearly see here with this satellite and radar composite, a nice little twist up to some of the motion near the center of circulation. So it's an improving structure of the low levels of the storm. How that ultimately, right, is really going to impact what the 8 a.m. numbers look like, hard to tell. May not be much of an improve. I don't think there's going to be any weakening. You know, I don't think that they're going to be talking about this storm falling apart, but, you know, are they going to make it 45? We'll see. Hey, Vanessa. Yeah, it's been a while. This is the first live stream I've done for a storm, which is fantastic, right? I mean, look, obviously, when there's impactful weather, I'll come on and cover it. If it's one time a year, if it's, 15 times a year, whatever is necessary, but it has been, let's just call it very unusual, the fact that even though it's been a little bit quieter season so far, that any of the storms that have developed have made these nice paths through and missed our islands without significant impacts in most areas. Fantastic, right? But when a storm does have some impacts, I'm here for you guys, and we'll be covering it for you, just like we are right now for our friends in the Bahamas. Thank you, Eugene. All right, good to know. And we're charging the second power pack as well. So maybe I can get off of this. Now, I don't know whether I have a second cord, so that thing better not start going bad on me. Okay, thank you, Sandra. So I guess some of you heard it, some of you didn't. It would be interesting, like, maybe if you hear that again, refresh the channel. It's a great question, great point. I don't know. Kimberly is throwing out that financial institutions will be closed tomorrow. So there you go. Kind of just waiting to see, along with all of you guys, what the 8 o'clock advisory brings. But we're still a few minutes away. Now look, they can issue this anytime they want to. Most of the time they issue it at least a few minutes ahead of time. Sometimes, again, as I mentioned earlier, if there's not big changes, they might even throw it out. If it's an 8 o'clock advisory, it's 7:35. I've seen a couple that lingered a few minutes past, because then you know that they're really trying to figure out what's going to be happening here. Again, if you're just tuning in, one thing I want to keep an eye out for is I have this data which allows me to see the amount of rain that has fallen in an area over a certain amount of time. So we have to keep an eye out for that. So to give you an indication of where there might be some potential flooding, first of all, these numbers are going to be lower than what is really out there because the radar is so high in the atmosphere relatively in the Bahamas, because this is coming out of the Miami radar, that it's going to be undercut. But we can still see some areas of heavy rain over Andros in the last hour, and that's where I expect there to be some potential for some isolated flooding. These are pockets of 3-inch rainfall totals. Again, it's just, we're not picking up everything here because we're a little bit far off. But the one thing that's most important is I can watch out for precip rates. And as those begin to climb, so now over portions of Andros, you're getting rainfall rates of over 1 inch an hour. That sits over an area for an hour or two. You get a couple of inches of rain in just a short amount of time. These are the areas that start to see a little bit in the way of some higher flash flood potential. And so I could be monitoring that in the northern Bahamas for you guys as well. Just when I see a spot that might crop up and be like, okay, there's been a lot of rain there lately, you know, that could be a spot where we might have some flooding issues over the next couple of hours. We'll certainly keep that in mind for you as well. Hey, Stacy, Spanish Wells. Appreciate you coming in here. Thank you. All right. And again, pictures or videos, mymeteomundo@gmail.com. We still only have the 5 o'clock advisory. Now we have the 8. All right. Yeah. Nada mucho aquí. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. They said, what you see is what you get. Everything's the same. North at 9, pressure 998, sustained winds of 40. That was exactly what we had at the 5 o'clock advisory. Unless for some reason they didn't update that, but yep, same. Sustained winds 40, north at 10 degrees. That's the only difference, right? So if you look at, oh my God, don't fall. So if we look at, you know, your compass, 0 or 360 is due north. 10 degrees is just slightly east of north, and that's what we've seen. The 5 o'clock advisory was directly due north. This is now 10 degrees or slightly east of north. Subtle difference, but it could make a difference down the road, exactly where it tracks through the Abacos. Pressure again, 998. No changes with watches or warnings. Still got the 998 millibar minimal pressure. I don't see anything else that's really changed here. Should likely have this in my system now. Let me view the advisory. Yep, there it is. I love how this picks up almost in real time. So you guys can see this with me. So here's your 8 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Imelda continuing to move northward, 30 miles from the northwest Bahamas. It's got to be New Providence. 335 miles from the Cape Canaveral area, but again, nowhere near the Cape ultimately. Moving to the north at 9 miles per hour with maximum sustained winds of 40. That is 65 kilometers an hour. Forward speed is 15 kilometers an hour. It is a minimal central pressure of 998 or 29.47 inches. Again, no changes to watches and warnings, which means you have a tropical storm warning for the central and the northern Bahamas. I don't expect there to be much difference here as well. Imelda is moving toward the north at 9, and a faster forward north motion is expected tonight through Monday. On Tuesday, Imelda is expected to turn sharply to the east-northeast. And then on the forecast track, the center of the system is expected to move across the central and northern Bahamas tonight and Monday, and then turn east-northeast, moving away from the southeast United States by the mid part of the week. Strengthening is expected during the next few days, and Imelda is still forecast to become a hurricane late Monday and Tuesday. Of note, that should not happen over the Bahamas, but strengthening into the 50 to potentially 60 mile an hour range before it ultimately moves north of the Abacos and Grand Bahama is not out of the question. Tropical storm force winds extend up to 90 miles. That's with the thunderstorm activity on the far east and southeast side. Rainfall totals look the same. Again, northwest Bahamas, 4 to 8 inches, potentially locally higher. This rainfall will likely lead to flash and urban flooding. Mudslides are possible in eastern Cuba. And again, for my friends in the Carolinas, we're hundreds of miles away, but storm totals of 2 to 4 inches with a local of 6 is expected through Tuesday across coastal South Carolina and southeast North Carolina, and that rainfall could result in isolated flash, urban, and minor river flooding. Storm surge, and there actually is a little bit of a product. Storm surge 1 to 3 feet along the immediate coast in the northwestern Bahamas, as we've mentioned, and then minor coastal flooding in areas with onshore winds in the southeast United States. There actually is now a 1 to 2 foot storm surge possibility from the Volusia-Brevard County line in Florida to the South Santee River in South Carolina. So it's not a lot, but from the Brevard-Volusia County line, kind of east central Florida, up to the South Santee River, coastal South Carolina, that includes all of coastal Georgia. Now a 1 to 2 foot storm surge is a possibility, kind of higher than normal tides. Shivaldo says, hey, we had 2 straight hours of rain or more. And where are you, by the way, if I didn't pick that up? I always like to make sure I know when we're talking about some active weather, what we're seeing. Again, back over to some of our video. And I'm gonna look and see if you guys have sent me more, by the way. That one, I can't get that one. By the way, that's Cable Beach. James, you sent me another one. Did I show that yet? I know I downloaded it. I don't think I did. All right, hang on. So we're gonna drop you in this one. I don't think I did, right? No. That's actually the new Providence West Bay Street one. All right. So that's Cable Beach. James sent another one, and we'll look at that in a minute. This is Spanish Wells in Eleuthera, and I am doing this from my memory. So I believe that's right. And then even before dark, we had this flooding rain in New Providence. And Camille says that New Providence has had solid rain since 6. So you hate to see it, but that video was well before 6 o'clock, or just before 6 o'clock at least. Now you have 2 more hours of just consistent rain. And so just the flooding concern, the urban and the street flooding, it's a growing concern when we're talking about just solid hours and hours of rain. And the storm still, slowly working its way even closer to New Providence at the hour. Go back over here to that, and let me bring up this, again, studio mode so I can do this behind the scenes. Oh, there we go. Okay. So this is New Providence again. This is going to be Martin again, and this is going to be West Bay Street. Is that still the Cable Beach area, I'm assuming? I mean, I don't want to assume, but West Bay Street. Hey, Red Z. How you doing in Bermuda, my man? Hope you're doing well. I got you covered in Bermuda, monitoring the situation. If there's any impacts, Umberto, you look okay, right? Maybe some tropical storm conditions, but more than likely not. And then we'll have to see what Imelda might want to do closer to your area later this week, but hopefully nothing. So obviously the conditions here are just kind of going down. Ooh, that's a pretty shot. See if I can bring this up for you guys. Some really big pictures, like file size wise. Try to kind of work this all behind the scenes as an interesting scenario. Gotta remember how far down this list I've gotten. There's the Recon data. How you get in here. I'm gonna show you guys a picture from Marcus Bates, Charleston Harbor. It's a gorgeous shot there, nice. We'll take the pretty ones and the active ones as well. Might take just a second to pop back on. We'll get to that one in a minute. All right. So you've heard from our friends in the northern Bahamas about the deteriorating conditions. If you've noticed, there are a few areas we haven't heard from lately. We haven't heard from a lot of our friends on Exuma or Long Island or Cat Island lately. There is likely some pretty widespread power outages ongoing with the thunderstorms that come through. Again, we even lost the Long Island camera as well, and we had lost the Eleuthera camera. So, you know, we can deduce that we've already seen some significant power outages here in portions of the islands, with likely additional power outages to be incurred through New Providence and Andros and Eleuthera, and eventually towards Grand Bahama and the Abacos too. It's going to be one of the other widespread impacts is the loss of power with this storm coming through. So, you know, again, when you start to see some areas go quiet in the chat, you have an idea that they've probably lost internet and they might have lost power as well. Hi, Dr. B. Charles. Certainly some storms firing up again in the Dominican Republic, but overall trying to be a little bit drier. You're still on the southeast flank of some of the, you know, moisture that's indirectly being brought by Imelda. Still some flood warnings, but I'm hoping that we dry out a bit overall. On the northern coastline, we're going to see some big time swells from Humberto coming into the northern and the northeastern sides of the Dominican Republic. Appreciate you tuning in for the DR, by the way. Thank you very much. Freeport, you guys are looking like the storm's headed your way. Right now, just kind of passing showers that could pick up in intensity. The squalls could get a little bit more intense, and just overall the weather beginning to deteriorate for the remainder of the evening hours. And, you know, again, when we're talking about deterioration, we're talking about winds of 40, 50, even 60 miles an hour from time to time. I'm going to bring up some of the models now because we haven't looked at those in a bit. So let's bring up, we're going to start off with the HER model here and see what the newest run brings us. Hey Brent, how you doing? My hometown of Crystal River in the house. I hope you're doing well. Again, appreciate you guys taking a quick second, hitting that like button for me, subscribing to the channel if you haven't as of yet. As always, there are other ways to support the channel, and I appreciate those who have found ways to do that as well. You guys are very kind to have done so thank you so much for all of that. Ali says, pouring in northeast Florida. Yeah, we've got some, you know, we've got that trough. We've got a little bit of moisture coming in from Imelda. We're going to get some passing showers, and you know there are going to be some locally heavy rains in the eastern side of Florida. Persistent tropical storm conditions are unlikely to occur, so at least you know we don't have to contend with that through the state. But still, some locally heavy downpours not out of the question. So again, picking up on the HER model from here, right? I believe it's analyzed the center of circulation relatively well. You can see a little bit of a void here, and that's kind of that back end drier spot. But I think we have a good initialization of the model. So let's go out from here. So through the midnight hour, we'll start to see this center pull its way across New Providence with passing heavy downpours for Eleuthera and for Andros. But again, well ahead of the center, you get very squally weather into Freeport, Lucaya, West End, High Rock on Grand Bahama, Marsh Harbor, Great Abaco, Little Abaco, Walker's Key, and Bimini. And this is even 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and there is still some widespread heavy rain in the Northwest Bahamas. And again, to be clear, it's not going to be as persistent or as consistent New Providence south, but there is still going to be some passing showers, a rumble of thunder, and some squally weather even into the central Bahamas through tomorrow morning, right? Just because the center passes north of you doesn't mean you're done with the storm. There's the center right here as of 9 a.m. So again, if we look at this, the HRRR model has this on the eastern edge of Grand Bahama and touching Little Abaco around 6, 7 in the morning tomorrow. And it really beginning to focus up and becoming stronger as it moves away from the Bahamas. Now again, the HRRR model has been on the far northwest envelope where it kind of keeps itself on the northwest side of the cone of uncertainty, but notice that in the last couple of frames, that turn is still east. Even though it's a little bit farther north and west, that turn is still east at the end to go in line with the hurricane center and the other models as well. And also to be clear, along the Florida East Coast, if the HRRR model were to play out, you just get a little bit more consistent wind and rain along the East Coast that could drive from I-95 back to I-4 in the Orlando area. Little bit more here overall. It just goes with a farther west track. Hey, Brent, thank you very much. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Brent. Thumbs up, my friend. Appreciate you. Hi, Yali. Thank you for the $3.99 stickers. I appreciate you very much. Let's get the hearts out for Yali as well. Thank you for both of you guys for finding ways to support the channel. It means a lot. And I do appreciate that. I know what I need to do. I'm doing something behind the scenes here. For some reason, I switched. There we go. Then I can see fan funding too, right? Where are you? There we go. All right. Now I can see all of my fan funding. Let me go back over this again. Sir Dead of Life Better, thank you very much. Fiona, as always, appreciate you. Ron, thanks for becoming a supporter. Amy, thank you to you. Brent and E. Alley, and those via PayPal and Venmo, which have been several of you tonight. Appreciate all of that. Thank you for your support. So again, you have a tightening system near the Abacos in Grand Bahama. If I go over to same model, surface winds, these are max winds. Okay, I can dig that. These aren't gusts, but these are like max sustained winds. Let's take a look at it. I don't like the fact that there's more of a donut hole, beginning to develop there. I gotta hold on to this when I go for my drink. But then I'm also afraid of knocking my drink down on my mic pack now. So it's like now, it's a catch-22. Hopefully this thing is charging. We'll see. But I did switch packs too because there was the alleged mic issues. I'm not gonna disagree with my wife. Not that stupid. All right. So her model, storm coming in, 8 o'clock, right? Center just south of New Providence, might be slightly fast, but we can clearly see on the HRRR model that the center of Imelda goes right over New Providence in the next couple of hours. Okay? If we query these winds, all of these whites, by the way, Anywhere you see white are winds sustained over 40 miles an hour. Now again, they still might come in gusts and they may not be consistently at 40 miles an hour, but getting some gusts, or excuse me, some winds, from time to time in that 40 plus mile an hour range appears to be more and more likely, especially the northern side of Andros, New Providence, central and northern Eleuthera, Berry Islands, maybe Bimini, could be close, and then Grand Bahama, the Abacos, and Walker's Key. And again, down the road here, this is 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And you have on the HRRR model these winds sustained that are beginning to push above 60 miles an hour. So this is going to be a problem. Even if we back it up to here, anywhere you see these oranges, you get into 60s, 55 to 60. So this is significant enough wind near the Abacos and Grand Bahama where you're going to have some wind problems out of this overnight. And then it really tightens up and gets stronger just as it moves away. Hopefully that's the case. Hopefully we don't start to get into like teetering Cat 1 strength before it gets north of Walker's Key. I really hope that's the case. But is it out of the question that it could happen? No. And then again, you get a Cat 1 hurricane here. And that's the official track from the official forecast from the Hurricane Center. But it does look like we're right on Cat 1 strength winds here, maybe just below this far out. And then spinning east. And these are definitely hurricane force winds here. So give it to about Tuesday and the HRRR model has a hurricane too. Hi, Ali. Thank you for being a supporter as well. You're awesome. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. I'll keep you covered in Northeast Florida. Hey, Rachel, how you doing? How fast is the storm moving? North at 9. It is moving north at 9 miles an hour. You guys taking it on the chin now in New Providence? Sylvia says, at my house, Starlink and solar full blast, thunder, crazy lightning, downpours continuing, and there is flooding. Again, it's tough to hear with the storm even still south of you, because at least for the next few hours, the heavy rains are likely to continue in New Providence. Don't expect we're going to, turn that off anytime soon. Don't expect the storm to deviate in any way to get the significant abundant moisture that's coming with it to move away from your area. So I'll go back over to the composite radar, and you can see that right there. Again, this is a live radar. This is the composite of my radar network. We can look at the Miami radar too. We can all do all kinds of things. CE Alley, now that you're a member, you show up in green. And when I see my members, I make sure I shout you guys out. So I appreciate you. Tara says, power is on South Long Island. Not sure about the north end, but my sister said they're currently getting some really rough winds and heavy rain. Tara, where is your sister? Is she on Long Island as well? Yeah, you see, and Eali too, if you see that little badge next to you, you have like the new sticker because you're a new member. And for those who have been supporters for more than 1 month, you get custom badges as well. So the longer that you stay a member of the channel, you get different badges next to your name. So you'll get the new one for a month or two, I believe, and then you'll get like the 2-month badge and the 3-month badge and the 6-month badge. And so you go back and look at some of our members here. Now everyone is joining the channel today, but you go back and some of them have the year badge. Hey Wade, some substantial rain there, Green Turtle K in the Abacos. Thank you, Wade, for that. Big West J says Grand Bahama. Hi Curb and Welk Private Cottage, how you doing? Bahamas in the house. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope everyone's safe. You know, obviously the reason why I'm on is to give you guys the information you need to keep yourself safe and informed, right? What you do with that information is entirely up to you, but I hope you use it to make good decisions and obviously just keep you and your family safe. Keep them comfortable. It's going to be a wet, stormy, noisy night, right? If you got kids, let them know things are going to be okay. Let them know, you know, we're going to be in store for a noisy night here. We're going to have some gusty winds, you know, might be a little bit of flooding, but we're safe where we are. And, you know, you're monitoring the situation for them. You know, obviously with schools closed in a lot of areas tomorrow, you know, they're probably aware that there's some impacts weather-wise, and, you know, letting them know exactly what's happening is a great idea. If you want to have them join and tune in to the channel, appreciate that as well. Hey Dario, how you doing, man? Oh, I can see this. You got it, my pleasure. And thanks again for sharing this channel with your family and friends. Anyone that you think can get any impacts or you know, anyone who you think get anything out of this channel, let them know about it, right? You know, appreciate the word of mouth, and you guys help the channel grow in that way as well. And again, interaction with the channel does more than you guys think. And what do I mean by interaction? Commenting down below, liking the channel as well. All of that helps the old YouTube algorithm. If the algorithm thinks that you guys like this channel enough to like and subscribe and to interact on the chat, they're going to recommend this to others who don't even know the channel exists. And that's the biggest thing, just getting on people's YouTube homepages where they say, oh, hey, that's available. I mean, how many YouTube pages have you found, and probably including mine, where, you know, you were surfing, cruising, looking around, and the next thing you know, it popped up and you go, oh, let me check this out. All right. Hey, Velma. Yeah, there's been some significant, you know, and again, we're focused on the Bahamas for very good reasons, but there has been some significant weather with some of this tropical moisture even south. So Velma's talking about how in the southeast side of St. Elizabeth, Jamaica, St. Elizabeth Parish, southwest side of the island, they had some very heavy showers last night into this morning, overcast right now. Appreciate you sending your prayers over to our friends in the Bahamas. So thank you very much for that, Velma. Yeah, there were some flash flood warnings for a lot of the southern parishes of Jamaica earlier today. So again, we're watching this. I'm always going to check in with our live cameras too. I'm going to go into studio mode so you guys can't see when they don't pop up. See if we got the Long Island camera back. Nope, it's gone. Central Eleuthera is gone. Power is gone. Don't hit that button. I'm glad you guys aren't seeing what I'm doing behind the scenes, because it's not pretty. I'm all over the place. And obviously the cameras that we do have up are into night vision mode. So we've got that as well. All right. So again, power looks to be already a growing concern here in the Bahamas. Yeah, no doubt about it. Big West J. No island is too big or small, depending on where you guys are. So we got this visible satellite imagery here, but again, it's toast now that we've lost the daylight. The center of circulation, for any of those wondering, is just south of New Providence. Would expect some of the worst weather to begin to move into New Providence starting right now. I know that there's been some significant rain already, but we're going to start to see even stronger winds begin to move in. Still always keeping an eye out to make sure that the airport is still reporting. Let's see if we got an 8 o'clock advisory for them number. Come on now, let me query it. That's the 7 o'clock number. I'd like to see the 8. You don't want them losing data yet. So hopefully we'll get an 8 o'clock advisory in from or update from them. We'd love to have that sensor still reading when the winds begin to freshen up over the island. Andy says winds are picking up. Well, Don, thank you for finding me. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for jumping in the chat and saying hi. And thanks for tuning in. Hope things are well. Join you on Facebook. Yeah. Hey, look, we're across all of our social media platforms. I mean, obviously, our main, bread and butter is this YouTube channel where I do daily forecast updates across the Caribbean and the Bahamas. And of course, I come on live when we have significant storms to cover. But we have Facebook page. We're on Instagram, TikTok. We have an X page as well. So you can follow all of us there. We do some exclusive kind of snippet content on TikTok from time to time. We have a lot of Instagram followers as well. So if you guys want to consume your Meteo Mundo in other ways, you can find us on other various social media platforms. But this is always the place where we all congregate together and do these long form live streams and these longer video updates as well. But that's awesome. Thanks for letting me know, Don. And a lot of you share too. I know we have a WhatsApp as well. I know we got a WhatsApp that's out there. I mean, so some of you guys are finding us across all the various platforms. There's so many these days. It's hard to kind of even keep an eye out on, but man. Robert, thank you very much for your PayPal, by the way. $10 PayPal there. So thank you very much, Robert. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Robert as well. Again, I appreciate those with, directly supporting in that way as well, which many of you have. So thank you very much for doing so. All right. You snap your fingers and you've been on live now for has it been 6 hours now, I think? It's kind of wild. Yeah, we've been live for, wrong one. 6 hours and 3 minutes. Whew. Not bad. I'm still standing upright. That's what matters, right? I wanted to show you this picture. Okay, cool. It's finally up. Now I just got to find where I put it in the rundown again. All right, that's, unfortunately, that's like a tiny bit of that picture. You know what it was, is that this picture was too big. I didn't have time to resize it. But isn't that a great shot? This is from Charleston. That's what it was. Let me give it Charleston Harbor this evening. This is from Marcus Bates. Thanks, Marcus. I didn't have time to resize your picture so we can literally zoom around like we've zoomed into it. But what I really thought was, just look at that purple in the sky. Isn't that awesome? Again, we have all the, deluge kind of stuff coming in, but we've got that great shot too. So appreciate you. Thanks, Marcus. Hey, Don. Thanks for becoming a supporter of the channel as well. You get access to exclusive member custom badges and emojis. And again, Team MM members get access to exclusive member shorts. Appreciate you becoming a supporter, so you get that badge next to your name. Now your name is going to be in green, and easier for me to see you and shout you out. 6 hours, Red Stingray. How do you become a member of the channel? That is the join button. Some people have said they don't see the join button. I think if you go to the main MM homepage, you should see the join button, but that's what that is. 2 tiers that we offer here. Since someone is asking, I'll just show you guys real quick. Where is it again? Okay. I will slap myself on the wrist. The thing about it is that it's like, as quickly as we went through stuff today, I'm not going to kill myself for not having these things better labeled. But anyway, memberships, 2 tiers, supporter tier, 99 cents a month. Very small, simple way to support the channel. Really appreciate all the supporters. Kick it up a notch, Team MM, you get access to exclusive member shorts. So you have your YouTube app. I do exclusive behind the scenes short videos, and anyone who is a Team MM member gets access to those, right? So 2 different tiers, your choice. I appreciate all of those who have found ways to support the channel via memberships as well. Again, just a little small way of saying I'm on your team, Rusty, and I appreciate those who are. All right, so again, still concerned about where's my 8 o'clock advisory update from this thing? I don't know, man. It would be a little bit crappy for the airport not to put out an 8 o'clock update. I hope there's not power issues there already either. So clearly, again, my system has updated exactly where we thought the center was. It is still moving closer from the south shore of New Providence to really, look, this void in the radar is where the center is right now. So we're about 14 miles away from the center of Imelda, enveloped in some of this heavy rain, which again is still, it's not a cleared out eye, guys. You don't have an eye with a weak tropical depression. You just have a broad center of spin underneath deep cloud coverage. There can be a bit of a void in a gap in some of the heavier reflectivity and cloud structure here, but you don't have a true eye. So it's a little bit harder to pick out exactly where the center is, but I'm putting that north side only about 14 miles from New Providence right now. And it's going 9-10 miles an hour. So you are getting the inner part of the storm, if that makes sense, right? Moving through the area right now. And I expect the core of the winds to then be moving in the next 90 minutes or so. I'm just hitting buttons. I love this tablet I got, but also I'm having to... Thank you, Dawn, for saying that. I appreciate that. Kara, I got to be honest. You're going to be waiting until overnight. I get it. It's been a slow-moving storm, and that's coming with its own set of problems because again, slow-moving storm equals a longer opportunity to drop rain in one location. So a slow-moving storm can also be indicative of flooding potentials too. I do expect the forward speed to pick up, and it has been slowly overall today, but not accelerating in any high-end fashion, you know. But if you do live in the Abacos, it is going to be a little while before it ultimately comes over you. Go back over to these wind gusts. All right, so you saw that the buoy there, right off of Androstown, had that 22 early today, and then it stopped transmitting as well. Clearly can see the spin in the last several frames around our center of circulation. If I take off the satellite data, there's the twist right there. So this storm is likely to pass directly over New Providence. Brent, I got you, man. Thank you for being a member. I shouted you out, I promise. Thank you for being a member, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Green the color, buddy. Oh, I love it. Yeah, Garrett, you got some time. Worst weather's coming late tonight and overnight, like overnight. So nighttime from here on out for the Bahamas. No daylight to help us out. This is all going to be dark and stormy. By daybreak, this should be north or very close to exiting Grand Bahama in the Abacos. I'm going to average a 12 mile an hour speed because I expect this to pick up in speed. But if we go from here to just north of the Abacos, we've got 166. I know by my fantastic math that 12 times 12 is 144. So 12 hours from now, 8:34, 144. It might be past daybreak tomorrow morning before it fully clears the Abacos and Grand Bahama. If we're still 166, and I'm even giving it a 12 mile per hour forward speed, not likely to clear those islands by then. Yeah. Yeah. And, even then, that's 20 miles south of that line. So over the next 12 hours, if we're here, come on, we go 144 miles out. So that basically puts it on the tip of Little Abaco at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Hey, Lori, how you doing? Adrian just joined. Is it going to get better or worse here in Nassau? Going to get worse for the next couple of hours at least, man. The storm is just south of you right now and is beginning to move in. I'm sure we've got really persistent rains. By the way, let me do a New Providence check. Anyone who is watching the channel right now from New Providence, jump into the chat right now. Let me know what's happening in the area. We'll go Andros, New Providence, Eleuthera. Let's do a heat check, if you will, on what's happening on the island right now. I want to know if there's been any power issues, right? If I don't hear from you, some of the folks who have been here all day long, I think we can assume we might start having some power issues there. Let me know about any flooding rains. Just kind of give me a synopsis of what has been happening in the last couple of hours and how it's changed. Has the rain become more persistent? Has it become heavier? Let's get a good idea from you guys. You are the driving force of the channel to give us these live updates. You got it. My pleasure. And thanks for tuning in. Thanks for letting everyone who you know about this channel as well. Appreciate you guys. Andy has rain and wind. Don has light rain. Eleanor in Cable Beach has very heavy rain. So there you go. Hi, Julie. Thank you very much for your $10 PayPal as well. You have the same last name as Linda, so I wonder if you guys are... Oh, no, you don't. Never mind. There's Julie Linder, and then there's Lynn Pinder. Okay. Sorry. I thought you guys were related. I would be like, that's awesome. But I appreciate both of you guys, and thank you for your PayPal. Light rain, Tanya. Martin has much stronger wind and rain in Cable Beach. Eleanor still has power. Captain Morgan, New Providence, power all day, steady rain. So it's good that a lot of you who I have seen in the chat in the last several hours who live on New Providence are still with us. It's good for the power potential, right? Good the fact that we still have power. But obviously things are picking up in most areas. Couple of spots still talking about on and off. Maidman says flooded on Bernard Road in the Fox Hill area. So there you go. Jackie, power still on. Wind and rain slowed down. Hi, Loretta. Thank you very much. Good night to you as well. Southeast winds 20 to 25. I think that's a pretty average thing. I think you're spot on with that. I think that's about what we're likely seeing in New Providence right now, and then likely going to see those winds freshen up as the center of the storm begins to work its way in. Sylvia says, Colony Club and Bay Street power and internet is on, but it's pouring. Don't know what's going on in the rest of the island. Okay, thanks, Martin. Kashad says Pinewood area of Nassau has flooded. Okay. So all of what you guys have said is extremely normal given the kind of wet, sloppy, disorganized situation that we have with this storm, right? The rain is not concentrated, it's widespread. There have been pockets of heavy rain. There are some areas of these islands that of course flood quicker than others, and if you get the heavier amounts of rain over those, they obviously flood first. We haven't really seen the winds pick up yet because the rain has been outrunning the stronger winds of the storm by hundreds of miles. Remember, there's south shear being imparted on this storm, so it's taking some of the moisture and shoving it well north of the actual low-level center. It's a very elongated moisture-wise storm from south to north, which is why you have all of this rain. And by the way, you get as far north as the Walker's Key area. There is a bit of interaction with that trough that came off the United States East Coast, and that's promoting additional showers well ahead. But all of this is directly related with Imelda. So if it's raining in the Bahamas right now, it's directly related to the storm. Just the moisture field has outrun the strongest winds. So we're not just going to have this, bam, bam, wind and rain. We're going to have a prolonged opportunity for heavy rain in this area, which ups the flood threat, and then you get the winds to come behind it. Here's one of the other issues, and if you guys have been through tropical systems, you know this. It's really not fantastic for you to get a lot of heavy rain before the strongest winds come in, because that saturates the soil. It makes it easier for those winds to knock down trees, right? You saturate the soil, things are a little bit wetter, the ground is a little bit looser overall, and then you get the strong winds coming in. So it's not a good scenario to get the northern Bahamas with inches of rain before the strong winds begin to come in. It's not great to get the strong winds anyway, but it exacerbates the opportunity to see more tree damage with a storm like this. Man, no thunderstorms yet. So that's good. I've got the live lightning data on here, guys. If there is any lightning over the islands, you'll see them. And it actually has quieted back down, right? We had this. Now, first of all of the lightning is with the storms here from Cat Island south, which is basically a chunk of energy that has separated itself from the main part of the storm. Now, this could still come back and redevelop and move across counterclockwise, the north face of the storm. But at this point in time, some of the heaviest lightning has moved well away and still, pounding Exuma and Long Island and Rum Key and San Salvador. But for the brunt of this, we don't have any lightning or just a couple of strikes. Brent wants to know how long I'm going to be on. Oh, how long am I going to be alive tonight? I hope all night, Brent. I hope I'm going to be alive all night. How long am I going to be alive? I'm not sure. I don't know. I get in these scenarios and we just keep going. That doesn't mean that at some point in time we're just gonna stop, but we can only go 12 hours. I don't expect, we've been on now for more than 6. I don't expect to go that. What I really want to kind of keep an eye on in the short term is what's happening in New Providence, and we'll go from there. But fantastic question. I just don't know. Let me get back over here to some of you guys. Berry Island, okay so far. Thank you for letting me know. Alina says, still has power on Kemp Road, light rain and wind gusts, no major flooding so far, it's good. Gloria, the trees are dancing in Freeport. Britnell says, light rain and winds here on the eastern side of New Providence, winds picking up periodically. Yep, the squalls coming in. I think that's a pretty widespread thing. Light rain, winds pick up from time to time, a little bit of squalls. That's what LW has there in South Beach with a good squall a couple of minutes ago. Hey, Ashley. Says the rain isn't that bad here in Nassau and power is on. Not really that bad so far. That's great. Again, I expect things to get worse. Hate to say that, but I expect things to get worse in the next couple of hours as the core winds come through. So the biggest thing, guys, is that, these squalls will pick up a little bit, but it's the wind that should be a more consistent 30 to 40 miles an hour. And again, where the center passes through, we have sustained winds of 40. So we're likely to get those kinds of winds, coming into the island here shortly. Just looking at a couple of different products here. Again, all the blue slash lines are the islands under tropical storm warnings, but we mentioned that many, many times. Oh, you're fine, Brent. I just thought it was funny. Hi, John. Wind and rain sporadic here in New Providence. Appreciate that. Zins and Eyewitness News need to hire you for weather coverage, period. I'm an independent contractor, as they say. What I want to do is I want to spread this network. I'm glad to hear that right now my friends in New Providence are talking about how you guys have been able to handle this for the most part so far. That's good. Still expecting there to be the potential for some additional issues in the next hour or two. But hopefully we can get through this storm and not have a problem, right? It is a lower end tropical storm, but when we're talking about 4 to 8 inches of rain, you got to concern yourselves with the flood potential here. And then down the road, I am more concerned with the wind potential, Grand Bahama and the Abacos. This storm, as it moves north of New Providence and west of Eleuthera and northeast of Andros and towards the Berry Islands, could really start to pick up some wind sustained overnight. Calming says the wind and rain is picked up in Fox Hill, but the power is on. Someone says, good evening, Rusty. Been a long day here in Marsh Harbor. Thank you very much for that. Have a good night as well. Martin says the Cable Beach is getting more fierce, more intense coastal than inland. Would expect that. And by the way, Martin, I would assume that you're actually starting to get a bit of a northeast wind, or you've had a northeast wind, right? Or in general, north component to your wind. And you also said that you sent me an additional video. All right, so I just got that. Choose your own adventure with these. The good news is that my system is robust in the sense of that I can handle a lot of your pictures and videos at once as far as like files. And this is now 21. Yeah, the one thing though that's interesting, oh, there it is. Every time when I feel like I hit the download button, sometimes it doesn't actually download. Just got to put this back into motion for you guys. Hey, Adrian, the wind and rain picking up now in East Bay. Thank you, Tara. Appreciate you saying that. Lori hasn't had any rain in Palm Bay. So, Don, the official forecast for the Wilmington area is about 2 to 4 inches of rain, but locally up to 6. So it's crazy that this storm is expected to stay hundreds of miles south of the Wilmington area and the southeast sides of North Carolina in general, but still could produce some sporadic heavier rain. Now, obviously not nearly as much as what they could have otherwise, but yeah, 2 to 4 with locally up to 6 is still possible coastal North Carolina and South Carolina. How do I get my picture like everyone else? How do I do that? What do you mean by that, Brent? Oh, you have to download. You're talking about like a picture of yourself? You have to download that. If you go to your YouTube like profile, you have to download a picture and make that your username profile picture. Face of north, okay. And I just put in your video, Martin. Let me just double check what slot I put it into. It takes a couple of minutes to go from my one computer to my other computer. I'm actually, one of the other things that you guys may not realize is that I'm juggling 3 computers at once. 3 computers at once when we do this. Okay. So if I go to studio mode, here's yours. And I got to expand this out now. Okay. So this is from Martin at Cable Beach. So again, north side. Again, it's always hard to tell, but if Martin, one thing that I would suggest for these videos is just pick one area where there's light and just stay on that. Like that light down there, right there near the beach. Just zoom in on that, and then that way we can kind of see that. But you can clearly see the squalls coming in, and you can see the sea conditions are kicked up a little bit, but it's just a little bit harder to see at this point in time. Yeah, anyone who does any nighttime video, just find a light like that and just don't pan, just zoom in on it, and then that way we can see the rain coming through the light. We need some kind of backlit scenario there, but appreciate you sending that in, Martin. OJ, it's really beginning to kind of hit right now, with the center likely to move over the island in the next 90 minutes. And again, this is not a hurricane. There's not an eye. We don't have a fully defined center, so it's not like there's going to be this core of wind that is so much more extreme compared to other areas. This is going to be much more of a diffuse area of 40 plus mile an hour winds, which is, you know, not fantastic in the sense of that more areas could get picked up on this. Now you notice again, the track has shifted a little bit farther off towards the east yet again. So now you're looking at, you know, the opportunity. So this is the, and there's something I need to mention here. So the cone is going to be from the 5 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center. That's the cone. Cone is the Hurricane Center. Now, the track doesn't update from the Hurricane Center for the intermediate advisories, but from the Navy it does. And this is the data that I'm pulling from. So you actually have an updated track from the 8 o'clock advisory because they will put new tracks out even with the intermediate advisories. Now the Hurricane Center is going to come along with this at 11 o'clock. So you're going to see the official track shift east, but this is expected. Everything has been slightly east today. So it does look like there's an opportunity by a couple of miles that the center pushes just east of New Providence. But again, it's a diffuse center. There's not a big difference in the winds between the true low-level pinpoint center and the broader 15, 20 miles around it. Appreciably, there's no difference in what it's going to bring. But of note, potentially it does. And then you go right through the Abacos with this. One thing I would note, if this track does play out, it is a slightly better scenario for Grand Bahama. The farther away it is from the island, potentially the stronger winds stay away. So if we are really looking at a true center track that's 50 miles from the east side of Grand Bahama, meaning that's even farther away from the population centers of Freeport and Lucaya. So we go from the Freeport area to the center line. Now we're like at 95 miles. This to me would be a scenario where you would still get tropical storm conditions over Grand Bahama, but it would be very sharply cut off from east to west, where the east side of the island could have significantly more wind than even Freeport, Lucaya, and West End, right? Based on the fact that we're, you know, again, 95 to 100 miles away. This is a worst case scenario for the Abacos, because now you're putting the center of whatever Imelda is going to be early tomorrow morning directly over the island, which the models are indicating are stronger. So from the, again, latest 8 o'clock update from the Naval Research Office, and there's a whole name for it, they've got it at 50 mile an hour winds over the Abacos sustained. Okay? That is a general slow development, which I think is right in line with what I would expect. So for the Abacos, I think we get 50 mile an hour sustained winds. And again, this is not when it's moving in, it's when the advisory was issued. So again, this is the 8 o'clock intermediate. Again, I told you it's a little bit different data feed for the Hurricane Center, but this is good because we get more updated information in real time. And I promise you the Hurricane Center is going to shift with this. They're in coordination with each other. So 50-mile-an-hour winds sustained, which would put our gusts probably 60 to 65. That is high-end tropical storm. Now, the other thing about this is it still becomes a hurricane, but way over here. Even as it bends, it's now staying as a tropical storm. Lindsay, at this point in time, not much. As far as keeping it from turning. Okay, here's what I would say. I don't think that there's any scenario that it doesn't stall out and move east well before the Carolinas and Georgia and well off the east coast of Florida. The only plausible scenario that would deviate from what we're talking about right now with this shooting off to the east is if it stalls, Umberto moves away, never pulls the storm fully with it, and then there is, and I don't want to get into too much detail, but there is a ridge or an area of high pressure building in over the northeast United States that could try and pull Imelda back towards the coast. That seems to be very implausible right now, given how far south and east is it expected to make that turn. There is no models that have this just going due north. Even the ones that meandered it and tried to bring it closer to the Carolina coastline did so in days from now. But even those scenarios have gone by the wayside in the newest model runs today, where it's kind of shooting it off to the east. Again, an area where this is not great news, could be Bermuda down the road. Hey, Captain Morgan says, looking at 40 to 45 in Blair states. So it's beginning to freshen up. Let me get back over to the chat. Again, if you guys live Andros, New Providence, Eleuthera, really anywhere, but obviously these are the islands being most directly impacted by the storm right now, hit me up. Let me know what's going on. Diane says, I just came in from driving Faith Avenue between Cowpen Road and Carmichael Road. The whole street is almost flooded with 2 or 3 inches of water. So we're starting to get the ponding on roadways, the flooding of some urban areas as well. So Lindsay, I can't show the Euro path on this computer. I could load it up in the background, but it's all the ensemble members of the Euro. I can show you that real quick. I mean, I hope I answered your question, but that's the video. The tracks of the Euro, look at your black line with the squares. That's the ensemble mean, meaning the average of the European model. They're almost all offshore. And this isn't even the newest one because it's been so long. Behind the scenes, I'm going to freshen this up. It's still the 12Z. So there's one out of all of the ensemble members that even brushed the United States East Coast. So even since earlier today, everyone but one of those is now off towards the east. So growing confidence in this quick tug east. Sure. Empress K242, heavy rain in Nassau, winds still calm. Tara sent some video too. Okay, thank you, Tara. Tara, if you did, I don't see it. Or maybe it hasn't come through yet. Remember, if you're going to send me a video, it is just a Gmail account. I would try and, first of all, there's this nice medium for video length. Now, I can get 1 minute or even 90-second videos, and sometimes they'll come through. It depends on the file size. The first thing is try and never send me like 3 or 4 second videos. Those are always too quick, and there's all those jumps and whatever. And also try and be focused on one area. But a 15-second video is great. 20 to 30, if the file size is small enough, is fantastic as well. Martin just sent me another one. All right, thanks, Martin. So Martin there on the northern side of New Providence. He is getting it. I'm gonna take a quick second and I want to just shout out our sponsor of the channel, the Lien Law Firm of Central Florida. They're your hometown homeowners insurance attorneys. Listen, they cover the entire state of Florida, and so you get storm damage of any kind, wind, hail, hurricane. It doesn't have to be hurricane damage. You get localized thunderstorms. You even had a burst pipe. They'll walk you through the insurance claim process. Go to lienomnilaw.com if you guys would like more information. Just check them out if you want to support someone who supports us here at Meteo Mundo. All right. So, nitty-gritty time for our friends in this part of the Bahamas. And you can even start to see on the radar here now where we're starting to swing back in the south winds. Bring on these 10-meter winds. I don't know how far south this goes, but let's see. All right, so these are your estimated 10-meter winds. But more than anything, I just want to show you the wind direction. And I apologize because I probably should have done this earlier. But there's so much stuff we can look at. So the arrows that you see are just going to be your estimated wind field. This does include strength. The purples are 25-mile-an-hour winds, and the pinks are 25-mile-an-hour winds. The whites are 30. Okay? And again, more than anything here on New Providence right now, you know, the wind direction, and let me get that grid spacing to be a little bit lower here. Hang on a second. Okay, so that's the tighter grid spacing. Got it. So if you live on New Providence right now, it should generally be an easterly fetch to the wind with a touch of a north part component as well. Again, you're still on the north side of the storm. If you live on Andros, you're getting due north winds on the northern side of the island. Still a bit of a northeast wind on the east side of the island, but your winds are already beginning to switch back south and even southwest on the south tip of the island. All of the winds east of the storm are feeding into it. So despite the fact thunderstorms have moved from west to east, your low-level winds are obviously spinning in a clockwise fashion and coming back into the storm. So places like Cat Island will have an easterly component to the wind, a little bit more out of the southeast in a couple of areas. Eleuthera mainly has a due east wind at this point in time. And then you have on the north side of the storm, north to northeast winds for the Abacos and Grand Bahama, Bimini areas as well. And you can see that spin rotating around. And again, even now we're picking up a little bit more reflectivity just south of New Providence near that center. Okay. Let's see here. Martin sent in another one. Now, Martin, did you take my advice to focus on one backlit area? We'll see. You might have taken this before I told you, so I'm not gonna. And again, Tara, if you sent me something, I haven't seen it. Oh, and as I say that, it literally just came in. I got you. Terry, you're fine. There's no errors. No one's right or wrong. Just giving you guys kind of advice, videography-wise, what looks best for length. First of all, just to get the file through, but also what is going to allow us to really see it. Obviously, keeping pretty steady. We're just doing a slow pan, and in a nighttime scenario, finding some kind of light source so that we can see what you guys are looking at as well. All right, so Tara, I got yours. 2. Tara just in her email said, I apologize for any errors. And there's never a reason to apologize. I appreciate you guys taking a moment to send us these pictures and videos to help tell the story. I appreciate you guys taking part of your Sunday, spending your time with me. Hope you're getting something out of it. All right, so I'm going to put those two in. It'll take just a minute to pop up, and we'll go from there. Okay. Is landfall still expected in Providence? I think it's going to be really close to getting a very diffuse center. So to really distinguish whether we had landfall or not, I think is going to be very hard to do. Let's just say that the center of the low-level core is expected to pass over or near New Providence fairly shortly. Right about here, just east of the island overall. I'm going to take off those winds. We can also put on pressure fields too. So here's your pressure fields, right? You got your closed pressure isobar following the storm, but nothing that's, when you have a hurricane, I don't know if the pressure fields go out to Umberto. They do. So here's an idea. Here's a good scenario. Here's Umberto's pressure field. You can see how many concentric rings that you have, indicating the dropping of pressure near the center. Well, with Imelda, you just have a much broader, lower center of pressure right now, but could tighten up a little bit more too. Cable Beach, the wind is not so calm. The avocados are banging on my roof. Here's one. Hey, Leroy, how you doing? Prince Charles winds have picked up along with the steady rain. Valentino, the circulation is fairly broad. I haven't measured it, but I mean, again, it's also hard to define the true, I would put it probably 15 to 20 miles wide. It's pretty indicative of a weaker tropical storm that hasn't consolidated the low level yet. We have an inner core that's spinning. We have a closed low, but we still don't really have a very organized center of the storm. Ray, is it your birthday? If it is, happy birthday. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for tuning in on your birthday. Hope you had a good piece of cake. Okay, Brent, good night, buddy. Take care. The pressure is 998 millibars. It's held steady since the 5 o'clock advisory, but is still likely to slowly drop as well. Yeah, thanks guys for taking a quick second, hitting that like button for me. I appreciate you doing so. Again, it supports the channel more than you guys even imagine. To basically say that you guys appreciate the channel. YouTube says, well, if they like it so much, we're going to promote this channel to other areas as well. All right, I'm trying to adjust this video here behind the scenes. And gee, this should be your video. Martin, this should be your latest video. Okay, it is. Okay. So let me get that off of this. All right, so here is Martin's latest video from Cable Beach. It's a nice solid squall. Again, Cable Beach, northern side of New Providence. And perfect video, Martin. That's what we like. We can clearly see that squall coming in. I would put those winds in that 40 to 45. Yeah. Seen enough of it in my lifetime, living and growing up in Florida, doing this for 25 years. Yeah, that's 40 to, that could even be 50. If you just notice that the rain is almost horizontal, you got to have some pretty fresh wind for that to happen. So again, that's a solid shot very recently from the Cable Beach area of New Providence. And then this is from Tara. She put the timestamp on it, and Tara is in Nassau as well. South Beach, Nassau. So there you go. Tara, I appreciate that. Thank you, Rhea, for jumping back in as a member. I feel like you've been from time to time as well. I feel like it's not the first time you've been a member, either that or, well, we don't have the memberships on the CFLW yet, but appreciate that, Rhea. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Rhea. She's a big friend of both channels, joins all the time, and I appreciate you. And happy birthday again, by the way. Hi, Pamela, how you doing? Again, yeah, pressure 998, I answered that. Hey, Speakeasy, how you doing? So again, that is from South Beach in Nassau. And 6:53, so not that long ago, about 2 hours. And then this is a very recent video from Martin, Cable Beach. And I appreciate you guys sending them in. Keep them coming. myMediaMundo@gmail.com. And obviously, too, one of the things I'll ask you guys to do for me is if you are being impacted by this storm, let me know in the comments section below. Give me an idea of what's happening. Again, I want to welcome E-Ali, Dawn, Brent, and Rhea, and Ron as new members of the channel. Just 99 cents a month, you can become a member as well. Just a small way to support us here at Meteo Mundo, and I appreciate all of our new members. I appreciate all of our fan support during this live stream. Saeed Fula, and I again apologize if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, is also in Cable Beach, getting a lot of rain and wind off and on. Yep, just good squalls. Really, really solid squalls. Thank you, Rhea. 999 super stickers. I appreciate you. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Rhea, guys. All right. So we've taken a look at our new videos coming in, and I appreciate all my friends dropping those in as well. As we kind of reset the situation here, again, Imelda is still a low-end tropical storm. That is good news in that sense that we have a storm with 40-mile-an-hour sustained winds. What is not fantastic about the situation at this point in time? It's still a slow-moving storm. There is a large rain field and moisture ahead of it, which is dumping copious amounts of rain well before the center moves into your area. So you're still looking at the opportunity for tremendous amounts of rain to move into your area well before the actual center gets in, which is why we're talking about 4 to 8 inches of rain locally and even a little bit higher amounts. At this point in time, we've been able to handle the wind that has moved over places like Andros and New Providence and Eleuthera for the most part. We've had some really nasty storms to the south and east of there right now. Take a look at the imagery here on the infrared satellite imagery. So, you know, again, good thunderstorms, Cat Island, moving towards San Salvador, Rum Key. They ran over Exuma and Long Island. Then down the road, late tonight, but especially overnight, you have the heavy rain already developing in Grand Bahama and the Abacos, and this storm is expected to strengthen a bit. Slow, steady progression of the intensity forecast. Nothing outrageous, but again, new track coming right over the Abacos with winds of 50 miles an hour sustained. Gusts 60 to 65, absolutely possible. Hey Drake, how you doing? Appreciate it. When peak winds will hit Hopetown during the night or maybe in the AM, so far minor winds and rain. All right, hook me up with where Hopetown is. I'm fairly good with Bahamas geography, but there will be some areas that I don't. Just let me know what island you're on, and I'm happy to answer that question. Yeah, thanks guys, appreciate that. All the shouts out to like and subscribe. It all helps this channel, right? One by one by one, we'll work our way higher and higher and higher with your help. Been through so many of these, I can't even keep up with their names anymore. Yeah, I hear you. Well, we're on the I-name storm this year, Imelda. And again, the storms rotate every 6 years. So if a storm's name is not retired, you will see it return in 2031. So if Imelda cooperates, doesn't cause any big damage or destruction, Imelda will return in 2031. Elbow Key near Marsh Harbor, east center of the Abacos. Okay, gotcha. Certainly expecting the weather to continue to go downhill tonight. Probably the most intense wind is not until after midnight. Early hours of your Monday, and there could still really be some impacts at daybreak tomorrow. It's been slow enough storm, and we kind of looked at the track where, again, you know, I even gave it a 12-mile-an-hour. It's the center of circulation is right about here right now. I even gave it a 12-mile-an-hour forward speed. So you got to get to 144 even at 12 miles an hour, which it's not doing right now. And it could still be the center on the north side of the Abacos at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, 12 hours from now, right? 12 times 12, 144. It's really simple. That's me anticipating it to pick up some forward speed, but right now it's only going 9 miles an hour. So I could still certainly see by daybreak tomorrow, the center of circulation is very near the Abacos and likely to be stronger too. Winds of 50, probably some gusts of 60 to 65. Marvin says moderate rainfall on the western side of New Providence at this time, gusts of wind from the east. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Marvin. All right. It is quick break time for me, but very quick break time. Now, again, we're upping our quick break time game here on the channel. I'm going to give you guys some hold music. This is actually, if you guys watch the live streams, you'll catch this out. And then I've got some facts and figures and all this other kind of stuff for you to check out. So check this out, and I'll be back in just a second. Okay, I should be back. Should have the mic levels good to go. Farrah, did you enjoy that jam? Your favorite jam of the playlist? Give you guys a little bit of music. Appreciate you. All right, obviously staying on with you guys live right now as the weather continues to just go downhill in a lot of the northern Bahamas at this point in time. Again, appreciate you guys tuning in. Rusty with you here at Meteo Mundo. A lot of my friends from a long time ago. There we go. So we finally have the first wind gust being reported in New Providence, 33 miles an hour there at the airport at 9 o'clock. So now we're starting to pick up the near tropical storm intensity with some of this activity coming in. So many of you guys have jumped into the chat about what you guys have been seeing, and I appreciate that. Again, the one thing I want to talk about is there's not a lot of reason to focus on the center of circulation. This is not a hurricane. It's not as if the wind field is so tightly clustered that it really matters that much because it's a very diffuse area. I do expect there to be, it does look like here, if I pause this and I take off the radar, again, it's hard to tell, and don't be freaked out that there's a little void in the satellite, that's an eye or anything like that. It's not, but is there a little bit in the way of maybe a weakness here that indicates that the center of the rotation is just east of New Providence? It does. That's the center line, again, from the naval office, again, which coordinates with the Hurricane Center. They just put out more intermediate information. When the Hurricane Center only makes a new track at 5 and 11 p.m., like every 6 hours, the naval office will put it out every 3 hours. So I have access to that data. That's what you're seeing. All right. And again, the winds have freshened up. Our reporting stations are back. So this is the last advisories from Andros, or the last updates from Andros, at 28 mile an hour winds and a wind of 33 miles there at the airport. Now, obviously, some coastal areas, the winds are even fresher than that. But I do expect that potentially this broader center is just east of the island at this point in time. But this whole area is encompassed within these 40 plus mile an hour winds and the copious amounts of rain that are falling at this point in time. Devato says starting to blow a little bit harder there, and oh man, Yana crawl. That's a new one to me. Okay, thank you, Fiend Frenzy. Some people went to the airport today, but it's closed. Oh yeah, talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic, right? I've actually said that before on the stream. Talk amongst yourselves. So the rain really picking up now. Yep. Diane says I can hear very hard rain, Golden Isle Road on the western side of New Providence. Dawn, this is from that, what we call trough or stalled boundary, right? That is not directly related to Imelda. But ultimately, Imelda will pull in some moisture into your area. So you be thankful that obviously Imelda is not directly impacting your area, because you would get the heavy rains that the Bahamas are seeing in addition to what you're already getting right now, which is still some widespread heavy showers and storms. Again, not directly related to the storm, but there's just a lot of moisture coming off of the U.S. East Coast, and then Imelda was feeding some of that to the north. Again, the moisture field from this storm is very elongated north. So the problem is that you get a lot of rain ahead of the storm and ahead of the strongest winds. And we talked about how that's not a good situation for tree damage, right? Because you're putting a lot of water on the soil, things get a lot of looser, and then you get the gustiest winds. And it can take down some trees where otherwise, if we hadn't had several inches of rain ahead of the strongest winds, that may not be the case. Yamacraw Shores, Southeast Bahamas, Southeast Nassau, thank you. Lightning and thunder still. Light rain and wind from Jackie. Hey Factory Polo, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Great to see all my friends. Did I miss anything here? I got you, Rhea. So I want to make sure I didn't miss any super thanks, super chats, any of that kind of stuff. So again, you know, this is a storm which is bringing tropical storm impacts right now to New Providence. It is likely bringing some tropical storm impacts to Andros. It could be potentially bringing some impacts to Eleuthera. Power's been out so long, we don't have anyone in Eleuthera who can let us know. But, you know, we have a wide wind field, not aggressively high, 40-mile-an-hour winds, right? Look, I'm going to give you an idea. Severe thunderstorm warning in Florida, you got to have 60-mile-an-hour winds. So this would be like high-end thunderstorms beginning to move through, but persistent winds can cause a problem as well, right? You get a thunderstorm that comes through 5 to 10 minutes, okay, you're fine. If you get consistent 2 or 3 hours of 35, 40-mile-an-hour winds, it can, again, knock down trees. Power problems become more of an issue with the additional rainfall that comes along with it. It's just not great. Now, I'm concerned about all the rain in all of this area of the Bahamas. I am highly concerned about the potential for where the winds end up over the Abacos and maybe portions of Grand Bahama as well, because this storm is likely to strengthen overnight and become a decent tropical storm. 50, maybe 55-mile-an-hour winds sustained over the Abacos. Again, the official forecast right now is for it to be 50. I don't know why that goes away, but 50. And again, that's not when it's moving over the area, it's when the advisory was issued. That is going to be overnight through tomorrow morning, but I think gusts of 60 to 65 not out of the question. You know, Bonnie, for North Eleuthera, Spanish Wells, I would expect there to still be a few passing squalls on the back end of the storm. You can see all of the significant rain well south of the storm. It's not going to be as connected. It's not going to be as persistent, but there will still probably be some passing showers. Generally speaking, the weather should improve throughout the day on Monday in that area, but I can't rule out, you know, having some dry hours in the morning and still getting a few squalls coming in the afternoon. Oh, there should be no school closings in Florida. No, there's no major impacts from this storm in Florida. Noble Pill says the Anglican Diocese schools in the Bahamas are closed tomorrow. Appreciate that update. I have no school closings on the east coast of Florida to my knowledge. You guys can check. There's not tropical storm watches any longer. I wouldn't expect it. Now, it's a whole different situation in the Carolinas because of the potential for some heavier rain there, but I wouldn't expect it. You know, I live in inland Florida, and my kids are definitely going to school tomorrow. I don't think that that would be a difference between inland and the coast. Just everything that I'm seeing. I hadn't heard, and they gotta pull the trigger on this at some point. I had not, especially because they lost the tropical storm watch. Now you don't even have the potential for tropical storm conditions along the east coast of Florida. I think everyone's going to school. But if anyone does hear, please let me know. But I don't expect that to be the case. Hi, Bonnie. How you doing? So again, last report out of the airport, 33-mile-an-hour winds, getting a little bit fresher. Getting some more pictures and videos from you guys. I appreciate it. I'll effort to pass along as I can. I haven't gone to the models in a few, probably hours. So funny when this all kind of runs together. By the way, this is I'm really upset that we haven't had more streams, not because I want there to be storms, but because it's the only way I lose weight these days. When you stand during one of these live streams for 6, 8, 10 hours, like you can just, and I'm only drinking water. I just slam down a granola bar. It's, you know, besides lunch at noon, it's like one of the only things I've eaten today. I can definitely count on losing 5 pounds during this live stream, like easily. I think during the 12-hour barrel live stream in Jamaica, it was 8. So when I do have an opportunity to do these live streams, I know we're losing some weight. just shedding off of me. The biggest thing is standing for 8 to 10 hours in a row. It's mymeteomundo@gmail.com. I know Farrah will put it in there. Fiona will put it in. Someone will. Yeah, Farrah, I don't expect any closings. Tropical storm watch is in effect for Bermuda. Thanks, Red Z. Yeah, is that had to be from the local Bermuda government, because the 8 o'clock advisory, they must have just issued it. And it's not surprising, by the way, like I've already talked about this, that I would imagine that. And so what happens is, just so you guys know, is that local governments coordinate with the Hurricane Center for watches and warnings, but it is the local governments that are responsible for issuing those. So they'll pop up and be different, times and all of that, right? And then the Hurricane Center will just compile that and put that out for their latest advisories as well. So this is I want to actually go over to this model. I'm going to go over to our WRF model here. Look at the latest from that one. Let's go here. Again, this one, these high-res models have been trying to bend the storm back a little west, which is an interesting scenario. Should take 10-minute breaks. Yeah, we'll see. It just depends. Thank you, Farrah. Yeah, government issued. Yeah, I would expect so. So the Hurricane Center will add that to the 11 o'clock advisory for Imelda. But it's not shocking, because the track of Imelda is likely to be somewhere near Bermuda, and I'll be monitoring that, and we'll talk about it on the channel for the week ahead. It's the only area, landmass, outside of what's happening right now in the Bahamas that is likely to have direct impacts. But the difference is we're getting tropical storm impacts in the Bahamas, and there's potential hurricane impacts for Bermuda. So again, on this weather research and forecast model, which is a good model, it still tries to bend it a little bit west here. I don't know. I mean, it seems to be picking up initially pretty good, right? It kind of has the center still very sloppy, but just east of Nassau. I mean, you can see that the convection is south of there, so that's where we have the broad spin. It has it going over the Abacos overnight. And then the center actually slides just west of the Abacos. Now, again, this is not a great scenario because your worst part of the storm in general is on the east side. It's a sloppy enough system where that could be on the north side as well. But this model, just to point out, has a little bit more impact still for Grand Bahama. So, don't want to discount what Grand Bahama could end up seeing. And again, this is tomorrow at 2 o'clock. So for anyone asking me behind the storm, what is likely to happen for you tomorrow, it's still a few spots of squalls spinning around the south side of the storm. Not completely dry, but much more intermittent, right? Still some gusty winds, but many more dry hours and locations as the storm passes away from you and continues to move away throughout the day tomorrow. The center is slightly southeast of New Providence, yes. Wayne says Castaway Key, South Abaco, rain started coming down hard about an hour or so. Karen asks, can this hurricane be a high-end Cat 2? Nothing that I've seen has it getting that strong. I can't rule out that we could hit a Cat 2 with Imelda. It's not likely to occur. More than likely, it is going to stay a Cat 1, and that is the official forecast from the Hurricane Center. 80, 85 mile-an-hour winds are not out of the question with a quick acceleration. This storm might be hauling patooties, might be going really fast. Look at these plot points daily, how fast the storm is going to be ripping across the Western Atlantic Basin towards Bermuda. The forward speed as it gets to Bermuda could be 25 miles an hour, maybe even higher. We'll see how it plays out, but it's going to be probably picked up in some strong westerlies and just being driven quickly off towards the east behind Umberto. So it's amazing how it is very slow right now. Excuse me one second. How it is slow to turn but then accelerates very quickly as it moves away, right? So a big time change in forward speed is expected. If I go back over here to winds, and again, this is a very high resolution model. So I'm going to let that loop up. Successful financial strategies, likely, but there could still be a close shave. And the other thing to point out again is this is not a hurricane, so you just don't have that tight core of winds where we really have to watch out. It's going to be a broader wind field overall. And more than likely that wind field is going to be expanding as the storm tries to get a little bit stronger overnight. So for nowhere in Grand Bahama right now do I want to say, you know, you're fine, you're not going to have winds that are going to be potentially damaging. I hope that's the case. You know, so if we can see here on this WRF model, which is going to, again, it's a high resolution model. I think it's, you know, I've got it at 10 o'clock. I think overall it's picked up fine exactly where the center is. Is it a couple miles, maybe too far west? Yes, but when we're talking about a, you know, large domain like this, that's a great initialization of the model. All of the white that you see are sustained winds of 40 miles an hour. So, you know, again, within this, we're going to be freshening up the winds. And then if we just follow this wind field of the storm, again, north of New Providence by midnight, hitting the south side of the Abacos at 4 a.m. And then it tries to curl it a little bit west. Not out of the question to have that bobble. It's still within the cone of uncertainty from the Hurricane Center, but obviously any west jog close to Grand Bahama will put more of Grand Bahama under play for the strongest winds. And, you know, what do those winds look like? Let's take a look. The reds are the area, or excuse me, the oranges are the areas that you need to be most concerned about here. I hate when I do that, it spins that way. For some reason, when I click the query button, it jumps to the last frame. Again, these are sustained winds. These are not gusts, right? Now again, we have a pretty sharp delineation here. Is it plausible to get 55 mile an hour winds on the east side of Grand Bahama and 40 on the west side? Sure, that kind of gradient is not out of the question. But to show you again, the official forecast from the Hurricane Center is for 50 mile an hour sustained winds here. But this weather research forecast model, which is a good local storm, you know, close in hurricane mesoscale model, tries to kick it up slightly higher, 55 to 60 in a couple of spots. So that's the overall concern for Grand Bahama and the Abacos, and this is 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Now the winds will pick up ahead of that by several hours, but the brunt core of those winds could be moving through your area right around daybreak tomorrow. Stephen, there are no threats in the Gulf. There are no threats anywhere else at this point in time. We've got Umberto, we've got Imelda, and there are no other potential tropical development areas as far as I can see. Let's see if they put anyone out for the east here. Nope, we have a couple of robust waves coming off the west coast of Africa, but none of them that have been picked up by the Hurricane Center as of yet. But this is the area to monitor through October, the Atlantic Basin. The waves coming off the west coast of Africa always need to be vigilantly watched and observed. Remember, Imelda didn't develop until a couple hundred miles east of the Lesser Antilles. Sometimes these storms can get going in the far eastern side of the Atlantic. They hold together throughout the Atlantic Basin and have long, deep runs. Others get ripped apart, although the shear and the drier air is not as prevalent in the basin this time of the year. It has been more prevalent than what we typically see, which has helped to fall apart some of these storms that otherwise through September are more likely to develop and just never did. But even closer to home, the Western Atlantic Basin, we got to watch out for it. Now, we don't typically see a lot of storms develop in the Gulf this time of the year. Every so often we can get a sneaky storm in the Western Caribbean, and that's always something to monitor for you guys too. And again, these wind fields that you see, these blues, those are the tropical storm force wind fields. So let me just take off this. These are the tropical storm force wind fields in blue. So they're basically covering all of the central and northern Bahamas. The purples are the 50 knot winds and higher. 57 mile an hour winds or higher. So even my weather system is picking up on the opportunity to start pushing winds closer to 60 miles an hour through potentially the northern Bahamas and Grand Bahama and near Walker's Key. Live look out of Miami. This is the Miami radar. The polygons that you see are the direction of the storms. Obviously, we should expect them to be spinning counterclockwise. So moving south and west on the northwest side of the storm. Just a couple different looks for you guys here. Go back over to our composite. Make sure we bring back on. First thing you'll see are current temperatures. I mean, how about that? Oh, I thought it was 70. I was like, man, it can't be that rain cooled there in Freeport. So 79 in Freeport, 79 in Nassau. Let's check out the winds. So last report still, and I'm not sure, like in the United States, when we have significant, when we have some kind of significant observation, they will put on a special report. I don't know whether that's going to happen from this one, meaning that are we just going to get hourlies, or if there's been a significant wind between the hourly observations, whether we'll get a special observation or not, we'll see. Androstown, 28 mile an hour breeze at this point in time as well. My pleasure, Stephen. So Dana, I hope I answered that question, what we talked about for Freeport. Again, heavy rain, Grand Bahama could still get 4 to 8 inches. Freeport could still be in store for over 50 mile an hour winds. Brad, David, I would expect the strongest winds to occur in the next hour or two over New Providence. Behind the storm, while there still will be some squalls, the persistent winds should be going away a bit. Again, appreciate you guys tuning in. We've had a lot of you join in all stream long. And, you know, I don't want to say we're marathon streaming here, but, you know, you blink your eye and it's been 7 hours and 22 minutes. So live here for you guys at Meteo Mundo covering Tropical Storm Imelda in the northern and central Bahamas. Again, direct impacts to places like Andros, New Providence, which is Nassau, Eleuthera, eventually towards the Abacos, Grand Bahama, Freeport, and Lucaya areas. We've had some significant wind and rain in some areas here. And again, this is a storm that is likely to continue to strengthen overnight and throughout the day tomorrow. Still eventually forecast to become a hurricane, but also is forecast to move away from the southeast United States coast. So that is also very good news for us here. All right. So how we doing in New Providence right now, guys? Let me know if there's been any big change in your weather in the last half hour. Drop it in the comments. Has the rain just been steadier? Has the squalls become a little bit more consistent? And have the winds freshened up? Thank you, NY. I appreciate that. Yep, schools are closed tomorrow in New Providence. I think it's a good idea. Now, don't get me wrong, Don. I'll put it right back on more than likely. But it's a nice starting point, right? Mainly water weight, I would assume. But yeah, I'll probably get on the scale after this and jokingly see I'm down 5 pounds. Yeah, there could be some wobbles, Drake, but a significant change in the path is not expected. You know, and again, because, first of all, guys, look, I know we like to focus on the direct path, but even with a hurricane, the impacts are felt from a wide swath around this center, right? So we always focus too much on the center path. I understand why, I get it. Even, we've ingrained that as meteorologists in y'all's brains for way too long now. But appreciably, the impacts are felt over an extremely much wider area than that. So, we have to talk about the general sense also, because we don't have this core of really tight winds. That wind field is going to be a little bit broader and more consistent over a wider area. So it may not matter much if it passes 10 miles west or east of you. You're probably going to have about the same conditions, right? Should be a little bit stronger on the eastern side relative to the western side, but it's still just a broad center overall, and would expect there to not be appreciably significant differences within that 10 to 15 mile range. Now, if it goes farther than that, yeah, there could be a little bit more, but I don't expect there to be large deviations in this overall track, especially because we're not talking about this being days away from you. We're talking about this being hours away from you. There's very little time for this to do something squirrely in the short term. Tamika says, Governor's Harbor, Eleuthera, just heavy rain and gusty winds. There is life in Eleuthera. Thank you, Tamika. I wish we had our camera there, but you might have power, but our camera doesn't. So thanks for letting me know, Tamika. Appreciate that, and I hope you're doing well. Martin says, consistent wind and rain on Cable Beach. Saifullah says, no big change at Cable Beach. Gusts now and then. So there we go. Two different reports in Cable Beach talking about the squalls and the gusty winds freshening up from time to time. Again, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for taking part of your Sunday and joining me for this live coverage here on Meteo Mundo of Tropical Storm Imelda over the Bahamas. For a quick payback, quick simple thing, hit that like button for me right now on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you guys haven't as of yet. Again, daily forecasts across the Caribbean and the Bahamas. We are your home for Caribbean weather here at Meteo Mundo. Obviously, when we have impactful storms, I'll be going on live just like this. Many of you have known the channel since last year, and we've been doing this since the end of the 2023 Atlantic hurricane season, but we just haven't had as much opportunity to meet during these live streams. That's not a bad thing, right? We haven't had as many impactful storms, but when this situation arises, I've got you guys covered. So right now, for our friends in the Bahamas, if it's anywhere in the Caribbean, and you guys know from all the streams we did last year, we'll jump on and cover them for you guys as well. Oh yeah, Brady, I'm still on. Still 9 miles an hour. Still 9 miles an hour. No opinion on schools. I gave up a long time ago trying to predict what they're going to do, and that includes my kids' schools in Florida with the hurricanes that we have seen. It is what it is. Just roll with it. I have no idea. I don't know. What's the criteria? Might depend on what, what's the power condition, right? You don't want to send kids to school without air conditioning if they do have air conditioning, and, without light, without air conditioning, if there's down power lines. So, a lot of the times why schools remain closed is because the infrastructure is still damaged and needs to be repaired, but I have no idea. Marigold, lots of rain and flooding. Thank you, Ken Vaughn. So again, sporadic reports still coming in from our Bahamian islands here with, more significant, just persistent activity here. Again, the center of Imelda is just south and east of Nassau. And if I take off the radar, I do believe we are looking at the center right here. So we are likely to see, if you want to call it the center, it's so broad. Just brush the eastern side. But do you guys see this black and white here? This is extremely high cloud tops on the infrared satellite imagery, indicative of what could be very heavy rainfall. Bring on the lightning data again. Now, the interesting thing is that the lightning has really dropped. There was a time earlier today where we had 250 lightning strikes in the Bahamas with this line. So the rain the lightning near the center, which kind of cropped up just west of Eleuthera, has really come back down. So this really is good tropical downpours and squalls, and not a lot of lightning associated with it. But there's a burst of activity right now over New Providence as we speak. That's what you're seeing in that black. And if I take the radar and I bring that back on, you know, again, it correlates to some heavier, more persistent rain coming through. And you can see that clear spin. So it's not just fully clearing the island, it's almost rotating around this center, which is very close to New Providence at this point in time. Yeah, Brady, the next full advisory will be 11 o'clock. I would, Tamika, for the most part, there could still be some sporadic squalls behind the storm, right? There could still be some rain for Eleuthera tomorrow, especially in the morning, probably just in a general sense clearing through the day, but you could still get some tropical downpours tomorrow, but many dry hours and locations relative to today, just not completely dry. Good question, Earl. I believe the answer is yes. I just don't, I would have to go back and look what the last year was. But I believe we have run through a hurricane season. Now, there's going to be a difference in your question between depression and tropical storm or actual hurricane landfall. But have we gone through a hurricane season, a hurricane season without a landfall in the United States? Nearly confident the answer is absolutely yes. When is the merch coming out? Let's get to 100,000 subscribers. How about we do that? How about we get to 100,000 subscribers and we can do a merch store, we can do some subscriber giveaways and stuff like that. We can have a lot of fun if we get that kind of support. Yep, thanks, Noble Pill. Someone else mentioned earlier that the banks are closed tomorrow. So tomorrow might be a great day if you don't have to go to work. You just hunker down and, you know, hope the power's on. And if you got air conditioning, the air conditioning's working and everyone's safe and sound and you don't have to do a lot of cleanup. But might be a, you know, a pivot day tomorrow. No schools, no banks, maybe your work as well. 100,000 subs, that's all we got to do. You guys want a merch store? Which we would love to do, by the way, and then have some fun giveaways and stuff for subscribers. Let's do that. Get the gold play button, show that, that would be nice. By the way, I think we'll absolutely get there, but you guys are a big part of that. You really are. I can only do so much, right? You guys liking this channel, you guys telling your friends and family about this channel, sharing this channel. There is a share button. You can hit that and send this link to whoever you would like to. And that word of mouth really means a lot. And maybe you guys are just tuning in for the first time. I'm sure there are several of you who are watching for the first time. You know, we've been doing this channel now for about 2 years. Second full Atlantic hurricane season, and we've had fantastic support. The channel continues to grow. We need it to continue to grow, right? There has to be consistent growth with what we're doing and to be able to sustain this. You guys have really helped us out so far, but you know, that still needs to be something to continue. We can't be flat, right? We can't stay at the same subscriber count and same view count and all of that kind of stuff. That's not, you know, we're not going to be able to support the channel if we do that, but we've had some tremendous support to start the channel from scratch, literally one or two subscribers, and to grow now to, I'm pretty sure we're, what, 62,000 plus now? That's awesome. So thank you very much for all that support. Let's keep it coming. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate our members. Appreciate our support via the super thanks and the super stickers and the super chats. And so many of you tonight, I've been overwhelmed and grateful for all the PayPal and the Venmos too. Thank you. Brady, there's always a little bit of chance for some funnel clouds as these storms spin. There's inherent rotation within them, so the chance is low, but it's not zero. Miami, Florida State Saturday. Yeah, we're good. Hi, Ivan. Panama in the house. Ivan, have you had a lot of rain lately, man? I feel like Panama and Costa Rica can't... It's like every day we can't avoid the heavy storms and the flooding rains developing in a lot of those areas. So hope you're doing well. But I tell you, the first merch that I would do, I would do like Team MM shot glasses. Who wouldn't want our Meteo Mundo logo? But it says Team MM because, you know, it's not just Meteo Mundo, it's you. So we're Team MM, and we got shot glasses, and then we all raise a glass at the end of our live streams. That's what I would like. How's that sound? Or a bourbon glass, or even a beer mug. Team MM shot glasses. Now I'm a little bit loopy, I can tell. Nick, what do I think about the cruise lines coming out of Port Canaveral? Well, first of all, they are very aware of what's happening right now in the Bahamas, right? So they're going to alter their plans accordingly. Appreciably, they're going to have to avoid this area for the next day or so. But, you know, there's other ports that they can go to. There's alternate routes that they can take. Again, they are well aware of everything that's happening here, and they're just going to deviate their plans for as long as they need to. I would still expect most cruise ships to, you know, continue out on time, but they just might be going to other areas and kind of sneaking down the east coast of Florida and then coming in behind this storm. Now, I have no knowledge, right? I'm sure every cruise ship and cruise line and what ports they were supposed to go to, you know, they're all coming up with plans, but these are contingencies that they are really well aware of, and they're going to make those plans. You know, the last thing they want to do is cancel a cruise or have too many alterations. So they're going to come up with the plan to have the least amount of headaches to the itinerary. You don't have to drink there. You can just raise the glass. Hurricane party. I didn't necessarily mean it had to be alcoholic, guys. But the joke was, of course, by the end of all of this, we all might want one. Yeah, an MM tumbler, accoutrements, hats. I don't know. We could, you know, the one thing I will say about if we do a merch store is that, and one reason why I haven't done it yet is because I want to do it right. You know, I don't want to just take our logo and send it to a shop and just have it slap the logo on everything that you could think of. You know, we want to have some actually, you know, get your input and your ideas and refine it to where, you know, it's really specific merchandise for the channel. But I still think this down the road. It's not like, that's not my motivation to do this. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not my motivation to try and squeeze out every dollar from this channel we can. Like, that's not why I'm doing this. You know, there are other ways to, you know, make easier money. I can promise you that, especially starting this from scratch and you know, from the beginning and building this over 2 years. There's a lot easier ways to go about things, but I have a passion for this. I think this is very important. There are a lot of the areas that I cover that don't have great information on a daily basis, and that's the most important thing. Now, obviously, this still is a business. This isn't even my full-time job, if you will. I would love for that to be the case, but you know, it's not like this is the only thing that I do. I would love to eventually turn that into that, and with your support we can get there, but you know, not expecting that to happen overnight. So we're not trying to squeeze out every dollar by just opening a random stupid merch store and having you guys buy some shirts. We're going to do it the right way, is what I'm trying to say. And there's a greater purpose to this channel. Now, your support's important, right? Watching this, you know, our subscribers, our members, and the other ways you can support the channel directly financially is important. Don't get me wrong. I'm so appreciative of that, but we'll grow together and we'll do that in a nice, steady fashion. All right, my diatribe is over. Hi, Joanne. Greetings from Aruba. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Nick. Cocoa Beach is in the house. I could go for some hot chocolate, although right now that might put me to sleep. Grapefruit Juicy Fruit says, your channel has the coolest graphics and popular for all the cameras. Got to have some colorful stuff. Yeah, we'll do it right. When we hit that 100,000 mark, we'll figure it out. Yeah, if you guys are looking for daily updates across the Caribbean and the Bahamas, you have found your home. Again, these are, you know, live streams when we have impactful weather here. So, you know, we had a lot of live streams. If you guys remember Hurricane Beryl last year, I was on for nearly 12 hours, basically right at the 12-hour mark for Jamaica. We covered it in the Windward Islands. We covered it in Texas. You know, I will do landfalling storms. Look, last year we had Texas, Florida, Milton, Helene. We had, what was the storm that went to Louisiana? My gosh, some of them, was that Raphael? There was a Louisiana storm I covered. We had Ernesto in the Leeward Islands and the Turks and Caicos and Puerto Rico with Ernesto. So many live streams last year for storms when it's impacting our area directly. So again, heat check in New Providence, Andros, and Eleuthera. How are we doing? Hi, June. Tumblers, okay, I like it. We got a lot of shirts, some coffee mugs, some hats. I mean, we got to get some like pet stuff too, right? You know, would you like a scarf for your dog that says like Team MM? I'm too tired or I'm too focused on this to really think, but we'll get some, when it comes time, we're going to do it right. I promise you. Hi, Steven. So started watching about a month ago because I was always wondering about the Gulf Coast. I live on the Mississippi Gulf Coast and went through Katrina back in 2015. Well, Steven, you may not know my background, but from 1999 to 2002, I worked at WLOX in Biloxi. So I'm sure you're well aware of WLOX. I was a meteorologist there for the ABC affiliate in Biloxi. Still have a lot of friends who actually live along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Still some friends who work at the station even today. So I lived in your area for 3 years. Noble Pills wants it for his parrot. Yeah, we'll get some pet merch. All right, let me get back into the more serious thing here, guys. We do have this tropical storm. It is just east of New Providence. It does look like, I have been keeping one eye on the radar, I promise. It does look like that, again, the slightly lower intensity on the satellite here is just east of the island, but these blacks and these whites are high cloud tops, indicative of a lot of lift in the atmosphere and where we could still see some very heavy rain. So, you know, it's coming down right now in New Providence in a lot of spots. It's coming down pretty hard through central and northern Eleuthera right now, Governor's Harbor to Dunmoretown, and just areas across the island chain itself. Again, northern side of Andros, and beginning to see some of that heavier rain spread up towards the Abacos as well. Numbers that you see are wind gusts in miles an hour. So we haven't had another report from the station as of yet. Hopefully we'll get the 10 o'clock number and see if that comes in. Andros Town, about a 30-mile-an-hour wind for you guys. Let's show you guys our, again, we've been getting in some of your video. That was earlier today from Tara. See if I can bring in, I just got to figure out where I put that last video. There we go. This is from Cable Beach. This is from Steven. Really, really solid squalls. Again, right along the coast. It's a lot of wind. The wind can diminish a bit as it gets inland, right? But there's no friction holding this wind off of the coast. So, you know, when you have that water right there near the beach, you know, frictionless to kind of slide along and really produce some gusty winds along the coast. That's why the coast always picks up a little bit more wind, especially in the afternoon hours. Oh, that's awesome, Stephen. So you even remember me from my time there. I was a wee lad back then. I was a baby. It was a long time ago. It was my second TV station, but was still only my second, third, and fourth years as a television meteorologist. Yep. I still talk from time to time, Stephen, with Bill Snyder. I know he is a reporter now, but obviously he was sports back then. Salt of the earth, great guy. June says, went through Cat 5 in the 90s, lasted 52 hours, pure hell. Whew, can imagine. What Cat 5 was it, June? If I can ask. So again, the eye is passing just to the east of New Providence as we speak. That's what you guys are kind of seeing right now, right here. It's a very broad center, So it's not like we're tracking an eye from a hurricane. Again, this is still a lower end tropical storm. So the wind field is much more diffuse at this point in time, but it is moving basically on the east side of New Providence as we speak. Hi, Marika. How you doing? Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Bermuda in the house. Great to see you. Make sure you stay weather aware. Again, down the road, Imelda could be a storm that has some impacts for your area, and I'll keep you updated here. All right, let's go back over to our radar. Again, a lot of different things we can look at here. I'm going to put back on the winds. So these are going to be the analyzed winds at the surface. So as of 10 o'clock, again, even the analyzation of the winds might be slightly off, but you obviously have mainly an east wind in New Providence right now. Earlier, there was a bit of a north wind. That again shows you that the center is moving closer to being parallel in latitude from the island. So now it's a more due east wind. And again, I have this plugged in mic today. I promise you I'm going to charge both battery packs tonight. Then we're going to have that north wind still coming into Andros. Obviously, anywhere north of there's still be a bit of a north component to the wind, if not even north-northeast in the Grand Bahama area. By the way, pinks, 25-mile-an-hour winds, whites, 30 plus. Even though the storms were pushing away, we still have the southeast winds feeding into the storm here. You have westerlies on the southwest side. Everything is spinning in very nicely into the storm. But that is your overall look at the wind field at this point in time. So you have an idea of what wind direction it's headed. Now again, when your winds start to turn out of the west, you know that the storm has moved past you, right? So like south side of Andros, they're beginning to get a touch of a westerly wind, which will turn more southwest and eventually at least south-southwest as the storm feeds north. Tara says, heavy rain and some strong winds here in central New Providence. Thank you. You got it, Dunstan. We've been very lucky this season, Kish. We've had 2 Category 5 hurricanes, and I haven't had to come on and talk about any potential impacts to any landmass. That's lucky. 2 Cat 5s, Umberto and Aaron. We still have October, some of November to go, right? We can still get some storms in November. Generally has to happen the first week or 10 days of November, but I don't want to discount that. We've probably got 40 days still to monitor. Hurricane Luis. Yeah, Antigua, Anguilla, St. Martin. Yep. I don't know that one offhand, but we all have that storm, right? There's so many of us, in this chat or whatever, that there's that one storm, whether it's from your childhood or, more recent memory, where there's been significant impacts. Obviously, for this part of the Bahamas, it's Dorian. And someone messaged me, I think on Facebook, about how there's still some compromised homes in Grand Bahama from Dorian, which is a little bit shocking. I think obviously that's, it's hard to discuss in a general sense what you should do if there's still some compromised homes. Hopefully structurally they're sound. Obviously, roof-wise, I hope that that's taken care of. But the fact that there's even the possibility of still some compromised structures from Dorian is pretty hard to fathom. Thanks, Jeffrey. Not really, Brady. Not really. Not a lot of impacts. It's more the fact that we're in a neutral ENSO pattern. So we were in La Nina last year, We're not really in either La Nina or El Nino this year. We might end up slipping into a weak La Nina at the end of the season, but we're kind of in a neutral pattern. Well, Stephen, if you were a kid, I was a kid too. I promise you that. So you might be a little bit younger than me, but probably not much. But that's awesome. That's really cool. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you. Yep, good old Mike Reeder. And some of those guys still work at the station, I believe. Yeah, Irma's a big one too, guys. So again, anyone who lives in New Providence, let me know. I appreciate you guys tuning in. Tara just talked about the heavy rain and gusty winds. I want to make sure we don't go too long without a report from here. The biggest thing that I want to keep checking in with you guys is, are we losing power on the island right now? That can be an issue as the storm begins to move through. And again, we'll see if we get an update from the airport here a little bit past 10 o'clock. Again, this is the updated track. This is from the Navy Forecast Office, which works in conjunction with the Hurricane Center. So typically you're going to see there only be track updates and what they call full advisories, which are 5 p.m., 11 p.m., 5 a.m., and 11 a.m. But I can get intermediate track updates from the Navy Forecast Office, which works in conjunction with the Hurricane Center. So this is that. And when the Hurricane Center comes out with their 11 o'clock advisory, we'll see how close down this center line it ends up going. So we are getting some new information coming in from our station here. That's good. So we do have a 10 o'clock advisory, or excuse me, 10 o'clock METAR. So 33. And then in the last hour, do you notice how it's ticked down, but it continues to report? This means there has been a solid 30-mile-an-hour wind gust most of this last hour at the airport in New Providence. That's why we see multiple readings in just a short amount of time, right? So if I pause this, come back out here, you'll see that in the 9 o'clock hour, you'll see that there's multiple gust reports. This is a fresh, solid wind at the airport here in New Providence, of 30-mile-an-hour wind. So it's almost like a sustained 30-mile-an-hour wind right now there. Terrence says no power outages in Nassau at the moment. Good. You just hate to lose power in these situations, man, even if it's for only a few hours. But the problem is when you lose power, you just never know when it's coming back on. So again, Imelda is still a relatively weak tropical storm, but rain impacts of 4 to 8 inches. I haven't brought up the impact graphic in a couple hours. You know, we went through all this so quickly. I don't want to forget this. Again, there's no longer a tropical storm watch here. The warnings continue. No longer a tropical storm watch for the U.S. East Coast. I really believe that we're very close to what we're going to ultimately get from this. So I feel comfortable in these numbers. Sustained winds over 40 in some spots in the Bahamas, but especially towards the Abacos and Grand Bahama. Can't rule out starting to get more like 50 plus sustained mile-an-hour winds late overnight through daybreak tomorrow morning. But gusts could start to approach the 60 plus mile-an-hour category as well. Again, especially up towards the Abacos, Grand Bahama, Walker's Key potentially. 4 to 8 inches of rain. I think that's playing out. We've had more and more reports of urban and street flooding and some low-lying flooding, and you guys know your areas even better than I do. And what I mean by that is you know those local spots that flood first, and I'm sure they're collecting a lot of water right now in the central or the northern Bahamas. Now the 1 to 3 foot storm surge is still in play, higher than normal tides, especially for the Abacos, the northern and eastern sides of Grand Bahama, and the adjacent keys in that part of the Bahamas. For the Florida East Coast, again, no longer looking at even the threat for tropical storm conditions, but just below, tropical storm conditions are still plausible. 20 to 30 mile-an-hour winds along the East Coast, maybe a couple of gusts that freshen up to 40 tomorrow, 1 to 3 inches of rain, locally higher, life-threatening surf and rip conditions. Now again, tomorrow, If you guys don't know, I have a second channel called Central Florida Weather Live where I forecast locally for Central Florida. When it comes to tracking storms, anything outside of Central Florida, I'm obviously going to cover on Meteo Mundo. But if a storm has the most direct impacts to CFL, to Central Florida, we'll track it there. We did that with Milton last year, where we tracked the storm up until it began to move into Central Florida here on Meteo Mundo. And then we switched over to Central Florida Live. So if you guys want to follow me there tomorrow, there is a link to the other YouTube channel in the MM homepage. You can find that, or you can just search Central Florida Weather Live. I always come on Mondays anyway on this channel for a Monday 1 o'clock live stream with my friends there. I'm not sure exactly what time I'm going to be on live for tomorrow. Now that we don't have the tropical storm watch, it probably won't be as long of a live stream, but it'll probably be an extended live stream. But again, is that mid-late morning or is that not until the afternoon hours? Not sure yet. Going to have to reassess the situation here, but for continuing coverage of Imelda tomorrow, we're going to be over on the CFLW channel. And of course, I'll have your regular video update here on Meteo Mundo. All right, thanks for jumping back into chat and letting me know. Jackie says power's still on, heavy rain, winds in the area. Valentino says a steady gusty shower in Nassau right now. All right, so you guys are still with me. Power's still good. That is all we can hope for at this point in time. And then we're going to hope for no additional significant flooding rains. NY says the rain has stopped in their area, thank God. Yeah, I mean, you know, again, with this storm being a little bit sheared from south to north, whatever wind shear is on the south side of the storm, pulling the moisture field well north. It's also obviously kind of beginning to integrate itself with our trough that has come off the United States East Coast. But this is a large swath of rain several hundred miles north of the actual center, right? Your immediate direct rain from Imelda is right here. You can almost even see that the rain is moving in different directions north of Walker's Key. This is kind of the leading edge. But all of the rain that is falling north is directly being influenced by Imelda. So all of this is associated with the storm. And again, it stretches well away from the center to the north. So now you get all this heavy rain in the northern Bahamas, and then you get the wind to come around with the center of circulation. Again, it's a 1-2 punch where it lasts for a while. It sticks around for a bit because the rain is there for hours and hours ahead of the strongest wind profile. Coffee mugs and shirts. I'm still gonna have a shot glass made. Thank you. Well, by you guys watching, Fadi says you need a raise. You know, considering that it's my channel, you know, pay myself, I guess. But you guys give me the raise by watching, by liking, by all of that. You help support the channel in that way. And of course, our subscribers and our members and all of that. So I appreciate that. I don't know. I can, but it's such a small area. God's point of view is asking if I'm gonna leave the live radar up. We'll see. There's probably, I mean, I don't think there's any harm in doing so, but I don't want to say yes for sure right now, meaning that am I just gonna, you know, after this live stream is up, restart another live stream where I'm not on, but the radar continues? We could probably do that. Dunstan says light and continuous showers with periodic gusts up to 20 miles an hour on the southeast side of New Providence. It's not bad. We can handle that. Again, you know, if we can avoid the 40 to 50 plus winds here, right? So we're talking about 40 sustained, 50 gusts, you know, as the center comes through. Now your biggest concern becomes how much rain has fallen in New Providence, right? And that's very local, but hopefully we can handle that and we keep the power on. That would be great. Just gonna drop off this satellite data so we can get a better, clearer idea of the rain. And again, whenever we have a more significant cell, my computer will pick up on that and show the direction of that cell. And if there is rotation in that cell, we would see that as well. So Brady asked about rotation. Well, guess what? If my computer picks up on any mid or low level rotation, especially low level, it's going to let me know. So I don't even, I can let it do the work as far as that goes when I'm so busy with anything else. But if there is some spin in the atmosphere that would be producing some low level rotation, we could see that. That being said, as well, there could be some funnel cloud activity with this. It's not out of the question. So again, 30, 33, that's okay. We can handle that. That wind alone is not going to cause a lot of problems. Could it knock down a couple of branches, take down some tree limbs? It could, but in a wide scale situation, not as concerning. I'm going to go back over here and just check something real quick, guys. Make sure that there's no additional alerts to pass along for anywhere in the Bahamas. Yeah, everything is still in line. 4 to 8 inches, a 1 to 3 foot above normal tide cycle, coast of the Abacos, northern and eastern coast of Grand Bahama, and the nearby Keys. 4 to 8, maybe 10 in a couple of spots. That's significant rain. Significant rain. And I think the rainfall rates are picking up. Again, the radar, it's, the beam's a little bit high here, so we're not even picking up how heavy it actually is at the surface in some of these areas. So especially if we see the yellows and the oranges, that it's coming down hard right now over portions of New Providence. So if I zoom in a little bit more, and again, too much, abort. I even have a new mouse. My old mouse would do that very often. So someone mentioned central sides of New Providence. And you can just see right there, Jubilee area, if you guys know that area. And then there's Cable Beach, where actually I think I just saw Martin just came in and said, struggling to get some video here. The wind is very strong. There you go. Yeah, don't be a hero, Martin, but if you can get us a video, great. Always do it safely. Always do it safely. So still some pockets of very heavy rain associated with that. And again, the center is not at where that icon is. That was the 8 o'clock update. So I just take off that icon. If we go back over to here, I believe the center is right about here. Very broad and diffuse. Again, I'm just kind of pointing it out so our friends in New Providence get an idea of when it might pass you by. But it probably is just east of the island right now. Now, could that mean we get a brush on North Eleuthera with this? It's possible, right? How far east does this thing want to track? All right. See if we've had any drier air slip into the storm. I think it's still structurally sound though. Yeah, it's been fighting off the drier air west all day long, and it's done a really good job of doing so. Notice how there's no red anywhere near the southwest side. So the air is very moisture laden all over Andros. And so, this storm was still weak enough where if drier air had snuck into the southwest side, it could really begin to rip up the inner core that was trying to develop and strengthen. But in this water vapor imagery loop, you see at the low levels, nothing that is being ingested into the storm that is kicking drier air around the center. And if you guys see those blues, that is the highest moisture content in the atmosphere. And watch those really begin to spike up over the islands that I've already mentioned many, many times. Let's see here. Again, that was the composite. This is the low levels. Yeah. Big moisture stream, guys. Copious amounts of rain. It's like a wet sponge over the Bahamas right now, just wringing it out with a slow moving storm. You know, training of some of this activity. Obviously, there's just so much lift and instability as the storm develops, and it's like a heat engine, and it's tapping into 29, 30 degrees Celsius sea surface temperatures here, 85, 87 degrees Fahrenheit easily. So, heat engine. So, God's point of view wants to know when Umberto is scheduled to pick up his woman. First of all, love the analogy, if you will, or the phrasing of that. Look, again, there's two parts to what Umberto is going to do, right? The most important part is that if you notice now, if I pause this, and again, I know we haven't talked a lot about Umberto, but it is a buzzsaw out there right now. I mean, look at this storm. It's just another extremely impressive storm. Its eye is tightening, so it's probably about ready to collapse on itself and go through an eye wall replacement cycle, so it might lose a little bit of strength. But again, it was a Cat 5 storm yesterday. Last update, I believe, is still a Cat 4, solid Cat 4. But anyway, what you have now is these storms, relatively speaking, are pretty close. They're pretty similar in latitude at this point in time, right? Meaning north to south. They're pretty similar in latitude. So these storms were never going to be close enough that Umberto was going to do the dance with you, if you will, with Imelda and that Fujiwara effect, as we call it, where the storms literally spin around an elliptical axis. But now that Imelda was slower, you have a much broader wind field. If I go back over to our surface analysis here of the winds, you have a much broader wind field, counterclockwise circulation from Umberto, which is going to bring northeast winds to the United States coast. It's going to take the steering currents that were going to drive Imelda into the Carolinas and basically negate those, right? If Imelda could have developed quicker and moved faster, it had a direct path into the United States. But because it's slower, developed farther south and west, now Umberto gets close enough and far enough north in proximity to Imelda to erode away all of the steering currents that would drive the storm inland. The winds, again, are going to be coming out of the northeast or east here along the Carolina coastline. So now the storm is likely to slow, and then the direct influence, if you will, that Umberto will have is ultimately it will tug Imelda slightly east, right? Just a little bit. But the secondary thing is at the mid-levels, the winds will be more out of the west in the next couple of days, and the westerlies will kick back on in, and that should shove the storm east, right? So it's more about the fact that Umberto was able to come in and erode the surface winds and negate this trough, which would have allowed the envelope for Imelda to come in if it was faster. But Umberto is now close enough, is now parallel, if you will, to Imelda, where that's the influence that it's having on the storm. Lisa, it could. Lisa's asking if it could turn sooner than expected. Look, the only trend the models have been doing the past 24 plus hours is having it turn sooner, quicker, north and east. Could that continue? Yes. You know, even at this point in time, again, the uncertainty cone, if you will, cone of uncertainty is the 5 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center. The new line is from the Naval Forecast Office as of 8 o'clock. So it's now on the right-hand side of this cone of uncertainty, taking into account the fact that the center is, again, very broadly, moving just east of New Providence right now. Good for travel from Exuma to Nassau tomorrow. I'd never like to give specific advice like that. I would say that weather is improving, and depending on the time of your day, more than likely it will be okay. It's not going to be completely dry. There will still be some squalls on the side of the storm, but especially later in the day, Earthnol, if you go later, yes, I would expect it. Again, I'm not saying it's 100% and you've got my blessing or anything like that, but always keep weather aware. But traveling from Exuma to Nassau likely will be okay tomorrow. Hi, Marjorie. Central located in New Providence with gusty winds and plenty of rain for this afternoon. Hello, could someone from Freeport tell me how the storm is there? All right, can we get an update from our friends in Grand Bahama? Do I need a Red Bull? No, I need a throat lozenge. There's no way at 10:30 right now I'm going to crank in a Red Bull. I had an energy mint earlier, and I do have sugar-free Red Bull. I mean, I could have gone to that. That could have been something. I've got plenty of energy, I promise you guys. Fabian says wind's starting to pick up in the Abaco. Is it Guanakey, excuse me? So yeah, if anyone lives on Grand Bahama, give us an update. How are things going there? Freeport, Lucaya, West End, doesn't matter where you are. Let us know. Martin sent another video. Okay, I'll try and effort that as well. Getting our Cable Beach updates. So you can clearly see the rain beginning to kind of spin back into the storm as well. You can see that kind of making that little bit of turn there. Last couple of hours. It's going to drop this down to about 2-hour time loop now. Just some good solid rain. And again, all your slash lines across the islands, all that means is that we have tropical storm warnings for those areas. That's what the dark blue lines are. Marcel, hey, Rusty just came back. Any systems off of Africa? Nothing right now. There's a couple of waves, as there always are this time of the year, but nothing that the Hurricane Center is highlighting as of right now for development. But there looks to be a pretty robust wave coming off the West African coast in the next day or two. That could be the next development area. It's very common this time of the year. Every few days you get a wave that looks a little bit ominous, and you have to just monitor it through the Atlantic Basin. But nothing imminent, nowhere near us. It's Umberto and Imelda in the short term. That's it. Noah says nothing significant has happened in Freeport yet, just some on and off rain. Thanks, Noah. Appreciate you jumping in the chat and letting us know. Karis has started to pick up a bit in Marsh Harbor. Light rain now in West End. Well, the lightning is just, there's a lightning detection network that I have, and you know, there's no deep convection or lightning near the center. So that's, again, we wouldn't expect a lot of that to happen with a weaker tropical storm. As a storm gets stronger and it begins to pull in some of the deeper convection with some of the lightning and some of the higher, you know, storm cloud tops and just the most intense rain, and pulls it into the center, a sign that a storm is really beginning to intensify is you get a little bit more lightning near that center. And we had a little bit of lightning earlier today, but it was nothing really organized. I'm talking about near that center, you get some lightning strikes. And if you get that convection near that developing eye wall, then you know you've got a storm that's about ready to go. But that has not been the case. This is still a fairly ragged system. It's a little bit healthier looking than what it was earlier today, but it hasn't, you know, it hasn't impressed me much. So that's a good thing. But that doesn't mean that, again, the impacts aren't still significant with some of the rainfall that we're going to get here. Bring back on these wind gusts as well. Just keep an eye on that. Okay, so let's see here. Shivaldo says in Nassau Bay Street, 5 feet underwater. Okay, so let me ask you a question, Shivaldo. Is that just standing water on the street, or are there actually structures, homes, businesses that you can see that actually has water inundation? Because I think that's a key point to make, is that sometimes we can have a lot of standing water in low-lying areas because they're designed to collect the water. But if we're really seeing water intrusion in either homes or businesses, then that becomes a whole different story. So appreciate you letting me know, but if you could clarify that, I'd really appreciate that as well. Incredible Green says Freeport's still calm, just some small rain on and off. Same thing, successful financial strategies, light wind, some rain, not too much, still waiting. All right, let's see here. Again, appreciate you guys sending all of this in. Make sure that number matches up. It does. Okay. All right. Thanks, Martin. I got your latest video. It'll take a half second to load. I'll get it in. Also got some from Yamacross Shores, Southeast Nassau. See if I can put that in as well. Well, now I have to figure out which one is which. No. Where did you go? All right, let me try that again. I'll be with you guys in a minute. I literally need to see where this pops up on this drive. Oh, so that's it. I was right the first time. All right, cool. All right, so 2 new videos coming your way. And I'm going to assume our Long Island camera is not back up, and it's not in Central Eleuthera, has been dead as a door now. So again, just power issues there as well. Okay, so Valentino also says Bay Street is completely underwater. So there you go. Again, it is area dependent, guys. You know how this goes. Some of those areas that can just collect water quickly are doing so in the Nassau area, New Providence, and it's causing some problems. She also says, for sure, some businesses do have water entering, not standing, but beginning to intrude. That's a problem. So thank you very much for letting us know. So not only do we have, copious rain, flooding of some of the streets and, some of the ponds and, some of the water collection areas, but we're now starting to get some true water inundation, potentially homes and businesses in portions of New Providence. Kilani says, Freeport calm right now. No rain, just a light, cool breeze. All right. Appreciate that. All right. Getting in the last couple of videos that I told you about. Just getting these set up for you. Oh, that one's sideways. I don't think I'm going to be able to orientate it either. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't probably going to have an opportunity to spin it. But we can look at Let's look at Martin's last video. That one's ready to go. All right. So here we go. This is going to be Cable Beach one more time for you guys. I got to say, that's pretty persistent squalls, the north side of New Providence, right? So Martin's been sending us videos in from time to time over the majority of the last several hours, and each video is fairly identical. So Cable Beach really getting hit. I mean, that is just good, solid squall, easily 40-mile-an-hour winds. If you just look at the rain in the background there with that light helping us to kind of see the wind and the rain just in front of it, there you go. I mean, just really, really solid at this point in time. Very steady, very consistent squalls. So Feeding Frenzy says they've evacuated some from East Grand Bahama. Okay. East is pretty bad right now, too. Out east pretty bad. All right. Carmichael Road continuously raining from Edith. Again, area dependent, guys, but you're starting to hear about more and more appreciable impacts, right? Impacts to property, impacts to, you know, being able to stay in an area. That's the problem, right? You know, we can handle some wind, we can handle some rain, but too much, too strong, and we start to have some impacts to our lives and property. And that's why I cover the storms for you here on Meteo Mundo, because, you know, these storms can turn into that, especially with a storm that's literally developing and strengthening over these islands as we speak. And it's not moving very quickly. So you get your 4 to 8 inches and locally up to 10 inches in a couple of spots as well. So again, appreciate Martin and sending in that video in from Cable Beach. Appreciate all of you guys jumping in as well. So parts of Abaco beginning to flood as well. Abaco, again, the worst is still to come. Right? The weather going downhill overnight, and probably until daybreak tomorrow morning, we could continue to see the winds freshen up. It's not likely at a 9-mile-an-hour forward speed, even if it freshens up to 10 to 12-mile-an-hour forward speed, to completely go north of the Abacos until at least daybreak tomorrow morning. So, you know, overall, this is going to continue to, you know, on a general slide downhill, as far as the worst weather beginning to continue to move into your area, where again, you know, we've already had several inches of rain. So it does look like either the Hurricane Center or the Naval's office just put up the 11 o'clock numbers. Let me see if the Hurricane Center did. Yes, they did. Okay. So this is the new track and everything from the Hurricane Center. All right. And we're going to look at this together. I'm going to bring up the advisory. I haven't even read it yet. Okay, this is the 11. Perfect. All right. So here we go, guys. We're going to look at this together. So, Imelda expected to strengthen. That's the headline. Okay. Right now, the storm is 125 miles northwest of the central Bahamas. That does us no good. Maximum sustained winds are 40 miles an hour. I wish it basically said it's just right off of New Providence right now. Maximum sustained winds, 40 miles an hour, moving north at 9. So the forward speed has yet to change. We still have a storm creeping along at 9 miles an hour. Pressure is still 998 millibars. That hasn't changed either. The sustained winds, the movement, the pressure are all the same from the 5 o'clock advisory. 40 north, 998 millibars. We have no changes to the watches and warnings, which means tropical storm warnings continue for the central and the northern Bahamas. We do not have a tropical storm watch for the east coast of Florida. That was discontinued earlier today. All right, so Imelda is moving towards the north near 9, and a general north motion is expected to continue through Monday. Imelda is expected to turn sharply east-northeast. The system is expected to move out of the central and northwestern Bahamas tonight and Monday, and then turn east-northeast, moving away from the southeast U.S. coast by the middle part of the week. Again, maximum sustained winds are near 40. Strengthening is expected during the next few days. Now, again, when they do this, they're talking about the overall 5-day track because that's what they're giving, but strengthening is expected with Imelda over the next 12 hours as well as it moves deeper into the northern Bahamas. And again, Imelda is expected to become a hurricane late Monday or Tuesday. Tropical storm force winds extend 90 miles, mainly east of the center, and the minimal central pressure is 998 millibars. Tropical storm conditions occurring in the central and the northern Bahamas and should continue through Monday morning. Again, Grand Bahama, the Abacos, Walker's Key, tropical storm conditions likely through at least daybreak tomorrow morning. Storm totals of 2 to 4 to 6 inches of rain, again for the Carolinas, hundreds of miles away from this storm. 4 to 8 inches of rain for the Bahamas, locally up to 10. That kind of rainfall is likely to produce flash and urban flooding, and in eastern Cuba, because of the terrain, they could even get some mudslides. Storm surge issues is a potential issue here. Again, Abacos, northeast coast of Grand Bahama, with a 1 to 3 foot tidal surge as a possibility. And then we even have some minor coastal flooding and potential for a storm surge for portions of the Florida coastline all the way up to the South Carolina coastline. That's the Brevard County, Volusia County line up to South Santee River in South Carolina with a 1 to 2 foot storm surge. That's minor, but it's not out of the question. And then some really big swells, surf and sea conditions churned up across the entire Western Atlantic Basin over a vast area and for days and days to come, in rip current risks that are going to be out of control. Don't be getting in the water. It's as simple as that. So, again, arrival time of the winds for the Abacos and Grand Bahama, it's in the next couple of hours for the more sustained tropical storm conditions to get into your area. All right. Not too much longer, Fiona, not too much. So that's the 11 o'clock advisory that just came out from the Hurricane Center. All right. And again, there is a likelihood that we see the storm pick up in intensity through the morning hours. Again, the plot point from the Hurricane Center at least of the 8 o'clock is for the Abacos to have 50 mile an hour sustained winds and probably gusts that go to 60 to 65. So now you're getting into the higher end tropical storm potential. Now you're getting into a little bit more of the way of, you get a little bit broader wind field with a little bit more opportunity for some damage. Obviously, it's still structurally dependent when you're talking about 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, but some damage to homes and roofs can be caused with those kinds of winds. So if you get the idea, I'm more concerned about the winds down the road for, maybe the east side of Grand Bahama and the Abacos. So that's the new, it's updating the path in the real time here, guys. We should get a center line update in a bit, but again, we don't really even focus on the center line. So if I take off that, the new cone, again, still has pretty much its eyes on the Abacos, maybe the east side of Grand Bahama. Yep, we get the new track at 11 o'clock every 6 hours. Still that bend, nothing has changed. Still down the road, Bermuda, kind of right in that center line right now. So down the road, Bermuda, again, potential hurricane conditions. Hey, Bruce, how you doing? I hope you're well. Thanks for tuning in. Okay. So again, the storm itself is just east of New Providence at the hour, probably right there. And again, at 9 miles an hour, it's gonna take its sweet time moving up. That's why the rain inundation is a problem. A slower moving storm gives the storm a longer period of time to drop rain over one location. If we take the center more right about here, to the southern side of the Abacos, you're about 60 miles away. 6 hours, maybe, I don't think it's going to be 7, let's say 5 to 6. But to get into, Marsh Harbor Now you're looking at still 110 miles. I mean, again, 9-10 hours away. I do expect it to pick up some forward speed, but based on the fact that it hasn't as of yet, there is a higher likelihood that we stay with this storm still directly impacting the Abacos even by daybreak tomorrow morning, and potentially a little bit deeper into early on Monday morning, meaning past sunrise on Monday. So, we'll see how that plays out. Adrian says it's pouring in Nassau. Yeah, it is. Coming down, flooding rains, not out of the question. And that continues. This is not going to end anytime soon. It should begin to dissipate a bit in the next few hours in Nassau and New Providence and Andros and Eleuthera as you get the back end side of the storm, which slightly drier air, but it's still going to be a few hours. Okay, thank you, Weather Alert. All right. Well, I obviously have been streaming for a long, long time. So I think, how long have we been going now? We've been going for 8.5 hours. So technically I could only go for another 3.5 hours anyway, but I don't think that's going to happen. So let me ask you guys a question. I can fire up the weather computer to have the radar and the satellite imagery running overnight. Is that something that you guys would like me to do? Do you guys want to have that? I'll be back on live sometime tomorrow on the CFLW channel. I just don't know if it's going to be early enough to catch the, end of this storm, over the Abacos tomorrow morning. We'll see how that plays out. And even if I need to, if it's significant enough, like if I have to do a quick live stream tomorrow morning here, I might. I don't want to give any promises considering we just went 8.5 hours, but I'll monitor the situation when I get up tomorrow. But certainly later in the day, we'll be covering, some impacts along the East Coast here. All right, well, the other thing about that can't run for more than 12 hours, but that shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so I can do that. I'll run the radar, the satellite data. If we had some of the cameras, I could throw those on as well, but they've all lost power. Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. Yeah, all right. So here's what we're going to do. First of all, obviously, our thoughts are with our friends in the northern and central Bahamas. Hopefully we don't have significant flooding rains in New Providence, Andros, Eleuthera, everywhere else. Again, a little bit more of a wind concern up here in the Abacos and Grand Bahama for tomorrow. So when I end this live stream, it'll take a few minutes, but there will be another live stream that will start up, and that will be for the weather computer. I won't be on, but the weather computer will run, and that can run overnight. So, you guys can watch that at your leisure, on and off throughout the overnight hours. Now, again, as I've mentioned, at some point in time tomorrow, I'll go live on my other channel, CFLW, because Imelda will begin to impact more of the east coast of Florida. And this is my other channel where I cover Central Florida weather. Typically, this is just like sea breeze storms and severe storms in the afternoon, and all the tropical stuff is for Meteo Mundo, the Caribbean, and the Bahamas. But if there is a storm that directly impacts Central Florida more, I'll cover it there on that channel. Again, I'm not going to rule out if it becomes necessary, and I can maybe jumping back on tomorrow to cover the storm over Grand Bahama and the Abacos. Again, no guarantees, but that's why you have your notifications on, right? You guys are subscribers to the channel. You have the notifications on, so you know when I'm on live, because when you're talking about weather, weather can, crop up and jump you and impact you at different times. So it's kind of hard to do a lot of pre-planning ahead of things. So I could do that, but regardless, I'll run the radar for you guys overnight. All right, so there's that. The other thing I wanted to mention before we get out of here, of course, is that Meteo Mundo is sponsored by the lean law firm of Central Florida. They're your hometown homeowners insurance attorneys. It is storm season. We get wind, we get hail, we get hurricane damage. You live across the entire state of Florida. The Panhandle, the Keys, doesn't matter. They can help you out. They'll walk you through every step of the insurance claim process. They offer free consultation and policy reviews. It's leanonmelaw.com if you guys would like more information. So, I'm not done yet, but as we wrap this up, again, thank you to all of my friends in the chat for jumping in and joining me for this fairly marathon live stream. Thank you for everyone who supported the channel by hitting that like button, by subscribing via the super thanks, the super stickers, the, what else do we have there? Super thanks, super stickers, whatever else there is, I can't even think of it. Our new members, thank you for all of our new members, and thank you for those who found ways to support the channel directly through the PayPal and the Venmo in the description below as well. I appreciate all of you guys. Have a great rest, safe of your night, a safe night. Again, look out for a completely different live stream to come your way maybe 15 to 20 minutes from now, where this radar system will be running overnight. All the wind data, all of that will keep you updated if you live in this part of the Bahamas. And then again, I'll at least be on the CFLW channel tomorrow, but if there's a need and I can to come back on Meteo Mundo to cover the rest of the storm in the Abaco, Grand Bahama area, I certainly will. Friends, I appreciate you guys so much. Have a great, safe rest of your Sunday. If you live in this area, our thoughts are with you guys. Hopefully, there won't be a lot of damage. Would love for you guys to come back on tomorrow and let me know. If anything else, I'll see you guys for the Meteo Mundo daily video back Monday late afternoon. Appreciate you all so much. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you soon, my friends.